Hello, one and all, and good afternoon, and welcome to the League of Legends Grand Final for the the DCLS. Sorry. We just had an amazing Rocket League series, and we're now ready for the finals between UPAD and Dorans Nijmegen. And I'm joined by two amazing guests. And tell me, how are you feeling? Are we ready for these games today? Oh wait, yeah.
I'm absolutely stoked for these games today. I'm so hyped.
I mean, they'll be exciting. I imagine they'll be pretty good, everything considered. I mean, this is the finals after all, you know, from two universities. We have a lot of kind of experienced players here. They've played each other before, so I think it's interesting games.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen these teams battle each other out throughout both this tournament and other tournaments. We know that they have they're closely matched. Of course, we've got some roster changes today on the side of Dorans Nijmegen. Is that something you guys want to touch on, give your opinion on?
Yeah, I think definitely something like that, especially when it's like so last minute, can make a huge impact. The ADC from Dorans Nijmegen is unfortunately not here today. So their jungler is subbing as the ADC, and then they got a different jungler, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, having a jungler as an ADC sounds kind of like horror, I'll be honest. Like, that guy in Finlo plays jungle, he has no idea what he's doing on ADC, he'll be so lost. So I'm interested to see how this will impact the team. I imagine it won't be great, but maybe this is his moment to shine, his mechanics, you know?
We've had a chat to the players already, so it's Eus is subbing in the jungle on the side of Dorans Nijmegen, and he was bubbling with confidence. He was ready for what was about to come, and I mean, I think they said they hadn't lost any games. I'm not sure if they've actually played games together. That I didn't actually ask, but 100% win rate on that side. And on the side of Dorans, no, sorry, on the side of UPAT, we have a full roster, right? And they've been playing together for a while. Okay, so there's absolutely issues again on the Riot client, as we're used to. But last time these teams played together, we've seen them in the group stage, and we had a 1-1 result. And then just a few weeks ago, we had a 3-2 win within the University Esports Masters in the qualifiers. Of course, that's a pretty well-esteemed tournament. Everyone knows of it. And these teams came across each other, and it was a 3-2 win for UPAD. So best of 5 today, and we should be in for an absolute slammer, hopefully.
I mean, it will obviously be a slammer. These two teams, I mean, again, like you said, they've played quite a while. They're quite experienced. And even though you have a sub, right, most of the core players of the team are still there. I imagine the comp should still be there, similar. You know, you can make the similar macro plays. Yeah, your ADC is different, but let's be honest, most ADC players don't talk that much anyway. They're always ego and a bit like, hey, I have my item now we can fight. So I think it'll still be a very interesting matchup. I'm hoping to see some good macro, but still some chaotic micro. A lot of fist fighting is always a lot of fun.
Yeah, and I really hope we can go the distance of 5 games and see those Game 5 Fearless drafts, get some spicy champions in there. I saw some of these players have some interesting champion pools. We'll hopefully get our thoughts on it later, but yeah, I'm definitely stoked, and I hope we can get a close match and see some of those more wonky picks.
Yeah, and Dorans Nijmegen is one of the oldest esports and gaming societies in the Netherlands. It's actually their 10-year anniversary this year, so congratulations to them. We're very happy to have them here and have them win the League of Legends final. It would be a great way to celebrate this, right? So this roster we know has played in Div 2 ES LoL. Similar roster, not the exact same roster, but they played Div 2 ES LoL under the name 24/7 Tower Dive. If you are following that, you might have heard of them before. Roster, of course, exists of names such as Paardenpikkie, a fan favorite, and Merlin in the mid lane. We're actually going to get Paardenpikkie and Ik Hou Van LoL on an interview very, very soon, hopefully, to get their thoughts on how this matchup is going to go. Of course, we have a resident Fiora main here as well, just like Ik Hou Van LoL is too. So we're going to grab those players and get them to answer some of our spicy questions, maybe build a bit of hype. And there's a lot of history between these teams, so it's going to be exciting to see how they face off. I'm not sure if production's ready for our playoffs graphic, but we have a bit of a show of what the playoffs was like. Both these teams stomped their series, if I do say so. UPAT went 3-0 against Erasmus Esports and Dorans 3-1 against Zephyr Chaos. And now they're back facing off.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Dorans is an established org, has been there for quite a while. UPAD is a bit newer. I think it's a student, group that started in 2023. So I'm interested to see, hey, if you have this history, this 10-year history, does that mean you're maybe less flexible in stuff, especially, new situations like this Fearless Draft, which is quite new in the esport as a whole? Or does that experience give you the edge? Because, you have seen all these changes over the years, new metas, new picks, and that'll help them out in draft and in these next games.
Yeah, and it's also interesting to see if the journey that both teams had, if they both improved over the journey of this tournament. Did one of the teams, maybe like the last time they faced off, they might both be in very different form, especially with a sub now. So yeah, it's definitely like we have expectations, right, based off what we have seen and when they played, but it could be totally different today as well.
I mean, we've seen, shout out to Morass, who should be watching at home. Sorry that you're ill, sorry that you can't be here today. We've actually got our guests. Come on, you come and sit here if you want. You're very welcome to come on the desk. Welcome. You're eating your banana, getting ready. Do you want to introduce yourself to the crowd? You can come and sit next to us. Shove up. Ja, kom maar. Daarnaast, lekker.
Even kijken, mijn league
Yeah, go your league name. That's what people know you as.
en ik hou van goal, I'm de toplaner voor UPAD.
Yeah, boom, next.
Ik ben paardenpikker, ik ben de toplaner van Dorans.
Yeah, English broadcast, bro. But thanks, that's all good, no worries. So welcome to the desk, guys. We're super excited to have you guys here. I see you're getting ready, the pre-game rituals. Is you always have a banana before your games, or?
We eat fruit and we drink water.
Perfect.
And before every game we take a new cup of coffee.
Oh, is that so? Nice. You see, we've got some professional preparation on the side of UPAD, and we've prepared some questions for you. We're trying to build some hype, some spice. So I'm going to pass it over to my lovely analyst and answer as honestly as you can, please.
All right, so a question for both of you guys. So what's your guys' thoughts on this top lane matchup? I guess you guys have played each other, well, a number of times now. So you probably both have some ideas about how you play into each other. So can I get your thoughts on that?
We'll start off with the lower ranked player, maybe. Is that?
I think I contradict almost all of them, but ik hou van LoL's champion pool is quite annoying, I think. The range top lanes and the Fioras, although I don't think you're gonna see the Fiora ever today, but I don't know what you think.
I think Paardenpikkie is for sure good. I think with me he's the best top laner, but he's right. He doesn't have, especially if we get red side, I feel like he has a lot of champions that he can't really pick, which is just difficult because I can pick a lot of champions into him that are hard for him.
Mm-hmm. So we do see UPAD starting red side, right? Because you guys are the higher seed. So I believe you have picked red side as well.
Yeah.
That's quite scary in the top lane, of course, especially into a gentleman like Ik hou van LoL. Any more questions?
Yeah, I for sure have some more. So, to you both of you, who do you think is gonna get the first solo kill in this series?
Wait, it can be a dive, right? Failed dive. Has that ever happened, or?
Really, I think, right? We don't really fail dive each other.
I think we had a lot of matches that were like 0-0, but then I was like down 40 farm and a turret.
Yeah. But
I
that's
don't-
just how it goes with range top against non-range top as well, right?
Tank top against range.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we had any real excitement in top lane, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't really kill him that often. It's just that we get the farm gap, and most of the time I think the action happens in bot and mid jungle actually.
Yeah.
Then we just meet up again in the mid late game.
But this time our ADC is not here, so he can't int anymore. So
Yeah, he is an inter, so it's very good for Dorans.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about that because obviously Paardenpikkie, I mean, you are a bit of a weak side William, as we say, a tank player, very good niche, a bit of a Giga Chad, if I might add. And on the other side, we have a bit of an aggressive, top lane player. We see a lot of Fiora, side lane champions that are quite strong. Now that your ADC has been changed, do you think you'd have to take up the mantle as maybe a more carry player instead of playing these tanks?
we'll see. I think all my carry champions kind of got nerfed a lot. They're not as great anymore. I used to play a lot of Kled and Ilaoi, also a bit of Renekton, but I think they're all not that great anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we'll see.
Not even whipping out the Warwick. I saw it on your OPGG.
Yeah, the Warwick is good, but if you die once, then
Yeah,
your
you're
entire
good.
game is like over. And if you in compy is a bit worse, I think, because you need like one good jungle gank and
Exactly, yeah, I agree.
like you're done.
But in solo queue the champion is completely broken.
Warwick is
Yeah,
broken.
yeah, Warwick is
And solo queue is absolutely broken.
I think you already mentioned the Fiora ban. Is that something we'll see come out from the side of Dorans?
I haven't played against Fiora in 6 years, and I'm not gonna play it today. So.
Is your solo queue ban as well, or okay.
Ever since the rework, I've never played against a single Fiora anymore.
Sounds like he's terrified.
I think it's fine. He has. It doesn't really matter. We have enough champions anyway. But we don't practice Fiora that much in scrims either, because all teams just ban it. So I just practice other stuff.
Now you can have like 10k points on Fiora, I will still ban it, so it doesn't really matter.
Fair enough.
No, it's just a personal grudge on your side. Cool.
All right. Well, I do know a bit about Fiora being banned, being a Fiora one-trick myself as well. So, who needs their jungler to babysit top the most?
Who wants to answer first?
I'll go. We both don't really play with our jungle that much. We're both just kind of in isolation most of the time. I think his jungle, Karmamani, is now not the jungler anymore.
Yeah.
But normally Karmamani never comes top. But I'm also I play very safe. So I think we'll see my jungle top more. And I think we'll kill Paardenpikkie a bit.
Our jungler used to come a lot of top lane, but we always die in the dives, so we're not really doing that anymore. And our jungler, I mean, he's not playing jungle anymore, but he used to be a kind of psychopath, so he's always like invading or doing random shit, so I don't think he's gonna... Our new jungler, he might come top lane a few times, who knows, but we'll see. Who knows?
I mean, you don't want to leak too much, right? Like you can't. He's gonna be terrified, stuck on this tower again. What's the lore behind Paardenpikkie?
The name?
Yeah.
I don't think I even came up with it. So I needed a new name because I'm not sure what my old name was, but it was not allowed anymore. And then someone just said, "Call yourself Paardenpikkie," and then I just went for it, and it was kind of successful, I guess.
I think Ik hou van lol is quite self-explanatory, right?
No, I didn't choose it either. It was actually a friend of mine who chose the name as well.
And now you're
That's just not cool enough name for me, right? I would choose a way cooler name than Ik hou van lol. So.
now you're quite well known around the scene, right? So it's a famous name. Anything else you guys want to ask these two gentlemen before you wish them good luck?
Well, I was kind of interested, right? Because the last thing about the matchup, obviously, Ik hou van lol, you play more, like we said, a bit of silent champions. You know, we see maybe a Tryndamere, even a Garen. Yeah, Fiora is going to be banned, but obviously that's, the namesake of split pushing. You said that you guys scale a lot, in a bit of an island top lane. Do you really like playing, through that side lane with your team, or would you rather just team up with the rest of the gang and just, fist fight it out around an objective?
Most of the time, especially in the Students' League, I'll just pick a champion that outskills the enemy top laner, and then still we get ahead. And that just means that you all the time can push outside really deep, because a lot of even like Vladimir Kill, those champions are good at that. And then I just rotate to the objective and I'm first. So you won't actually... I don't think I'll be perma-split pushing Yorick style, but more of a rotation.
So we should be excited for some big team fights on the objectives.
For sure, yes, for sure. Because also Dorans is pretty good at stacking the Drakes, so we'll have to fight Drakes at some point.
So we'll see you in the team fights, well, I assume. That's your speciality?
I can't give away too much what we're gonna do, but we like the team fight at least, that's for sure. We like to flip the game a lot, so...
We're expecting some brawls, This is what we want to see. We want to see action, perma-fighting, and a lot of inting. That's always most fun for the viewers at home. Anything from you, Michiel, before we say goodbye?
Best of luck to both of you.
Thank you.
As a top laner, I'll be watching your your matchups.
I mean, it's never exciting with Paardenpikkie though. But I'll generally say Paardenpikkie plays very safe. So
Can we get
not much will happen.
any final words, any shit talk?
Nah, he's a good player. He just plays a bit safe.
I don't have any shit talk today, so...
Great. All right. Best of luck, guys. Thank you for joining us. You can go back to your PCs, and we wish you all the best in today's series.
Good luck, King.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
It was a nice showing from both top laners. Very, very gentleman, very friendly. Not much shit talk to talk about. It's a bit disappointing.
Yeah, and a normal Fiora player. I mean, I know this guy. Yeah, he might be nice on the cast, but outside of it, he's a bit of a psycho,
I know. There was a lot of friendliness from both players. I mean, it's good to see, good to have them on the cast, and there's clearly mutual respect. And Ik hou van lol seems quite confident in his ability to at least push a lead, right? We are still experiencing some delays, I believe. 5 minutes or so before we send it to our beautiful casters in a minute. Anything else you guys want to touch on? Anything else you want to talk about?
Yeah, maybe we should talk about some expectations for this series. So now that we know UPAT has selected red side, so we expect maybe a counter pick top lane for Ik hou van lol. So interested to see which direction this draft goes. We know Paardenpikkie does play some of this Shen, Cassante, Sion. We saw in his profile. So interested to see. I expect a blind pick top lane and then a counter from UPAT, but maybe it will go in a very different direction. Is there anything you expect?
I mean, well, like they said, right? Obviously, both these teams, yeah, they like to go a bit of a scaling top lane. I imagine with that, you want something a bit more aggressive mid lane. I mean, we heard, Doran's talking about that they have a bit of a psycho jungler. Now, obviously, he's not playing, but, that style might still be there.
The new Doran's Nijmegen jungler is a big Vi enjoyer. Vi, Xin Zhao,
Well, there you go.
Jarvan.
So this psychotic playstyle might still be here. So I would imagine, especially with what we did see about the one who's playing AD now, did play some smolder here and there. So I might imagine a bit of a scaling, side lanes, and then mid lane who can push out with the jungler, invade, be a bit psycho. So I think early on, we'll see some spicy, maybe 3v3 on some objectives, maybe some red buffs, blue buffs, dragons. And later on, maybe they skill through the mid game, and then some really big fights around the big neutrals, the barons, the dragons, the Atacants, which I think will be a lot of fun to watch.
So let's do a bit of a prediction on draft then. We know UPAT on the red side, you mentioned counter picked up. That's something we will be expecting. So from the side of Doran's Nijmegen, what kind of first picks are we looking at? Is it going to be the Vi for Eus, because he's maybe not as comfortable within the team, just get a champion you're comfortable, and we know Merlin likes playing Ari, Corki, Orianna, like these champions that like to brawl, with your jungler, get push and maybe invade, and maybe go towards top lane to help out Paardenpikkie. What are you expecting B1 from the side of from Doran's Nijmegen?
Well, I think you can go two ways. As Doran's Nijmegen, I think you can either look at your ADC, and he probably doesn't have the biggest champion pool because he's usually a jungler. So, well, maybe you just need to lock him a comfort champ, or you can look at your jungler and lock him one of his best champs. He plays a lot of Xin Zhao, Vi, and these are all very contested picks, especially in fearless draft. So, yeah, if they're open, it might be best to just pick them so the enemy doesn't have them, and you can at least get a comfort game on it.
I mean, I think there's some solid logic there, but I'm not sure I completely agree. I think when you have a sub jungle and an ADC who doesn't really play the role that often, you really want to make sure their matchup isn't a complete horror and they will just get completely abused. So what I would do is probably just early pick a mid laner, maybe the Talia, maybe the Ari, something that like, hey, you'll be safe regardless, you'll be have the ability to have push, make some plays around the map. Or the other way around, you could also go hard scaling, pick like a Victor, and just hope that he'll carry late game. I think making sure that the players who are normally there get some they're comfortable on and won't lose too hard on, and then make sure later on in the draft your newer players, the ones who aren't on the team or play the position that often, can get at least an all right matchup.
So we've talked a lot about top side of the map. That we've had our top laners on the desk, but they were saying that there's not actually that much play around the top sides. Both junglers prefer to go towards the bot side with their mid laners. The biggest rank differential I believe we have in today's match is actually the difference between the supports. Almost 700 LP different. A Lulu player, a Hui support, I assume. So it's like a lot of different champions. Are we expecting pushing lanes from one side? Or what do you want to see? How do you want to see these teams play around their bot side?
Well, most optimally, I would say a bit of a more aggressive style bot side, maybe double range playing and very aggressive, especially because Nijmegen has this sub ADC who's probably just going to go scaling AD. So I would answer that with a very aggressive bot lane. On the other hand, though, you can always just pick a Lulu and chill. Like, I'm not sure if it matters if you're 700 LP lower than the enemy, if you can just pick an easy enchanter and relax through the laning phase.
Yeah, and I think especially when you're lower, 700 LP lower, I mean, it doesn't have to say everything, but picking a champion that at least can always have value in every game state, like a Lulu, can be a very viable strategy for the side of which one was the lower one again?
The lower one is UPAT.
UPAT. So for the side of UPAT, they could look to lock some of these easier to execute champions.
I mean, I agree, but it's really obvious for UPAT, I would imagine, that, hey, the enemy has a new AD, we have to abuse that guy. Like, maybe get a jungler like a Sejuani in, maybe a Rel support or something, and just spam dive the enemy and just auto win because of that. I think that'd be very valuable.
All right. So before we send it over to our casters, I'd like to get predictions from both of you. Let's talk next game and then the entire series as well. Of course, we don't know too much about these teams. We need to obviously see what they bring out on the Rift, but I know you've maybe got a bit of a favorite team, Odie?
Well, I mean, UPAD is obviously from Utrecht, which I am as well. It's the best city in the Netherlands. It's not even remotely close. So, being in that style, I would imagine the first game is going to be a relatively difficult win, and then the series will be just a quick 3-0. Seeing as UPAD, it's just a better team. They have all their players as well. I think it'll be a quick wash. We'll be done here relatively soon.
Well, I'm not so sure about that. I think if we look at the history between those two teams, they have been very evenly matched in the past. And even though there's a substitute today for the side of Dorens Nijmegen, I am confident that we can still get very good games in. And it might be a difficult series, but I think Dorens Nijmegen can come out 3-2 on top. And I think they will win this first game. They will look their best champions on blue side, and the counter pick, red side, will not matter. That's my guess.
Yeah, and of course, the deeper we get into these champion pools for Fearless as well, it's only going to bring more hype, right? So that's what we're hoping to see. 5 games. 5 games from both of these teams. Hopefully the top diff isn't too big. Both these gentlemen seem quite confident in their performance. So I believe our casters are ready to take us on. And, well, we've got a treat for you. We've got the 2 most handsome casters in the Netherlands, actually. And I'm not sure how they got here, but we're super happy to have them. And we'll send it over to them to take away for game 1. Enjoy, gentlemen.
Hello. Yeah, welcome. Thank you, guys, from the casting deck. We came here through a magical journey. It's me, Blaster Cast, and next to me, it is
Hennis, aka Modly Panda, but I'll go by Hennis this stream.
Man, oh man, I am so hyped for what's gonna happen today. Already much talk at the analyst desk, much of shit talk as well. I mean, toxicity is already there. A lot of things can happen today. It is a best of 5. Do you also think it's gonna be a 5 game today?
I mean, fingers crossed, like was discussed on the desk, there's been a bit of a mix-up here for Doran, so it's definitely going to be a big question mark in how ADC and Jungle is going to perform, but that's absolutely what we want to see here. Game 5, completely brutal, really make them dig into their champ pool, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, man, all the eyes are definitely on the top lane today, I believe, because so much is going on. The people are just talking and talking, the bans are already just spitting out, and I think when we go into draft, we know some stuff that's gonna get banned, and it's not just a normal draft, it is the Fearless draft, baby.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
And they're obviously a bit more focused on the top side because I believe the jungle top lane is obviously the thing that's easiest to sniff out for both of these teams. And bot lane, we're just going to see absolutely complete champion oceans, or at least I hope personally. And just for the sake of a cast and a good game, let's really get things going for both teams.
Well, you did, of course, a bit of research already on on the AD carry.
Of course.
Because, there's a bit of swap as well. Smolder came up in the head. Tell me about it.
There's so there's a bunch of Smolder being picked. Obviously, Doran's preparing to get like a really nice scaling force for the side of Doran's. Obviously, they want a little bit of practice just in the, I guess, the feel of ADC role. I guess the difference between jungle and ADC, a massive gap, but I am very excited to see how he will perform. And he does also, I believe, Karmamani, he does show a lot of... He shows a lot of proficiency across a lot of different champions, including a bunch of different ADCs, but we'll get to that when the draft gets to that. What about you? What would you like to see most? Because
I mean, I would love to get that smaller band for sure, so he can call his mommy in real life, and that's something for sure. But yeah, we have some crazy picks with the new patch going on. We see Solution Dynamic going really strong. But for the top lane, we know the discussing champions. We know some people want to go maybe for Shay pick. Fiora is definitely out of the question. But if you look at the Shen currently, if we look at the Kalman, they are so disgusting right now.
Completely broken this patch, making sure that Ikal Van Lol gets off of his off of the champions that they're so afraid of, like they said on the desk, and the range tops are so much to just keep track of, or at least think of when it comes to the actual draft.
Yeah, lots of course going on, but there's of course a swap between with the jungle and the carry, of course. I'm really curious how that's going to play on the map, because if you're not confident to play as a team, especially as a jungler, it can miss quite some communication as well. Because junglers, you are a jungler, I am a jungler, we know how it feels to play as a jungle.
Exactly, and just from like a brief overview of both junglers, I do believe aside from maybe like these Shen picks and I couldn't find that many tanks in either player's champion pools, including in the jungler's champ pool. So I'm really like, again, from what I've been saying from minute one, I'm really seeing that mid lane mages just everything. Let's go full all in on a complete skirmish. And
Well, we have of course Merlin on mid lane, very strong, very confident as well on the mid lane. I'm really curious what he is gonna cook today. I mean, if we look as well, like there's so many with the storm. It's so strong right now. Xerath is getting viable as well nowadays, and it's also very safe pick as well. You see Ari being a bit tough here and there because Leandris is quite nerfed. So maybe we're gonna see
What
a whole
build?
different lineups, and yeah, it's gonna be totally crazy. Totally different matchups. We have 5 games. We have the fearless draft, so we're gonna see a lot of different champions today. That's definitely for sure.
And I think it's also been very much understated. The Dusk made, like we have also focused on how high skill we expect these top laners to be, but in the bot lane, I think personally there are a bunch of huge question marks. Like the supports, we mentioned
the support, yeah.
we mentioned the 700 LP difference, but what does it matter? Honestly, I aside from I believe Doran's support, I don't think they have a very solid champ pool. We can see absolutely everything. We have no idea what's gonna show out here. We have a brand new ADC that has been playing for Doran's, obviously, but how will he perform on ADC? And how will a new ADC for Doran's with the experience perhaps from their support compare against the bot lane of UPAD with maybe they're a bit more question mark support. We don't know how he's going to perform. I've tried information on this guy. I couldn't find any. I was still a little bit left in the dark. So a lot to be found in bot lane here as well, I believe.
Yeah, for the support champions as well, we see that Braum is getting so strong as well. It's insanely to see how viable you can be with so many, with a big variety of AD carries. I definitely don't want to see any Yuumi duties today. Same goes with top lane. Maybe you talk about it, not a lot of tank options, so probably no Malphite duties as well. The memes still exist, of course, especially in the Student League. But yeah, I'm so curious, man. I think the top is going to be a lot of fighting. Bot lane is just going to be more sustained, and we might see a difference between the supports, as in the one will definitely go roam and help his teammates out, and one will stick to his AD carry, because you know the priority can always be in AD carry if the rest doesn't work out.
And for me personally, I did find a few hook champions on the.
Oh, you
on
like
the
hook
support.
champions?
And
Oh.
personally, that is a thing that I live to see for. We say screw everything else. We say I want to go in the first hook that I land. I want to see a complete fist fight if it hasn't already been clear. But
we have different hook champions. We have, of course, Pike, Nautilus. We have, of course, the famous Trash. What do you prefer as a champion then?
ooh, I mean, it's probably not gonna be a Nautilus because again we're like focusing a bit more onto the tank. But if we can get a Thresh, if we can get a Pike, it's not really a hook champion, but even something like Leona just whoop, straight in.
Oh, you want to go for the full going in?
exactly.
All right.
And what about you? What would you be most excited to see?
If we still talk about supports, I love to see those rel plays. Because, man, the flanks you can have as a rel player, it is crazy. It still can turn around such a team fight. Just the Magnet Storm, she pulls everyone together. And if you have, for example, Misfortune in the combination as well, it can work out so well, man. And even if you're losing, if you're like 5k goal behind, and something like that happens, your team just gets swiped over. It's crazy to see those turnarounds.
As I do believe we have actually gotten into draft and it's
Oh!
magically so.
I'm curious, man. I'm so curious.
Okay.
The first round. We already talked about it.
Okay,
The
hold on.
predictions are real already.
We've gone over the draft. I believe it is UPAD Johnnies are the higher seeded team, so they have chosen the red side here. It is Doran's Nijmegen on the blue side, and we've already seen the first 3 bands. And this is exactly what I mean. We see the Udyr ban, we see the Fiora ban, we see the Volibear. We're banning out 2 of the UPAD's junglers' best champions. And like Pardon Picky said on the desk, we do not want to see this Fiora. We are absolutely good on seeing this Fiora.
I think that Fiora is going to be banned all day.
And I also see the Nunu ban.
I was
coming
about
through
to say,
for
your favorite one,
Yeah, exactly. I guess it is a big question mark what Ois is going to pull out. Not scared of the Vi, not scared of the Xin Zhao, just picking champions which are a little bit annoying, which are a big wild card, and at the end of the day feel like they provide a lot of value with the objective control of Nunu. But I'm going to focus on the draft.
True that. I also love to see that the Noxian Baron, very strong champion. People always underestimate it. It is just always crazy that ultimate it can perform so well on the map, and it's a good choice to ban it always out of it. But if you look at the first picks, even the AD carry is half from the other side. Both AD carries being picked. Jinx and Tristana. How do you think that matchup will be? If it's going to be locked in, of course.
Honestly, I think this Tristana is as good as locked in because, as far as I know, UPAD's. Oh, never
Oh,
mind.
it's not,
Lulu locked
baby.
in first, making sure to take that away from the Jinx. Dorans just want to immediately take the ADC, like we discussed about in the Smolder. They very much just like the scaling ADC to have a force that they can play around immediately, and they can blind it because there's no expectation around Karmamani. We immediately throw his pick out, and we see how well he's going to perform. And UPAD taking away the Jinx, sorry, not the Jinx, the Lulu, in fact, to take it away from the Jinx of Doran's side.
It's a very strong combination, and you want to utilize, you want to lock Jinx as much down as possible. And with that, Syndra has also been locked in. A very sustainable on the mid lane, can also with the jungle, the ganks, it can be such a high pressure for the enemy mid laner. Well, you can just stay safe as well and wave clear very easily.
But against someone like Matis, he plays the Syndra very professionally, and he's very well known for his control mages. So I was going on about a big fist fight, but Syndra very much just going to play safe. And we now both have a scaling force on either team in both the Syndra and the Jinx, as Doran is going to be locking away the next two champions in Ivern and... Ooh.
The Iverman, the walking tree around, pushing around with his bushes. And it's the Akali that's actually locked in as well. Any second? Yeah, there it is. The Akali. Currently with the patch being a bit stronger as well, there is only one thing I see still viable for that, and that is a Shen top lane.
It is.
If the Akali, of course, is going to the top, then Akali can have a very difficult time against the Shen. But, of course, Ali can be flexed to the mid lane as well. So that's a very smart choice to choose for the Akali.
Yeah, the Shen gonna be very high prio. I find it a bit weird that it wasn't picked within the first three picks. There's the Tristana coming through, one of not Tilted ADC's favorite. I believe his name is Joris. Sorry if I get this wrong. I just learned all this on the fly.
I mean, you heard from UPET already. They want to have the last pick for the top lane so they can counter pick everything into it. But now you see it already. They even ban the Shen for themselves. They don't want to give that Shen away to Dorans to have that threat away. So it's a very smart choice to ban Shen. So you can also, that's the thing about Fearless Draft. If you ban a champion, you can secure the champion for the next one for your own team. You've sometimes underestimated how big important bans, not just for this round, but also for the next round, it is important.
I don't think, unfortunately, we're gonna see any Ikovanl Shen today, and obviously that's exactly what I want to get into. Actually, right now, Dorans is missing a large HP bar, which can just sit in front of this. This Akali and Jinx can do whatever they want. Ivern is a little bit of lockdown and a little bit of support for both of these two forces, but they really need a big HP, a big blind pick, maybe something like the Ornn for Dorans in a second. But first we have
Sion is also something I love to see. Like that is a big boy as well. We maybe gonna see it, but I think first we're gonna look into the junglers.
It is a counter pick. There isn't too much to counter pick with Ivern.
Yeah.
Xin Zhao, definitely one of UPAD's favorites as well. So again,
Very strong jungler in this patch currently. Very nice.
we're seeing a lot of comfort just coming out from both sides, and now we're really going to get to see Doran's comforts, because the mid laner, again, champion Ocean, there isn't too much to discuss unless maybe I don't know anything off the top
Quick
of my head.
prediction. Do you think it's gonna be maybe an Ivern support? We have seen it. We have seen it. It is possible.
It is possible, though.
Yes or no?
Probably not.
Okay.
I mean, it's the first game of the
there it
Fearless
is,
Draft
there
of
it is.
5. If they pick out Ivern in the first game, then
You said it just in time because the Alistar has me locked in, and I doubt that Alistar will go to the jungle. So it is indeed an Ivern jungle.
Alistair top? No. A couple of supports have gone top over the years, so who knows? But I'm fairly certain
Brings you
top.
back to the Soraka top, man. The Karma top.
Oh
place.
no!
no,
the complete disasters
baby.
of a patch. As like you said,
hey, the
Sion
Sion,
gets
yes.
locked in, and finally we have the massive HP shield and a kind of safe pick. It isn't going to get dove a lot, and it's onto Ikovanl to counter pick here. Is anything good into Sion? Unfortunately, jungle casters. We have absolutely no
True.
idea how this top lane goes
And
matchup
Gwen.
goes, but
Ooh,
the
that
Gwen.
is very nice to see.
A little bit of AP boost to balance out the damage forces in UPAD's team, and gonna be very effective versus the Alistar Sion.
Yeah, especially Sion's gonna have a tough time against the Gwen, especially if she's not gonna be dealt with, and it's harder with an Ivern on the team.
So if this Scion isn't going to be the front line for this team, it's only really going to fall onto the Alistar. But to be honest, I'm actually quite happy with both of the drafts from these teams. I think a lot of comfort being shown from both sides, even though like the main junglers and top laners have been banned out from both sides. I also didn't completely forgot about it until now, but the Smolder first ban, this is exactly what we were kind of predicting. If you play 4 games before the match night on a certain ADC on a role that you've never played before, you can bet it's going to get banned out.
Matches here, but to be honest, it was all in red. So I don't know if Smolder still is going to be the pick, but he was very confident in to play it. But so it is with the Fjorda. So both teams have a champion they want to pick the whole day through.
So is there any draft that you would say that you prefer here already, or a little bit too early to say?
I mean, if the Jinx is gonna have the space with the Ivern and the Alistar frontline, with the Sign frontline as well, it's gonna be tough to kill the Jinx. It's gonna be very tough. But if she's got punished early on, we have the Xin out. There can be high pressure on the jungle, and yeah, if the Jinx doesn't get her items, you're gonna lack the damage.
And I do also think there is a bit of a mismatch in support where the Alistar, I feel like, in my personal opinion, does pair a lot better with Tristana and the Jinx with the Lulu. So this a bit weird mix and match. I wonder how the Alistar is going to perform with the Jinx and vice versa to the Lulu to really follow up on any crazy Tristana jumps that we're going to see into the fight. As for the mid lane, it's Syndra and what was the other one versus Akali. I mean, there's a Syndra who's just going to be wanting to scale, but I hope we can get some insane Akali roams out to see if it can take any visits bot lane, because it is very. There is definitely a lot to look for.
They both need to be careful, of course. If you want to roam as an Akali, you need to prevent that you don't get poked by the Syndra, that you don't roam around with that half HP. You see that very often, that people underestimate the damage that Syndra does. It is a little bit by little bit with the balls she throws around, but if that adds up, especially Akali that is lacking the range, she can be poked out of the lane and she's going to have a much tougher time.
And there is going to be, I believe, a lot of prio on both side lanes, where the Gwen, I do imagine, is going to have a lot more favorable of a time into the Scion. The Tristana, really difficult to freeze the wave as a Tristana. Her E-passive makes that very annoying, so there is definitely going to be a lot to be looking for on the map. And the same thing with the Ivern. He's finished in a 3-minute clear, and then what does he have to do? He's definitely going to look to completely turn those side lanes back into the favor of Doran's. But who knows? Maybe...
True, I think it's just the first fight we're gonna see is around the Dragon, especially with the Tristana, of course, continuously pushing in. With the Xin Zhao, you're gonna just have a higher pressure on. And I think the Dragon is the first thing we're gonna look at. And I believe, are we soon at the draft?
I do believe
there's a small thing I'm gonna say. We are almost there, almost.
As we got a huge thumbs up from the producer.
Yeah,
and
baby, so let's go in game.
Any second now. Whoa,
I'm hyped.
Big hype.
I'm hyped, man. I'm hyped. Do you think invades? I mean, not from, don't invade a side, of course.
Invade,
but,
yeah.
I think they will just play it safe. It will be very strange.
Both supports not really the type to invade. I feel like they're a bit nicer to disengage. I guess Alistar level 1, you need all 3 abilities to pull off that fabled WQ combo.
30
but other
seconds
than that,
until minions
everyone's just spread out. Everyone's just completely chilling. Both junglers, starting in the top side, and Blue Egg, the only true egg that you can find in the jungle.
But that's why I really think that Dragon is going to be the first priority that the teams will look at to get that Scuttle as well. Of course, the one that gets the Scuttle first has that vision priority. It can be very important if you want to contest that Dragon.
As nothing much to go on, I don't believe either team is quite looking for vision. Maybe we'll see something as the 1 minute 30 rolls around. But so far, everything quite peaceful. We do see a small ward just to make sure that no shenanigans are going on the top side.
Hey, we have the people there. Oh man, I know Nocturne is banned, but they still play in the dark. It is very insane. True gamer spirit, always play in the dark. All the lights off, except the only thing that's lighting up is the monitor itself.
Complete focus on the game.
Thing,
As Syndra Gwen, I believe it's already a game 1 lane swap, as the Gwen and Scion top lane has gone mid lane has gone top.
Interesting choice, because you were actually saying that Akali, that's the one that's supposed to roam around and look for some opportunities, because Syndra is a tougher one to really kill for. But now she's on the top lane, so she's going to not have the opportunity to go for the bot lane.
I believe this was Doran's attempt to try and get better range for themselves, but I wonder if UPUD was able to sniff it out in time, and that's why this came through, as the Gwen was a little bit later to the mid lane than the Scion. But so far, we have also seen that Xin Zhao has swapped paths in the way that he's clearing. He is going now bot to top, presumably putting a lot more favor into the top lane and saying, this Tristana, this Lulu, they're going to be fine. Tristana's going to jump out. If Lulu gets engaged on, just zippy, straight out of here.
And of course with the Lulu as well, they're gonna have a bit more of a poke. So you see the Jinx already losing a lot of HP. And have a much tougher time on the line. But with that Ivern, maybe they can chase around it because they are both pathing. Oh, this by the way changed now. Since I went from the bot lane to the top lane. So there's a bit of change in the jungle pathing as well. But maybe that Ivern will look into the bot lane version.
The Ivern clear notoriously very quickly, almost done with Krugs here, as it is... Oh, what happened? Hold on, I'm just looking at these names on the side here, not to get a little bit too sidetracked, as the Ivern does walk over Vision here, as Tristana and Lulu will be giving this Ivern the respect he deserves.
They should not totally be fine here. Like of course Tristana is very easy to jump away as well. Alistar doesn't come in range to knock him up, so they should just play it safe. And with still, I gotta push in by the way. Very curious because I was thinking about the dragon. We have still a few minutes on the clock before the dragon spawns in. Do you think what team do you think will have the priority on the dragon? If they're gonna play for it, of course.
I do believe it's gonna be Doran's. Personally, I think as Gwen taking a lot of health off the Scion and vice versa as well. Very interesting to see here. We're a little bit focused on the players, as I do think it is going to be Doran's, because Xin Zhao pathing bot, that means he's either going to have to take 2 camp spot here on the second clear and wait for a dragon to come up, or maybe something to do bot while his top 2 camps are just going to be chilling, and it's going to be a little bit off tempo, but this is just from my own personal experience. I would love to see the Xin Zhao adapt and maybe go for a little bit of dragon power as well, as Scion getting a little bit low HP, probably just
a lot of mana as well, so you definitely need to go for him back. You don't want to be in range of the one where you don't have mana and lacking the HP. Of course you have the Ivern hovering you, but if you don't have the mana, you don't have the kill pressure anyway, so there's no use of playing around the mid lane at that point.
Exactly, and even though I do believe Doran's is looking quite comfy in this position, across the board there have been small CS leads. There is a massive wave forming bot, but that
small,
is
that is 10
CS.
That is 10 CS a minute, 5 already. That is not small, man. That's getting quite big. If this continues, it can be a big trouble for the team at Doran's.
And unfortunately, I guess that's what happens when you send a jungler into lane. We've been playing PvE so long, we don't know how to hit the minions anymore. But for the sake of this Jinx to really get to that first item power spike, it is probably what I expected to do.
Look at that, and engage starts into the bot lane, but there's not much they can do. They just get poked down by Kavi Nova. They're doing a very amazing job by locking this Jinx under the tower. And with that, they can secure the dragon. So it is not Orange that will secure the dragon.
And it was like I predicted, the top 2 camps are just going to be sitting, but it doesn't matter. The Tristana has his first push, Lulu has push, and the Gwen Scion, I think Gwen would always be a lot more comfortable into moving to this dragon. Dorans have absolutely no idea. Ivern's still chilling in the top lane.
Doing a very nice chilling job, just not much going on still, but I think bot lane, man, I'm really curious how they're gonna get out of this situation if this keeps moving on.
As both junglers swarming around the mid lane, although...
Both not as big though, so there can definitely happen a fight.
I don't know if this Ninja was on vision, but they do see that both of their raptors up, so they will have no problem taking that from each other. I don't think any of them are going to go for Krugs unless Xin Zhao notices or has a feeling that the same thing has been happening to his Krugs. But no, it's just a peaceful trade, and I do believe they go perfectly even with CS, as Tristana jumping in.
Yeah, they're just really looking for a kill right now. And the Kamini being very low mana as well, just gets out safely. But with that, they're gonna lose a lot of pressure again on the bot lane.
And
the wave is very well shunting as well.
Wave goes pretty much back to even as Scion
lane swapping to the top, yeah.
And Gwen, I don't know how Gwen versus Akali goes, but it is a very good poke on the Gwen here. That
I mean, it's better than having a Scion against the Gwen, that's for sure.
I do believe both mid laners are quite happy with this, but as we can see, they're immediately just taking the current wave and.
Oh
swapping
wow,
back
we
top.
missed something at the bot lane. Nuzzle with a little bit of HP. Probably try to hold the wave there, freeze it for the AD carry. And yeah, then you of course walk up and you have Kamami just taking a poke, trying to look for a kill. But he did a very amazing job by staying alive and freezing the wave.
Very nice W here from Lars to make sure that he doesn't get hit by Sound Q. But other than that, the only objective that is about to spawn is Grubs.
Yes.
Would really like to see Dorans to get a little bit more prio spot in the top. I don't know.
Yeah, Grubbies is very dangerous if you have it on the Gwen. Because if you're gonna have even 6 Grubbies on your name as a Gwen and she's gonna split push, those towers are just like paper, man.
And Iko Van Lol, very
Yes,
poised
got it, man.
split pusher, will be very fond to have those Grubs in his pocket. I hear him talking offline constantly about how much he's a huge fan of Grubs, as there are 3 members of UPAD here to secure the spawning of these Grubs. There is Ivern, I believe, looking on the top lane. A little bit of tension here in mid.
I'm curious what's gonna
is the
happen
Gwen
at the
just
bot lane as well,
2v1ing? What's
because-
happening top lane?
Top lane, there's also stuff happening. We see Lars from Melo HP, and
yeah.
there is even the first blood going to the Iron lane. Mid lane is also a big fight happening. There is a small bit of a dive, but it seems like Merlin didn't connect enough to Matrix, so he stayed alive. And the fight continues at the top lane, where Nuzzle is just trying to run away from Dorans that is chasing him into the tower. And bot lane is also just a very, very tough of each other. A lot of happening in the map in a single moment.
If we were doubting the new jungler for Dorans here, that was very good, excellent recognition to see that Gwen, I believe, went a little bit too far on the side with Ivern there to eventually end up support and secure that first blood, as even though UPAD was able to get a single grub away from them in the ensuing
Yes.
chaos, Dorans definitely very much favored in this trade of objectives and, well, 1 kill. There's no kill to be traded, just a kill going over to Dorans.
Yeah, Doran's sitting on that first blood, but is still behind in gold. It's not much, but oh, never mind. It just shoved off
Completely
completely.
without
But still
magic.
having that first blood and not in the lead of gold. You can see that in that farm difference, of course, and that farm difference is still at the bot lane. Look at that, 20 farm difference, man.
And yeah, it's only a matter of time to see. I believe both carries do go Yuntal here. Whoever hits that first item spike is definitely going to be a lot happier, as we can see a BF sword coming out from both ADCs. To me, that's a clear sign of only one thing.
Yeah.
I do also want to briefly discuss, there is a Dark Seal with 2 stacks on that Ivern, so if potentially this
On the
Ivern gets a
Ivern,
little
oh
bit further
no.
ahead, that is going to be one mean menace in the jungle for UPAD to deal with. And it is a big show of confidence. I suppose not so much on Ivern, because it's very easy to stay alive during these fights, but I'm very happy to see that he's confident in his ability to continue to grow that Dark Seal. And hey, potentially we could be looking at pages in a book here in the Med Rise.
But even that Dark Shield was of course Persian before he had that kill, so that's a very early optimistic Dark Shield. But yeah, it's interesting to always see that. I'm curious if he gets punished for it. There's still a lot that can happen in this game. Dragon spawning in 13 seconds.
And both supports and junglers swarming to this objective,
Yeah, but
as
Ubet seems to be there earlier on.
Zinjao having a bit of a tussle here.
Mid shots in as well, so they can definitely finish the dragon. Although Kavi is walking up a lot against Merlin, you don't want to do that against an Akali. Very dangerous.
And just out of the range of the Lulu, so wasn't really able to get that trade in favor, as
Brutus is way out of position and will caught by Dorans. There is the first kill on this fight going to Doran's team. There's now 4 members against the 4 others, but there's Sion coming in the back, a big flank. The train is coming in and will connect it to the Lulu. They will instantly turn around to the Sion, but this boy is tanky and will take a kill with him. They're still going strong, and with that they just swipe over the team, and Team Doran's just taking out the fight for himself.
And it's an 11-minute ace. It's completely
Whoa.
insane. This is exactly the type of team fight that we wanted. And all of a sudden, what I
Look at that smell. He is happy. Yeah, that was crazy, man. That Sion just clutched in on the right moment. You hear that train sound coming in, and He was just feeling that. It was like, what's going on? But it was so focused on where the dragon fight was happening.
When TPB damned, Xinjiao was simply caught out and not with the rest of the team, and
That's
it was
how the
just-
disaster started, yeah.
yeah, very unfortunate from their side. And now we're still looking at seven Dark Seal stacks with bounties across the board. At 11 minutes already, nice buffer from the Tristana. At 12 minutes, we already have 7 stacks, and at the very least, if UCAT can shut down any single one of these members, it's looking a lot more comfortable for them. But now it's a question of how do we get back into this position? The gold levels are a lot more even, but we do eventually need to prove it with one of these team fights.
Yeah, we see currently 3 Dark Seals being purchased, but there's definitely a difference in those Dark Seals. 6 stacks on Merlin as Akali, we have 7 stacks on those as Ivan, and then we have a small little Dorans on Lars on the top lane on Gwen, and yeah,
Xinjiao catching out the...
Merlin, yeah, kind of flashing away, but the flash follows up with Xinjiao knocking up, and that makes the kill secure for
And now
for
we
Lars
have...
himself. And that, oh, hey, the
Yeah,
Dark
now
Seal,
we have
oh, yeah.
across the board.
There's
And all three of
been
us-
dropping stacks now, taking away from Akali and putting it in their own. It's very nice to see.
We do also have the first couple of items out for both teams. The Yuntals, like I predicted on both the ADCs. We do see the Liandry's on the Akali, a little
Yeah.
bit of an interesting pickup, since we do know that Liandry's is in a bit more...
Heavily nerfed, yeah.
Ivan just catching top wave here, and I believe, is that also Liandry's... what is one trying to build? Is that a Riftmaker?
I think it's a Riftmaker, huh? Yeah. But I'm still surprised about the... Oh no, Maker. Very nice knockback to deny the kill from Abada Picky. And yeah, just denies it. Otherwise, if that Q landed, I think he would be in big danger. Flash from Gabi. Stay away from the data, didn't have the jump available. With that, we have the other side that can just really jump into it, but will save by the Lulu. Massive ult that will just guarantee the flip around, and with the jungler here, Xinjiao trying to put on massive damage, but AD carry is also being saved by his own team. We have Sai now here following up, that means it's 4 versus 3, and that is not where Team Utah can come away with. And Doran's again taking the lead in the fight.
It was a cheapie from the Cinder, but unfortunately the fight is already over. Once again, it's just been numbers advantage on numbers advantage fight for the Dorn's team. This is exactly what their comfort is, and unfortunately Upad is just a little slipping just a little bit up here. It did start from Xinjiao going onto the dragon again, but this
Yeah,
is
we have
almost
the
just a replay
replay
of
from
first game.
the first
Oh, no,
fight,
it is the
yeah.
first fight,
It is
in
the
fact.
first fight where the disaster happened. We see just a Brutus just way out of position, instantly gets focused, taken care of. We see the TP coming in, but that is not the one you want here, because the Sai, man, look at him coming, look at that dangerous train, and just instantly gets a big knockback on 3 people, by the way, with the rocket following up from Jinx. Wow, what a combo is going on, and that combination, it decided that fight. It really decided that fight.
And when the sound came in for the flank, all of a sudden the Tristana wasn't looking in such a good position anymore. She was both in the front line and the back line at the same time, just completely blown up by the Jinx, and unfortunately that's
And
all
jumping
she
into
wrote.
the knockup as well, like, interesting.
As all the bounties on the side of Doran's have vanished away with a couple. Never mind.
Yeah,
And
why
just as I
did it
say
go
that, the Ivor and Scion magically get them
Hey,
back.
more bounties going up.
And we do also see the first items coming through for the top lane in the Hollow Radiance for the Scion and the Riftmaker for the Gwen, like we said. I am interested that the Nashers isn't bought here, because I did think with the API and buffs they'd be very fond of that as the Maws going down on, but Tristana doesn't get rooted by them. Big trade.
Curious that Alistar was just chilling around it. I might have been looking for a kill, but
Probably just hoping that the Jinx would be fine in her own lane, and both ADCs
probably
I believe are
too
happy
less
with it.
vision on where Xinjiao was and didn't want to take any risk.
As I also see Sion, we see Sion here in the bot lane proxying, very fun. As there is, I believe this is the 3rd objective for the side of Dorans here in this Rift Herald. Xinjiao just messing around here a bit in the bot lane, but Dorans do again have the numbers advantage. And they take Rift
Yeah.
Herald.
20 seconds for the dragon to spawn in. And yeah, both teams have now 1 dragon, so they definitely want to aim for the full dragon stacks. But hey, I think Doran's in a very good position right now. They do very well with the team positionings, and if they do the same, oh no, Gabi just got caught there, but very nice jump way to safety. But he has now the recon, no?
And
Oh, Dragon is not getting contested while Gavi is very low.
I mean, they see Jinx in the mid lane. They don't know where the Alistar is, but
Yeah,
if he's not anywhere near Dragon, then he's not.
this Dragon is free, it shouldn't be.
As long as Matis doesn't play a bit too far up.
Flash over from Alistar, we can look back. Very nice, instantly deny. There is the Shuriken, and with it, it cleans up. Jinx trying to shoot a rocket, but doesn't connect to the Kali here. I mean, never mind. Doesn't connect to the Matrix, to Syndra.
As,
A lot going on, they all went for Matrix, and I don't think it's worth to go for just a kill and give up the Dragon. But they still decide to do so. They do have some pressure on the top line, but there is a TP coming in from Lush, trying to save it down.
But they do definitely have Gwen coming out, and it's just a free kill. Wow. I guess the second
By
one
Dark
out,
Shield stacks again.
I mean, this is exactly what we want to see. Both top laners being massive carries for both sides, and making sure that, well, above all, just that Gwen has stacks in her Dark Seal at the moment.
Yeah, and if Merlin just keeps getting these kills, he's gonna be a very dangerous Akali assassin.
And like I was trying to say before, they do definitely also have the Dragon Soul in their win conditions and on the cards. I also didn't get around to it, but that is 3 objectives and 3 kills, or 3 first kills in fact, over to Doran, so they do also have feats of strength to eventually have in the late game power of the Jinx, of the Scion, as...
That after first tower and the first 3 kills, of course, yeah. Trying to look for an engage on the Kavi here, but instantly backs off. We didn't see Xen actually going for it.
I believe 2 deaths
The
in
lack
a
of
very
patience as
unfortunate
well, yeah.
position on the Xin Zhao. Just going to play it a bit more safe, making sure that his carries do have time to scale. The Gwen, I do believe there are a lot more scaling forces on the side of UPUD, so even though I did compliment Doran's scaling power, Dragon Soul on all 3 of these champions is very nasty, with Syndra and her splinters, Gwen just getting infinitely better the more items she has, and a Tristana at level 18, that's just going to completely blow up in her passive range.
Yeah, we've seen that dash is too soon coming up for Lars as well. Then the Gwen can be quite scary. I don't think Sion is able to compete against Gwen as soon as he got that second item.
And that being said, he is matching very evenly in CS and has so far gone deathless, already gotten himself a Titanic Hydra as a second item, while Gwen is still going after the Nashor's finding.
Oh, Merlin caught Matrix here in the jungle, but gets saved by the Alistar knockback away. And we see further on just Doran's taking up the lead here in the jungle. There's not much Yuvit can do here. And that's the thing, if you are behind, it's so tough to look up for a new fight. You just get caught over and over again. They really need to look for the positionings, because how is Yuvit getting caught so many times? Again, getting caught, had to flash away. Kami, but getting flashed after. Massive shields from the Lulu though, trying to stay alive, but the last shot comes in and just gets it, and wow, and yeah, indeed the reset comes in, but no follow-up is happening. Just happy with the kill.
And Yupa just, again, with the really unfortunate timings, they did have the numbers that fight, but unfortunately they didn't have the HP bars. If they can find a single fight where they do have the numbers, or they do have the HP, or a slightly better engage, that's simply what they've been missing. But this Iron has been a complete menace, as we're going to instantly go back to the replay. This Tristana walking this far up on that low HP, I don't think that's something that you can do.
Especially with the Alistar around, man. Oh, it is crazy that they do for that. And that Alistar has the flash up as well, and there we see it flash instantly
Tristana
knock
jumping
out.
interrupted.
Of course the ultimate, but it is not enough. This massive shield almost gets saved down, but she tries to just return some damage here, and that was not the right move. It just had to go away. You know Jinx have a lot of range. You know she has the damage already, and with that just gets cleaned up. 0-2 on the AD carry of Hubert, and 2-0 on the Jinx from Dorans. That is a big risk. That's something you don't want to see.
As the Rift Herald does get placed mid, I expect in anticipation for this dragon, as now all members of UPAD, I believe, are resetting to prepare to fight this, clearing the vision out as a little bit of scuffling.
Yeah, Lars is here though, and he does not have his Nest 2, he does have those 2 items, so as you can see, he just shreds to this Alistar. He can be tanky, but not with Lars on the board. Gwen just shreds to him. Man, the hairdresser is definitely on the job here. And now they just get picked over and over again. We hear some shouting already in the back by the players. They are enjoying these kills. And with that, 2 members are down and they can go for this Atakan.
And that's Atakan up, that's Dragon up after this as well. This is a bit of a disaster for Dorans here.
It's getting turned around. And the one that has all is the MVP here is Lars. And we talked about that second item next to it deals so much more damage. Try to go for a bit of steal. They instantly go for the tower on the mid and the second tier tower. Good decision, knowing that they will lose those objectives. The Dragon and the Atakan, they try to get something back for it.
But Matis will just catch mid here, as they might be looking onto Dragon here. They can't quite get around to it, but this is...
Yeah, teleport coming in.
Sano
Oh, Cyan knocking 2 people up, blowing them up, man. And now we see Kavi as well trying to jump away, but we see Xin Zhao flashing away to safety. Is it enough? We see the snare not connecting. And wow, there is Merlin also with the flash. So many flashes from Team Dorans, making sure they can get those kills.
And unfortunately, I just believe Atakan made them a little bit too low. They wanted... Oh, I believe this is all the way... Yep, it was right before the Atakan. And they say League isn't a simple game. This is, I believe, as simple as it gets. Trying to find a fight when you're down numbers. The 3v2, and like I said before, this is exactly what UPAD wanted to try and set up for their objective.
And double kill also went to the Gwen. Yeah, of course lost some of the Dark Shields again, but she's getting more scary and scary.
And we do also
have... Gavi again. What is it with Gavi? What is in his mind? He keeps overextending, not having any vision. But returns the favor though. Does get killed by Merlin, but takes Merlin with him. Merlin trading 1-on-1.
Akali going a little bit too far as job well done. Yeah, he knows what he's doing.
Got the kill.
And so far, honestly, even though I don't think it looks like it in the gold department, I do believe both of these teams are very evenly matched. If Kavi can make sure to stay alive for these fights a little bit longer, that 4k gold difference in the face of an Atakan and in the face of a ramping Dragon Soul for both teams now, this game is probably gonna last for quite a bit of time before it's very much decided. And Dorans.
Yeah, I was about to say we see a maxed out Dorans on Doran's team. That's confusing, by the way. But yeah, I'm curious if that Ivor will upgrade that to a soul.
Me too, very much. I'm very much excited to see, as we do also have Redemption going down now, and obviously Ivor's items being a lot cheaper than everyone else's. I wonder if he just hasn't back for a while, as I do believe there are a lot of second items going down across the rift. We do see the Shadow Flame for the Akali, and the Ion Jinx. That Jinx is absolutely gonna hurt, where all of a sudden, Tristana has bought it now, but Jinx is sitting on a couple more components. That Jinx is gonna be very scary in team fights.
That is true indeed. But the thing is, if they don't have an answer to that Gwen, man, that Jinx is gonna be in some trouble, because Gwen is getting really scary as well. It's now 25 minutes in game, so the Baron has spawned. And yeah, fashion is definitely a priority to get around the Baron, especially with Gwen on the board. That Dragon can shred. I mean, the Baron can shred.
Yeah. Although the Dragon will eventually shred too.
The purple Dragon, yeah.
As both teams looking a little bit around this Baron pit. Both top laners do have their TP up, as Kavi does get the buffer off this time.
For someone that is always out of position, does know how to jump away.
Yeah. And the Tristana, that's all you really need if you can buffer any of the CC that Dorans have. As I do believe, who was it? They saw the Lulu backing out of vision, so they might be able to get this dragon with a.
But they don't have vision on it. And yeah, they don't really have a shred damage on this Baron. Of course, they have the Jinx, but third one, they're gonna have more of a tough time to just secure this Baron for themselves. Especially with Gwen pushing on the bot lane.
And here's the split push menace that we've been talking about.
Look at that tower.
Snip, snip, snip. Oh, Tier 2 goes down, and all of a sudden the sound is next.
Yeah, Redemption as well coming in from the Ivern, trying to make sure he doesn't die, but yeah, Gwen decides to just back away, knowing that the team is not on the Baron anymore. So the option was probably that they went to base and help this Sion out. But he did get the tower.
And it was, I believe, also just a little bit of posturing from the Ivern. Lars knew that they just attempted to start up Baron a couple seconds ago. If all of them come bot, then it's a bit of a disaster for him.
Yeah.
But he gets out nice and clean, and now they do have top prio to potentially look for a bit of a Baron onto
Stop
themselves.
taking more
but
damage as well.
it's,
Almost going down even.
it is very difficult for both teams. I don't think either one just quite want to pull the trigger. There's definitely a lot to lose from this Baron fight, especially because the fight before, if Upad was able to get both Dragon and Otacon, I think this would have been in a completely different state.
Yeah.
But this Baron, there's only a single one of them, and it's going to be one team fight to decide it. Whoever pulls that trigger first.
And also the conversation they had with each other. The two top laners just talking shit to each other, you know.
And both of them are doing quite well.
I was about to say, it's like, what do you think though? Who's gonna be trash talked the most?
Exactly. There was the shaky early game of UPAD, but the scaling forces are very slowly on the horizon, and if we can knock the Dark Seal stacks out of either team, if we can collect the bounties are gone now. I keep talking about the bounties, though they exist. The game thinks so too. The game thinks it's very even.
The trash talk is definitely gonna be between Lars and Lois. Who is gonna lose the 10 stacks first?
Between the Ivern, the new jungler in Ois, or the 10 stack Dark Seal Gwen, as a little bit of focus going on to Karmamani.
Yeah, I really want to see that upgrade to the soul. It's definitely gonna be fun. But Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. Both already having two, so that will be soul point for either one of the teams. What do you think is here in favor?
Ooh, it's a bit difficult because again, it's just a complete stalemate here. Both teams want to scale UPAD a little bit more, but Doran still have their early game advantage in a little bit more gold in their pockets. But slowly, it went from 4K and now it's just shrunk down to 2K. So it's so UPAD are definitely doing this well, but all it takes is a single team fight in the way that Doran's had it in the early game.
Yeah.
As UPAD generating a lot of space here. Xinjiao, let's not have a repeat of the first Dragon fight. He knows better and immediately gets out.
Yeah, they're gonna have a tough time really competing with Dorans here. They have now the priority to have position. But we see suddenly Brutus coming in with a power plant, trying to go in onto the Jinx, but instantly gets denied. There's a lot of people instantly on, and there's TP coming in from Gwen as well. That now can pick up the fight. It's 5 versus 4.
And
we don't see Akali. Akali has the TP, but isn't coming in yet. Now, very late coming in, but the fight is so much happening. You see Kamani really in the back, but gets it blown up by the Vistana. This is big for Yuba. Oh man, but now Akali gets coming in the fight and will take Matrix with him. But that's not enough, man. That is not enough to kill Team Yuba. Oh man, this is not looking good for Team Dorans. Third Dragon coming in.
And it's just
and
an
gets
Ivern and
secured.
a Scion. They don't have any damage to take any of this back. It's a complete question mark fight from Dorans. I think they did an excellent job creating space, but the second the Gwen TP'd in and Akali said that they couldn't TP
Where's
in. Where's Akali? She was just chilling in base. I'm guessing she was just low HP or just looking for items.
I think she was thinking, should I get a Soul Stealer?
And also Xinjiao going here, baiting all of Doran, in my opinion. I think that was really one of the things that decided this fight. Again, just baiting until the very end, and now he just
that
lives.
stun as well from the Sin. Matrix doing a very good job.
And off of just
And
winning
Tristana,
down,
look at Gary, man.
completely crazy. The Akali does eventually get a kill back, but that's not what you need. You need to stay alive in order to deal a bit more damage over this extended fight, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and I think with this, they had a Dragon and went instantly walking to the Baron. We're gonna be seeing that very shortly. I think they must have gotten the Baron, right? Yeah, an empty Baron pit. An empty Baron pit.
Presumably on the side of UPAD. I don't see the Baron buff under Doran's, so this is a little bit anticlimactic way to team fight this very deciding team fight, but the goal difference is still even elsewhere on the prowl for this.
They're going in though. Connects the medics, and with that they can definitely secure the kill. That is a member down, and even the gold goes to the Jinx. So yeah, but even though Team UPAD, it seems like in a very good position right now. 3 Dragons, has the Baron. The only thing I'm scared of, if you look at Team Dorans, they scale quite up. Having the Jinx and the Scion. And the utility of the Alistar and the Ivern.
It's the never-ending question, which team scales better in this side, as Xinjiao, the lone defender of this turret, even through ultimate
Just
down.
gets CC'd over and over again. That man is not allowed to move.
And all the while, even though bot bot tier 2 has been completely demolished on the side of Yupa. This Gwen has just been unanswered only by the sound, but the sound can't do anything.
Can't do that.
Look at that healing! That's 20% of Gwen's HP in a single Q.
With Thornbills, by the way.
With Thornmail, with Thornmail, with Hollow Radiance,
Yes.
this sound is as tanky as it should get, but it just doesn't exist. And now the top inhib turret is coming next.
Oh man, yeah,
But
that's
Tristana
the
is also,
thing.
you can
Like,
also take objectives.
you
very
can have a
fast.
good late game,
Oh.
but if there's a Gwen, it can be very... Oh man, Lars, what a man are you! You are dangerous. Sonya's popping in though, but instantly swapping over to the Ivan, just killing enough. This man, he is not a normal hairdresser. He just
people on
makes the
Gwen,
people bounce.
It doesn't matter. If 3 people on the Gwen, it doesn't matter.
And with that, it's probably Gabe. Gavi jumping in, looking for the kill on the Jinx and secures that as well. Whole team, it is an ace. And with that, Team UPAD will take game number 1.
And Baron Buff just marching down the Nexus turrets. It's just a formality at this point as
Oh man.
Zion, the lone defender of this Nexus,
Trying to go
won't
in as
get
a
it done.
train, but I think you can better take the train back home because wow, what a turnaround that happened in this game with Lars as a big MVP. Look at those smiles, man. Already taking up 1-0 for Team UPAD.
And I don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
okay,
I
so
think,
I think it's just a little bit of post-game waffling. I didn't notice it until the very end, but this Gwen was able to buy Medjai's Soul Stealer, and that was 25 pages in the book. It doesn't matter that they sent 3 people to this Gwen because she just kept split pushing, and even though they were able to find some good pick spot, they need more people to be able to shut down with this Gwen, and unfortunately, the sound pick, even though it was a very good blind pick and definitely what the team needed, and it did show very good potential in the early game.
Doris was looking so great. And on the other side, okay, Gavi, bits
Yeah.
suicidal here and there, like pretty out of position, got caught quite a few times. And with that, yeah, there's just so much happening about that dragon fight that happened. And we can talk so much about it, but I think the people that definitely want to talk a lot about is the fights, of course, the analysts. They're getting soon ready. Is there any last things you want to say about the first game?
Ooh, absolutely nothing, but I do also want to say that there was a lot of question marks around Dorn's bot lane and jungler, but I do think with this game they can definitely prove if they can get a couple more games like this in where they can find the numbers advantage and they can find champions that they're decently comfortable on. I think Dorn's has a pretty good chance at taking a couple games back off of UPAD, and even though it was a shaky early game for UPAD, they were just on their comfortable champions. I know Brutus very much enjoys his Xin Zhao. We know Lars plays the Gwen. We also know of... okay, yeah. I believe it's going over
the
to
trash talking as well on the top lane. Like we have seen Lars shining up now. And I think there are some people that definitely want to talk about with that. So we gonna now go switch to the analyst decks because, man, they are ready to talk about this game.
Yeah, and what a game it was, gentlemen. What an absolute banger of a game 1. We saw a very close match from both teams. And, I mean, the prophecy kind of came true, right? Ikhout van Los stepped up and he completely carried the game on his own.
I mean, I completely agree. Eventually, early game was a bit rough. UPAD had some problems. They didn't look too great, especially after the first big Drake fight. But they, got it back together. This Gwen later on was such an issue in the side lane. The amount of damage she had, the silent really couldn't do much. And like they said, they were just going to pick this skating top laner. One of them will be a tank, the other one will be a bit more aggressive. And we find out later exactly what happened. And like I prophesized as well, game 1 will be a bit hard at the start, maybe take a bit long, but UPAD will run away with it.
And it's the value you get of this R5 top lane pick. The Gwen, just Dorans didn't have any tools for it, and it showed in the game. I think the only tool they had was the Akali. And once the Akali fell behind a bit, they got like the Atacam, the Gwen got like 2 levels ahead. Even the Akali could not stop the Gwen on side, and that's when the real problems came in.
Yeah, so we'll quickly talk about this game before we go on to the next one. We saw the lane swap early game from the side of Dorans, I assume, which helped out quite a lot. Why did that help so much? Can you explain?
Well, I mean, mid lane specifically, let's start with that, right? So they swapped the top to mid, which was kind of an interesting move, seeing as normally how you would see mid lane happening in this Syndra-Akali matchup. Earlier on, it is Syndra favored, assuming she can space quite well. She can poke Akali out a bit, maybe get pushed because of that. However, in this longer lane, when both laners swapped up the top, it might be a bit hard for Syndra to actually, poke and move in, seeing as Akali gets a lot more space to, fight her in this lane setup. I think partially why they swapped Dorrans is because they did expect, the UPAT to swap back, which makes their lanes kind of fine. It's harder for Gwen to run down Sion. It's easier for Akai to run down Syndra, which means they would be very happy in this scenario.
Yeah, and we saw the game kind of fell apart around the team fight, around the Dragon. We saw both teams show up at the Dragon, and the fight went in the favor of UPAT most of the time. We saw an absolutely amazing performance from the Cavi on the Tristana. A solo carried that 5th Drake.
Yeah, it was a crazy play. It was a super close fight, and the Jinx was still alive, pretty low, and he just jumps in like the hero he is, finishes off the Jinx, and after that there's just no gas left in the tank for Dorrans, and they can clean up the fight, get the Dragon, and it was just an amazing performance, hero play. Even though the top laner popped off, that was a hero play from the AD carry.
Yeah. I mean, we saw all of Dorrans had a really good performance, better scores all across the board compared to their lane opponents on the side of UPAT. However, this Gwen became completely unstoppable. There's anyone could do. Of course, these champions are out now after this map, so maybe there's less of a chance for this to happen in game 2.
I mean, it might be the case. However, as we've spoken to them before, especially in the top lane, I think, Paardenpikkie is just a very solid tank player, while ik hou van LoL just is so proficient on these more scaling fighting champions like the Gwents, like the Fioras, even Garen, Vladimir, stuff like that. I would imagine the top lane matchup will be similar. So now Dorrans need to kind of find an answer like, hey, how can we kind of match the scaling more or get in a better spot where this doesn't happen again? Because it's not like their team comp was that bad in the scaling department, right? I mean, they had obviously a San who scales pretty well. They had a Jinx, they even had an Ivern and the Akali with kind of a scaling build. So I feel like draft might not have been a problem for them here, but the execution was just a bit rough. They were ahead early, but they just got called out multiple times. I think especially the support got called out a number of times, which eventually put them in a bad position into this Gwen, which is just, in a matchup like this where one player plays tank, other one plays more melee aggressive, it's bound to happen. So you just have to prepare better for it and make a good plan.
And we must give some props to both Us and Karamani for their performances. Of course, that's the players we were keeping our eyes on. And they performed quite well, right? This Ivern was really strong.
Yeah, I was really pleasantly surprised by their performance. The early game was a bit rough for the bot lane of Dorrans. I mean, they're playing Alistar into Lulu lane, so to be expected. Yeah. But in the team fights, they really, especially that first Dragon, was a super good fight. They got quite far ahead of it. And I really feel like they were in a decent spot to close this game out, but unfortunately making some mistakes around the neutral objectives. And then the Gwen can just run away with it. Yeah, and before we start yapping about the next game, of course we're in Fearless. We're going to send it to a very short break. After we come back, we'll talk to you all about the next draft and what we expect from both of these teams. We'll see you after the break.
Welcome back to the DCS Grand Finals live from Eindhoven. We've just seen an absolute banger of a Game 1 and we're preparing ourselves for draft for Game 2. And of course it is Fearless, so we will be seeing some different champions hit the Rift. UPAD take Game 1, so that means Dorans get sides. Like we already know, they picked red side. Why would they do that?
Well, I mean, it was kind of obvious after last game, right? I mean, this top counter pick is going to be vital for them in the next couple games. We talked with both top laners earlier, and they already said, like, hey, you know, we're going to both pick some scaling top laners. We've now realized Parapicky is more of a tank player. As such, I think after last game, they recognized, hey, it is just so important for us to make sure side lane isn't losing as hard as it was last game, because this Gwen was a huge problem, not only in the side lane, but in the game as a whole.
So let's really quickly recap the last game before we look forward to the next one. You mentioned the Gwen was a big problem. The rest of the map looked quite good for Dorans, right? They had a lead throughout the game. Where did you think they need to improve for the next one?
Yeah, I think they need to make sure they use their lead, especially they had quite a big lead on the Akali. I think they need to use their lead to aggressively either kill the Gwen on side lane or force 4v4 a big fight. And just make sure you drive the game forward to a point where you can deal with the Gwen before she gets critical mass and becomes too much of a problem to deal with. So I would like to see a bit more action from the jungle support and actually progress the game in a meaningful way.
Mm-hmm. We were watching the last draft together and we had some questions about how that played out. We saw the Jinx B1 traded into Lulu and the Syndra blind. We weren't the biggest fans. However, why do you think they did that? Do these teams just understand each other so well?
Well, I imagine for both teams, especially for Doran's side, seeing as you have some subs in sub jungle and you have an AD who doesn't normally play AD, I think they recognize, hey, it's just important for us to have a good scaling comp later because our early micro won't be the best. So we just want to play fights well, have a scaling comp with champions that are strong in that area and just play around that. I do feel, however, that in making those choices, they kind of sacrifice all of their early playmaking potential because you have like an Ivern, right? You have an Akali. Those champions need some time to get online as your mid jungle, which means that, well, going back to top especially, that, you know, both teams really want to scale and, you know, get their time to get their, you know, big carries online. I think for next game, I would recommend both teams to look more about their mid jungle maybe, to be able to play, make some more aggressive early plays, get their mid ahead, get their jungle ahead, to make sure their bot lane is in a good spot for these last fights, especially if maybe your top picks are more tank oriented instead of playmaking potential.
Yeah, so Michiel, for this next game, we are expecting Dorans to go for the R5 top, right? To see what is Ik Hou Van Law actually going to blind, right? We know this guy is a big enjoyer of the Fioras, the Garens, the Trindamirs. When we had the interview, he said he just wants to chill and scale and be a menace in team fights as well, right? So how is that going to be answered by Paardenpikkie? What kind of champions do you want this guy to play?
Yeah, I think Paardenpikkie might have a hard time answering these blinds. I think maybe Ik Hou Van Law will look for a Vladimir blind. I think it's an okay blind. It has some bad matchups, but I'm not sure if Paardenpikkie has the chance to answer. We know he told us he plays some Renekton, Kled and Illaoi, but he doesn't think the champions are that good. And we saw he plays some Warwick top. I think it can be a very powerful counter pick, but maybe he will be a bit hesitant picking it in a competitive game. So, I mean, we'll have to see if he can cook something. I really think this top lane counter pick, if he gets a good one, can break the game open. And I think, well, he did play pretty well in the Cyan. So I hope he has something ready for us.
We also saw Eus, the substitute jungler on the side of Dorans, had a pretty good performance on the Ivern. Maybe not something we were expecting for him to pick. We know he plays the AD junglers, the Vi's. Xin Zhao's out, of course, now. So you were mentioning you'd like to see them play more towards top. Maybe those champions would help.
I mean, if you get like an AD jungler, I think it opens you up for, like I said, a lot more playmaking potential early. You can look for invades, earlier dragon fights, but really make sure your lanes are in a good spot before early. Seeing as last game, you know, you have this Psy on Ivern, you're never going to kill Gwen together. You're always, you know, you have to make plays on the other side of the map. I think an AD jungler could really help out in that department for both teams, might have it. Obviously, they had the Xin Zhao on the side of UPAT, which it was useful later on, but I definitely feel they can make more use of it early. It felt like they were just kind of both junglers were AFK farming a bit, which if you have an Ivern is way better for you, obviously. It's a very hard scaling jungler. As such, I imagine I'd like to just see a bit more psychotic fighting from jungle, and to make sure you can do that easily, it's pretty important to have a mid laner that can get priority early.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds great, right? And those mid laners get priorities. Like, you think of the Aries, maybe the Orianas, the champions that Merlin is very, very good on. We know he plays them a lot in solo queue, so hopefully that's stuff we see coming out. Is there anything on the side of UPAT you'd like to see them improve? We know the rest of the map, except for top, was kind of behind throughout the game.
Yeah, I think bot lane was actually doing pretty well, building a really nice CS lead in the early game. I mean, it's kind of the nature of the matchup, but I mean, we'll give credit where credit is due. I think the mid jungle needs to be like a bit more proactive, like Odie said, especially when you have this Xin Zhao Syndra, which should be able to do something. I think the lane swap really did hurt them quite a bit, but I would like to see a bit more agency from the mid jungle duo as well.
I mean, I will say though that from UPAT, I think especially early on, you know, the second Drake, the big early fight that we had, I feel like their setup wasn't that great. I felt like they maybe had some trouble making sure, you know, before the big fight, like, hey, who's going to match who's going to shadow who, what position do we want, do we have good flank TPs, right, especially because you have something like a Gwen. I feel like they need to be a bit more cognizant and aware of, like, how do we want to, you know, play our fights? Do we want our ADC to play it forward? Do we want to play it backward? Do we want Xin Zhao to go first, etc.? I think if you have this down, especially in games where we, you know, both teams recognize, hey, we're just going to fight a lot later. We're not going to play that much on split push or side laning. Fights are way more important for us. So I think the team that can figure this out earlier has an advantage not only in draft but in the game itself.
So we know at least in Eindhoven here, there's a lot of UPAT fans have shown up to cheer on the team, and we had the players themselves shout out towards the other teams. You know, we've heard a lot of top diff. And the ADC ran it down at some point. They said not worth. It's like these kind of, that's all it's all about, you know. I'm not sure how we're feeling in Twitch chat, but are you still confident in your predictions that UPAT will be taking the series, or has it changed now after game one?
I'm more confident than ever, to be honest. I mean, not only am I here, you know, Utrecht to represent, but I think after game one, I said it before the game, game one is going to be a bit of a hard one, right? I mean, you're in a new setup, you're on the LAN for the first time, maybe in a while, so there might be a bit of, you know, a small amount of anxiety coming up. But now that you've won this game, and you're like, oh, you know, they play this way, maybe their top laner needs some extra help, played maybe mid, you know, we played a bit safe. I think now you can really start, you know, playing in your wheelhouse, playing maybe more aggressive, play through bot, whatever. So I think 3-0 should be a safe bet even.
Well, to make a counterpoint, I do think these substitutes from Dorans did really surprise me in how well they played. And I think they were in a decent spot as the draft has started.
Yeah, we are getting into the draft, and I mean, the bans seem to be the same across the board. The Nunu ban is interesting to me. That's obviously something Dorans is quite scared of from the side of little UPAT Johnny's. Of course, Johnny's is a reference to the team manager, the guy who pulled this team together on the side of UPAT. It's very nice of them to pay homage to his work putting the team together. So we see the 3 bans coming out from both teams. There's the Ahri. That might ruin your plans of an early jungler, the early mid laner. What kind of B1 are we feeling?
Well, I mean, obviously, generally speaking, if you have this blue side, you really want to pick either a flex B1 most optimally or an OP.
The names are the other way around as well.
Yeah.
So it's little UPAT is, of course, on the blue side. Well, we'll remind as we go. Volibear ban.
But I think you really want either something that can... You want to... Yeah, get something that can either... Okay, well, that's one option. That's a very interesting B1. Obviously, a very strong champion these days. I think it can be very annoying, very valuable, especially with a mid combo, right? So like an Orianna can be very valuable with it. I think, as we see, Dorans are cognizant of this as well. They might pick it away. Now, I'm not sure if that's the correct move, seeing as now Nocturne on his own, I'm not sure how much help he needs to fight early, right? He like post 6 especially, I think he can just do his thing, and they are able to be able to get mid counter pick here because this Orianna was picked. So I don't know, maybe they will have mid 2v2, mid jungle 2v2 winning on the side of UPAT.
Galio angle.
Jarvan locked in.
I'm not sure if Merlin plays it, but I think it's a decent matchup into the Ori, and it works well with the Nocturne.
It's nice defensive into Jarvan as well, right? To appeal for your champs. I mean, I expect to see the mid lane come out here. Jarvan into Nocturne is a match which I say is winning for the Jarvan early game, but Nocturne does of course enjoy skirmishing in the river fights as well. So it's not going to be so much about jungle versus jungle, but who can get more done, right? We know Orianna Jarvan is a wombo combo in of itself. The Cataclysm into the Shockwave, and I'm not sure if that was a failed. Okay, so we're lobby reset. I don't think the Blitzcrank was a real lock-in.
Yeah.
I hope not. That's an interesting blind.
That
but
would have been a bit of a spicy one.
we can for now talk about the Nocturne and the Jarvan Orianna. Is there anything? What mid laner do you want to see picked from the side of Utrecht?
Well, you have options here, right? I think if you purely want to counter the Orianna, something like really outrageous or has potential to kill her early could work. Something maybe similar to an Akalia we saw earlier, or even something longer range. Xerath, artillery mage like Xerath, Vel'Koz, stuff like that. However, seeing as they have Jarvan, and it's not the greatest into Orianna, but if you want to get pushed, Taliyah is like, the number one champion mid lane at the moment to be able to do that.
We know Matix, the mid laner for Utrecht, Upad does enjoy playing like Victor or Hui or Azir. Is that the kind of thing you're looking for?
Could definitely work. I don't really like the Azir because I think you sack your Nocturne a bit in a 2v2 combo, but I think Victor is slowly winning into Orianna. If you can get help with this Victor would be nice. However, he is very vulnerable to just getting, jumped on by this Jarvan Orianna combo. Wei a bit less. Wei is a bit more focused on early poke. I do think later on though for Wei into this Orianna, especially in side lane, might be a bit rough, or his skills a bit better generally. So I think there are multiple options. I would prefer maybe something that can consistently get pushed. The Azir has been locked in. Now,
you're not a fan of that one.
It is safe, so that's nice, right? It's hard for this Azir to die into this Jarvan, but I do think that you're maybe sacking your jungler a bit. You're not going to get push mid, so
what do we
there
think
is
of
an
this?
opportunity for Nocturne to be invaded.
Oh, this is a very spicy taking the Shen away. It's one of Paardenpicky's blind picks potentially in the next game as well. Let's see what he has prepared into this Shen.
Is it ever a flex, you think?
It could be. It could be.
Shen supports something that's been popping up every now and then. The Mundo gets picked from the side of Paardenpicky. How does this matchup work? Tell us about it.
Well, I think early game, Mundo is a super weak champion in top lane, so I'll expect this Shen to beat him up a bit. But as Mundo gets his item, gets his Warmox, his Heartsteel, he will become a bit of an unstoppable side lane menace. And maybe Azir will kill him, but I think definitely Nocturne and Shen will struggle with it.
I mean, Dr. Mundo goes where he pleases, of course. I mean, the Shen is nice together with the Nocturne as well. As you go in, you can combo this, or maybe as the Jarvan's jumping in, it's more protective against the Azir. It's nice, nice pick up from the side of Upad, and we'll see if that's something that Ikao van Lol is actually comfortable on as well. That's of course exciting to see. Bans coming through the Vayne. We're seeing less priority on the ADCs this draft.
Yeah, I think when you pick this Nocturne B1, it's like obviously signaling, hey, we're looking to pick a strong mid jungle, even though Azir Nocturne not the most notorious mid jungle duo together. I think they can definitely scale well into team fights. And well, then picking top early, make sure you get a good counter pick before they get banned out.
So we've got Karmamani on ADC on the side of Doran's. Of course, originally the jungler, now playing ADC to cover for the original ADC falling ill. What do you expect from Karmamani, Odie? What do you want to see come out? What fits this draft?
I mean, I think the problem with our draft currently is that they've kind of already shown their hand a bit, right? The moment you have this Orianna Jarvan, you're already signaling, hey, we want to dive on someone. And I think currently, for Upad, there is not that good of a target to dive on. You can try diving on Azir, but he can not only wall you off, he can jump away. So what I feel like Doran's really need right now is something that can either have a high DPS output, maybe something like a Lucian Nami, or something that scales really well later on in the game, maybe something like following a Jinx, something in that nature, or last option, something that really works with the team fight. Maybe an MF, you have the Jarvan, have an Orianna, yeah, they can dive with an MF combo on it especially. I think they can even like jump on someone like the Shen or Nocturne if they want to.
We see the Lucian locked in, likes playing with either Nami, Melio, or Braum, our usual combos. So that's, I assume, something Doran's will be looking for. The Corki is answered from the side of Upad. That means they will have to be blind picking their support here. Of course, we know that I don't know if this is a name we're allowed to say. Oh, see, it is the Shen support, and look
I'm
at
not
that.
sure if I like that though, because what this means is what's their engage, right? The only engage they really have is Nocturne ult, which is nice, but their only follow-up on this Nocturne ult is what? Is a flash E from the Shen, maybe an Azir road or something like that, right? So I feel like they really need this Olaf to have a good flank. If he doesn't, fights look a bit rough.
Well, UPAD has found a way to get counter pick for Ik Hou Van LoL, even on the blue side. And this draft's finished off with Emilio, of course, something we talked about as well. Olaf into Mundo, is that something you can quickly touch on?
Well, it's a very hard-winning lane for Olaf. Till a point where Mundo gets like 2 or 3 items, gets some armor maybe, and then the Mundo will outskill the Olaf.
All right, so really quick, who wins the draft?
I think I like UPAD's draft a bit more. Not sure what you think.
I think this Azir works really well on UPAD. I think he can really deal with this Mundo late. He's hard to kill. However, I do think that maybe the bot lane on the side of Dorans might be able to get ahead early and really take it away. So I would honestly give it to Dorans here, the draft.
So it's 1-0 up to UPAD. We're going into the second game very soon. I believe our casters are ready for us. Take it on the Rift and have fun.
Well, thank you, boys, from the couch. Man, that couch looks comfortable. Comfortable, doesn't it?
It does. We're just on here on our legs here.
What a crazy draft. Like, man, suddenly the Olaf being locked in at the last moment. What's going on?
It's all about that top counter pick. I guess Shen is also very powerful this patch,
Yeah.
so they are definitely saying, well, we want to take away the Shen for all of the later games, and might as well just put it support and really funnel a lot of our resources into the top lane like they did in Game 1. It is very interesting to see that the first 2 games, I believe Lars only died with twice in the first couple of minutes. He got 1 extra death after that, and all of a sudden he had 24 pages in his Magi's. If he can do the same thing on the Olaf, I'm not quite sure if the Olaf has the same level of value, but then again, maybe I could see something miraculous here. I don't know. It's very difficult to read both of these drafts, especially because of this complete wild card in this Shen Olaf.
I mean, it's just crazy. We first, of course, see the Nocturne as well. And I told you previously, Pick and Ban Face, I love to see Nocturnes, man. And then instantly answer it by picking the Orianna for yourself. That is a strong combination you take away. But then you get answered with the Shen. Like Shen Nocturne, man. It's so scary. And with Azir as well. We see already an invade going on. The Shen doesn't connect with his taunt, so the Muna will be a bit more safe, but Ignite's being popped down. Do they want to secure this kill? It seems like he's getting away. Party Picky hogging his tower instantly.
It's the Ignite off of the Shen and the Ghost off of the Mundo. I think this is definitely very much favored for the side of UPAD, simply because Ignite, what's going to happen too much bot lane until maybe later in the game. As everyone's just going back to their lanes, a little bit of a kerfuffle between the Azir Orianna. I also there weren't all 5 members of UPAD top, so I'm guessing they just wanted a bit more just to poke out the Mundo more. I don't know how serious it was for them to actually try and go after the kill on the Mundo.
I mean, his ghost is gone now. And you know Olaf, he can be very aggressive in the early as well. So maybe with that he has a bit more chance of bullying Party Picky into his lane. But speaking of bullying, looks like there's a bot lane already, a lot of bullying going on. We have Cavani just really already sitting on half HP, but they did a nice trade as well. It looks like not a kill is coming out of it, but who knows? Anything can happen. We see previous game as well. Bot lane, they just love to keep on fighting.
Exactly, but it is going kind of the way that we expected with the deficit of summoners. This Mundo is looking a lot less comfortable here in the top lane. UPAD's bot lane. Shen was able to get a very nice taunt off, but with no Ignite, that Milio is just going to heal that Lucian back to full. Not to full. It is a bit of the weaker enchanters in my opinion, but I'll be very interested to see how this Milio pick will pan out over something more traditional, like we even discussed between ourselves in the Lucian Nami.
And there's also one big thing I noticed as well. We see Lush with no TP on the Olaf. And if there's one thing Adoros is known for, is that they have a bit of a difficult time with people split pushing. And now Olaf doesn't have that TP. He's less likely to split push now.
But
even then, I would say that the rest of UPud's team, I mean, they literally have a
Oh,
Shen.
Jarvan locking almost into the nozzle, but just barely escapes.
They have a Shen to be the HP bar for the rest of their team, and honestly, I think they're quite comfortable just distracting them as 4 and just saying the power of our champions is just way too much, especially when a Nocturnal is going to come down or a really good Azir Shuffle can make something
And there
happen.
it is on top. The ghost pops in, and Mundo doesn't have the ghost, so it'll just be hunted down. An easy first blood goes to Team UPad. Man, oh man, the top laners.
That's kind of what they were hoping
Yep.
for. Get the ghost out of Mundo and then let the Olaf take over. If this Mundo cannot get his Warmog to not get the items that he so desperately wants to take to spiral out of control in this game, well then it's not going to be him spiraling out of control. It's going to be this Olaf.
Also has to be careful there, but there's Brutus now to back him up. Nox are coming in, shields are coming a bit built off, but is it enough to take him to safety? Merlin not having enough mana to turn this around, same goes with Matix. Is Brutus the one that can pick this up? It seems like it. He still has also his flash available. Actually not, no, both flashes are down, so this is gonna be a chase, but with the speed of the Nocturne, it wouldn't take much time, and there it is. The second kill secured for Team UPad.
A little bit of time wasted, but not much more that can happen when Orianna walks into no man's
He
land.
just passed into his jungle.
Yeah.
And oh, hey man, thank you.
Might as well just go on a tour of the jungle. Might as well see
As you can
what's.
see here on the right, we see the raptors, very nice. They have some little babies. And we go to
Yeah.
the left, and we have the beautiful red bone. I'm not gonna share that one with you, but hey.
Of course, and Nocturne just immediately going back into his clear. Very interesting to see that he is going lethal tempo. I suppose it makes sense because I don't think Dorns has a lot of damage in this fight, but lethal tempo is definitely 100% more saying that the gold that can go into Nocturne will be a lot more valuable as a little bit of poke gets traded onto UPad's bot lane. Very interested to see if Nocturne can pick up more kills this game, as we see a very early BF sword. I have heard the legend.
Wow.
I have heard the legend of a Yuntel first item on Nocturne. I'll be very interested to see
that is crazy.
some crazy Nocturne builds are on the
minute
horizon
5
this patch.
indeed. And speaking of minute 5, that means the dragon also has spawned in. Botlane very nicely pushed in by Team Dorns. And with that, they seem already pinging on it. But Jarvan is just looking for a recall first. And instantly, yes, moves up to the dragon. They want to prioritize that, but oh man, there's a fight going on in the bot lane. Engage has come in. Lucian is getting taunted by Shen, but they don't have enough to follow this up. But with that, he might have to go for a recall because half HP, no mana, and with that, no priority on the dragon.
But the Nocturne is top lane. I don't think he's looking for anything right now. He is looking
Back
for
to
a...
the mid from to dragon though. But it seems like Oza there flash flashes in forward. Besides the flash in first, but knockup still connects. And with another flash following up, it seems like they can secure the kill on Nuzal. And then they want to continue Kavi. We know Kavi, he wants to trade it back off, but still has to be careful. Ooh,
And
very close.
unfortunately, it's just a kill going back to the way of Dorans, and it was just the very edge of that flag and drag that Jarvan did that eventually he got knocked up and he got that little bit of extra time for Karma Mani to really pump out all the damage onto the Shen. As
Oz
if
is not on
Kavi
the
keeps
bot
to walk
lane.
up,
But it is water though, and oh my Kavi, he makes me sweaty, man.
yeah, exactly. It's very.
He's always trying to trade off.
It's limit testing in official games and just making sure you can squeeze every ounce of damage. But in the meantime, they weren't able to actually convert this into a dragon or anything. The HP bars are too low. Jarvan just going to be chilling topside, collecting his camps while...
Nocturne level 6, and there it is, the Naima connecting into the Mundo and just clearing up the kill.
And that's
not a
just
kill
little bit
going
too
to
far.
him.
If Nocturne, that's exactly what Nocturne wants. He wants to get to his level 6, and he was able to immediately get his ult down, which means his cooldown will be up faster for the next possible skirmish. And like I said, this is the build, which I have only heard in fables, but if he gets a bit more gold, then all of a sudden, maybe it won't be Lars that's the talking point of this game, even though he's quite far ahead. But that's 2 kills on this Nocturne. If it's a Yuntals, I'm going to be very excited to see what he does.
Oh man. It's gonna go crazy.
As Jarvan is starting up this dragon, but I wonder if UPad does have the resources to potentially try and deny this. They do know that Milio isn't in lane and that Orianna and Lucian are hugging a bit more towards the inside of the river.
Yeah,
Nocturne is on
being
his
started,
prods.
but Hexdragon is still a strong dragon, not easily fast taken down. You need a bit of the ADK is just gonna stay in farm course, not gonna contest it at all.
I guess they're very happy with the tempo that they already have.
Yeah.
They have 3 kills on the board, and the way this Nocturne is pathing, just get a bunch of resources in him, and yeah, you have a dragon, but that
big
single
level
Hextech
ahead as
dragon,
well.
that single Hextech dragon isn't gonna matter if I'm setting myself for all the team fights in the future, as the grubs have already spawned, and the Shen is there to immediately support, as Milio is trying to do the same for the side of Doran's, immediately going grubs. Jarvan is a little bit late off of the back of trying to reset off of Dragon.
Yeah, it seems first Grubby already goes down. Jarvan is coming up though, so we might see contest. Nah, no way you want to
Yeah.
contest this.
Way too
Instantly
many.
knows it and be like, yeah, I'm just going to my red. There's a lot of time for Nocturne going on. He's probably sitting on a lot of gold as well. I haven't seen a recall in a while. He doesn't go for the recall. Oh wow, an engagement
Huge is your
in.
shuffle.
Web Sword is pushing him back, and then we can connect the Shen into it. But it seems like they don't have enough damage into Merlin. But Merlin definitely has damage and wants to return the favor to Nuzal.
Huge trade of
Both
ultimates.
people not getting a kill here, but damn, that was close, baby.
I was wondering if Orianna was just that confident in her damage that maybe she'd be able to get to trade a kill back onto the Shen, but no, I guess it was just there to see if who was their mid as well. I believe it was Milio, but not quite enough damage at this point in the game as Matis.
Oh man, way
get
out of
flagged and
position,
dragged.
but there's Nocturne. Ult comes in and will take a kill first. And Matix is getting really low, getting hammered down by Bios. Will secure it, but that's a very, very fast Nocturne. No way you can test it. Oh, the Nocturne from the turret. That's barely supplies the triumph.
A triple kill for the Nocturne, and meanwhile,
Oh man.
this entire time, he's been sitting on a first item Yuntal. This Nocturne is gonna go absolutely crazy. He's been left unchecked. The Yuntal is down. The crit is gonna be building. This Nocturne is gonna be unstoppable.
Oh man. 3 versus 2, and they just pick it up like it was nothing. Look at this incoming. Nocturne just instantly secure for it, and then it's 2v2 fighting it on. But just look at the damage. This man is just slicing through the team, and Eus just has a beautiful knock, just in the range of the tower, but it was not enough.
And just the balls of this man. He sees 3 people coming in from River and says, you know what? Me, Matis, that's all we need. We're going to go in and we're going to absolutely kill them. And limping away on 1 HP with his fist raised in the air.
Oh man, oh man. And now we have a 5-0 Nocturne on the map. How are they ever going to deal with this?
If they can shut him down, the one drawback, a bit more grounded. The one drawback of this Nocturne is that I do imagine he is going to be a bit squishy. So if the spell shield does tank something that isn't as important, and they are able to find the lockdown, Jarvan gets a single ult onto the Nocturne. If he's caught out, then it will be free pickings for anyone aside from the Jarvan to just hit this Nocturne from outside of the pit. But looking back top lane here, things haven't gotten better for Pardon Picky, as that is a very remarkable CS difference in the top.
Oh man. Yeah, they are definitely locked in. Team UPAD looking very much in favor. Way different than previous game, because then Dorans was the one that had it in the early, and seems like it's so turned around right now.
Yeah, I do think... oh, it's so difficult to measure the scaling powers of these.
Guys coming in the bot lane, they want to maybe look for something. Doing a lot of damage on Kavi, and Kavi being Kavi, he doesn't back off. He just tries to keep trading, but that's not something you can do against Emilio and Lucian. Look at the damage they're taking, flash away from both. Oh man, they don't connect, and here is the Nocturne! Oh, Brutus is coming in clutch. Another flash away from the Nocturne. When Brutus is looking dangerous, look at that, and Kavi, man, be careful.
And Nocturne again stealing the thunder of this play, but it is very well noted that Nuzul and Kabi played that very well, trading a little bit of back and forth onto the culling, making sure that both of them distribute the damage equally. And the fact that Nuzul and the Lucian were able to flash at both at the exact same time, Lucian not getting the window, as I do believe this was happening in the top lane in the meantime.
A lot happening at the map, top and bot, and Lars again just taking another kill, and we straight go back into Kavi, because that man doesn't go easily back. He wants to stay as much as possible. This man is living on the edge, man. But indeed, he actually baited it. He baited another kill to going. This kill went again for Nocturne, man.
As I do believe, were they trying to lane swap? I mean, what happened? Did Mundo just try to TP bot to save the previous fight? A little bit interesting, but this is unfortunately the thing that can get Doran sweating, a 4k gold difference at 12 minutes, and there's not even been a second dragon up. I mean, the
They
second
do get
dragon
the plating.
is up now,
Yeah, the
but-
second dragon is up, seems to have the priority on it, and they get some nice plating on the bottom. But it seems like on top also a difficult time because Lars is also just pushing there.
I don't think. Hold on, let me look at this. I was trying to see if Nocturne's ultimate was up. It isn't up right now, so I guess they are just happy throwing away a couple of dragons. It is a little bit questionable, but if they continue to win team fights and the split pushes even in the Olaf and Azir potentially maybe, they get Baron and they can split push that. My overarching point being that it is a win con now for Dorans in trying to get this soul if Yupa just keep letting them do all this unchecked.
It is crazy as well that you see the team so focused and so locked into the game. And the moment you see Nocturne ulting in, it takes 5 seconds before you hear the shouting coming from the back because Nocturne just clears the teams up.
The
It is
second the
crazy.
darkness falls. And it's actually quite funny that you mentioned the Nocturne is in this game because and Lars just completely killing the solo killing going
Oh
on.
man, Lars!
It doesn't matter who they bring to this man. Bring another sacrificial lamb to the Church of Lars and it will be completely obliterated.
Yeah, Brutus is a problem on the map, but again, just like previous game, Lars is not taking a chill either. He just keeps on fighting and he managed to secure a kill every time. This man is going strong, popping on the ult. That Orion ult is not going. The shockwave doesn't matter, man. Oy, oy, oy.
That's all he needs. A little bit of slow onto the enemy and just to completely throw down hands and go at it. But that does mean that that top turret is looking a little bit weaker, and that is kind of, I suppose, what Upad want as a first step back to try and get a bit more bot control. If Lars can keep pushing and be almost a distraction for the side of Upad, then getting Dragon will not go unpunished. It means all of top will fall in exchange in the later fights.
So much tempo with just going for these dragons. Look at how much they're having in return. Oh, they didn't have dash. Yeah, he had to flash out. He already used his dash.
And that is a Black Cleaver plus Uintel on this Nocturne in the face of Jarvan's only Sundered Sky. And it's also worth noting that a bunch of first items haven't already been built for Dorans. Mundo doesn't have his... I mean, Mundo is going the triple giant belt build that has been so rampant across the rift. Hello, Lois NL.
He will still plays well. Love to see that. Helps a bit against Olaf, but I mean... Olaf sitting there, almost 2 items. I don't know if he can still deal with this. Oh,
and there he goes!
Brutus! Oh no, ult was off cooldown and means another
and
kill.
And the Rift is going to be placed here, right?
Oh!
No, maybe not.
I don't think so, they don't need it. I think for the
but Jarvan's going bot! Oh no,
there's going to be a message down the bot lane. He does have his ult ready and locks it on. There it is! 2 kills going for Team Dorans. Finally they tried to pick something up and we see Magic Signs go in, but only connects his ultimate to 1 guy, and that is not enough. Now is a problem in itself and will go down, not taking a single kill with him. 3 kills coming Team Dorans.
Where's
what is happening? Where is it?
It's going straight bot. There were 4 people bot. Where are we going?
What is he doing?
Lars, where are you going?
Yeah, no. Brutus is here though, but he doesn't have
it.
He has no ultimate.
Never mind, Shelly's just gonna go straight
and there's a
in.
TP. Barnabecky's here.
Now Brutus needs
no
to get
way.
out.
Is this the interview looking for flashes away, but the knockup connects and the shutdown goes to Lucian as well. This is going like chaos. What is happening, ladies and gentlemen?
You could have taken the top end. Oh my
goodness.
goodness.
That was close as well. No.
But that is massive favor in the side back to Dorans. They could have
Yes.
taken all of top, all of mid. They sacrificed 3 kills bot, but that's kind of the way that it was expected. That's Dorans' only path back into the game. And as we see right here, we see the Jarvan on the horizon. We see the mid laner eventually come back down to this fight as well.
Although the engage won't happen on the top lane, so they were blinded, being scared that the Nocturne was about to engage it. So they backed up for a short moment, but the bot lane, Nuzo and Gavi were like, wait, the Nocturne is not for us.
Exactly, free picking
Whoops.
on the spot lane.
And then Maddox decided to go in here. Maybe he thought I can push all these 4 players under the tower.
It was a
but
very good
only
Shurima shuffle, but
connected to Yakamini.
and this Milio is eventually putting in work, being able to make sure this Orianna stays a little bit more healthy and making sure that we even saw the cancel on the Olaf near the blast cone, very close to complete disaster for UPAD if Lars goes down here as well. But now a little bit of a splash in the face of this Nocturne. And saying, but he doesn't have a shutdown anymore, and I think now it'll slow down a bit more. With
And where the shutdown went to as well, look at the items Lucian is stacking on. That is a problem.
He is 3-1 and 2. Say what you want about the rest of whatever happened on the rest of the map, but that is a scary looking Lucian, and if he can take over, Karma Mani, in the same vein as the previous game, showing that he can absolutely take his talents to the ADC role as well, but calming down for a second here again. The third dragon is going to the way of UPAD, and they are going to be putting a lot more prio onto this, as now it's Doran's turn to try and break open UPAD's top.
Oh, he has his ultimate ready, but Kavi does have his dash. Bit optimistic to go for Kavi there, knowing that he has his dash and now losing that ultimate on the Jarvan.
And also, mid being massively pushed in. There is an armada of Doran's players coming through the top side, which I'm guessing Brutus does recognize. So, gonna try and go in as.
Jarvan doesn't have his ultimate, so they can't really lock Brutus down here. So he does thumbs ups and flies away.
Goes down back to the safety.
Does he fly or does he hover?
I think it's a hover. Like, what do demons do? He's a Runeterran demon, no? He just.
I think the hover, but if he ulti flies, no?
Isn't it? Doesn't Evelyn decide to walk on 2 legs even though that she's a demon? Does Nocturne just think that hovering maybe makes him look a bit scary?
Maybe Evelyn is hovering on like 1 centimeter. You can't see it, but
Oh, interesting theory. Maybe she doesn't actually walk around the world as such. That's just an illusion as well. Who knows? What looks scarier? 2 legs, no legs, a bunch of legs? Who knows? Unfortunately, there are only a bunch of 2-legged creatures on the rift here, so that's going to be difficult to decide until the very end of the game. But we have a lot of...
But if they hover, do they need boots then?
Interesting question, but unfortunately we'll only know for Cassiopeia.
Cassiopeia, I was thinking
We know
as well,
Cassiopeia touched the floor as Brutus.
Brutus is
Slightly
a bit
caught
out of
out.
position, and with that he gets punished instantly. Will ult, but that doesn't help. Oh man. Another kill.
And that's what I was saying. A lot of gold onto this Nocturne, but he needs to be the one to, uninterrupted, just hit the enemy team. And if he gets flagged and dragged, again, a little bit of CC goes a long way. And if you can't spell shield it, you're dead.
Gavi and Lars. Oh, there you should get out there, right?
A little bit scary looking, but
it's still coffee. So we don't know what's gonna happen.
maybe he
Oh,
Valkyries
with
in here.
Oh, missed his flag. That was a waste.
I don't think it was a miss. I believe that just gives vision, just making
No,
sure.
he queued as well.
Oh, okay, never mind.
He
In
missed
that
for
case,
sure.
I didn't see it. It's a very awkward angle to cast this from. As Doran's is going to be starting
500
Archon.
Archon.
And
It's
Olaf
getting
immediately
heavily
going in.
engaged. But man, Lars tries to go in, but there is a big wall from the Jarvan, so he can't really go to the team. Man, really getting outzomed there. And with this, Doran just swipes over. Oh, what is going on? Magic's trying to pull off a lot of damage, but gets on out. And even all the damage for Archon as well. All the damage just stacks up, and with that, team
They haven't seen the
just
Nocturne.
loses it.
Yeah, it was a very optimistic ult to just try and run heavies immediately into an Otacon. I think that fight would have actually gone more of UPAD's way if they would have just been a bit more patient and waited
If
for
they had
Otacon
the
to shred
Nocturne
their
as
armor
well.
and MR.
Like, it was also a bad move for the Nocturne to ult when he knew he was dying. So this ult was on cooldown, couldn't be here on the fight. Otherwise, he could have maybe picked off a kill on either Merlin or maybe on Shivaya. But those little mistakes can really change up the game.
I don't know where Nocturne was on the map. I think maybe he was just in base. I do know that Nocturne cooldown is on a ridiculously low... Nocturne cooldown is ridiculously low, but that's also with the Hextech blade that I build, and unfortunately that's not quite hip with Brutus here, so yeah, he'll be enjoying his Yuntal Black Cleaver as they go for it again.
For the second time.
If it's a repeat of last time.
There is vision on it though, gets instantly denied. But man, it's looking tough. Brutus is there in the back, has his ultimate ready. Kavi is missing his
Immediately
Brutus is going in though. He has the only one that is in the front line, and Team Doran just decides to back off.
And unfortunately, I don't think Dorans knew that Upad was actually quite a bit further away. I feel like if they had a bit more vision, they would have been able to, they would have known. But now, Matis cut off by
Matic
Orianna.
tried to zone them off, but gets punished by the Orianna Shockwave connected to him and will take his life. And now we see more follow-up. Lars trying to connect to the rest, but man, that Lucian is on 3 items. That is a guy that will deal damage. He has the kiting. It is a dangerous man. And now it is turned around again. Doran's taking up the lead. Kavi and Brutus trying to flee. We see Shiruva trying to maybe
Mundo's
help
just out healing. His HP is going up. Brutus is trying to go for something back, but it doesn't matter.
Mundo. You don't have damage for the man.
Atakan has been the death touch for both of these teams. The second they try and start it, Matis very nice
here
trying to
comes the
zone here,
shockwave.
but that's not what that's not Matis's the role that Matis wanted to have as the Rift. There's been a glitch in the Matrix.
Oh,
This I think was nice, but I think after that neither team can
the
go
zoning
Atakan
was
here.
great, but at the moment you didn't have vision on the team anymore. Matrix just walked up too much, and there comes in the shockwave. Look at that, the damage as well, following it up. Very nice play by Doran.
And Jarvan just being ping pong.
Yeah.
He flagged and dragged in, he got his ear pushed out. And
A
this
little ping pong with the guy.
And this was a bit of a bait, even though Matis did get a bunch of damage off. Lars, again, just going in without the rest of his team, and the Nocturne Corki trying to finish off Atakan. It was a very split play by Upad that in the end, even though they did a very good job getting Dorans off, sorry, the 4th dragon is happening right now. We can discuss the play maybe some other time. As they tried to, Upad did try to start it, but again, Dorans is just going to be the one to finish it. As now, the Lucian, the Orianna, both of them have become very scary. Yuntal, Nocturne, and Olaf be damned.
Yeah, Nocturne going from 8-0 to 8-3. He had such a good start, and it just all those little mistakes they turn into big mistakes.
Yeah, and they just don't have, I don't think, quite as much CC as they would want. Sure, Nocturne ult is very slightly scary, but unless they have an insane Azir Shuffle or a Shen Taunt, they don't really have the lockdown onto these enemies the way they want. In fact, it's the opposite. Jarvan gets a single good ultimate off on one of their champions, Mundo, a single cleaver, and all of a sudden you're walking a snail's pace. And that's not even mentioning their bot lane. This Emilio doesn't. This Emilio only needs his Q so long as he can keep the rest of his team alive, as he has been doing such a great job of doing with the Lucian.
And as well, we have that Shen, of course, in the. Oh wow, Barbecue. You're tanky man, you're Mundo. He's healing a lot though, but I think he will go down very shortly.
As it's only a Shen.
Although, look at the healing man. He's just running away and healing up in the meantime. I don't think they can kill him.
Mm-hmm. But they will certainly try. Nocturne and Olaf potentially going down
they
here.
need to secure this kill.
All there is Heist, and Heist does have the item to make his team. Yeah, no, he's just TPing out of there.
Disgusting.
And Dorans in the meantime just started Baron. This Mundo was a complete bait. It was a lovely Azir Shuffle to try and get the Mundo back into his team, but this Mundo all of a sudden is way
no
too
way
tanky.
they can start this Baron without being noticed.
And I do believe Dorans is giving Upad the respect they deserve, as we have been noticing that a lot of these fights have just kind of been, I mean, quite obviously, living and dying around these objectives.
Brutus trying to go for the chickens here. You need to be careful, because there is Oz, and Oz tries to connect his
It is a
knock-up.
4v4. Both Lars and Karmamani missing from the fight. But Dorans, this is looking very good if you're a Dorans fan at the very least.
Yeah.
If they get a single dragon more, or honestly anything, if they get a single Baron, they can really push in and really make their advantage felt. It's a lot easier to have a single force in the top lane and say, okay, we have this big beefy top lane HP bar, but at the same time he deals a bunch of damage. But no, this Mundo has Warmogs, it has Heartsteel, and now Lucian all of a sudden comes alive. All it takes is a single good Jarvan ultimate, and not looking too good for the side of Upad here.
Yeah, with Milio as well, securing around this Lucian, giving so much spiel, and just make sure he can just utilize his damage. And I think it's all Milio ult cancels out Nocturne's blindness, right? Of the ultimate.
I believe so. No, Mundo spell shield.
When I spell shield, okay.
No. I think that's only for spells that land onto him, and it only cancels out the blindness. I know. I only speak from experience where, like, if a Sylas steals Nocturne ultimate and you spell shield as Nocturne, then you don't get blinded.
Flashes out. There's a flash down. with the Baron in play.
And they did see a bunch of members of Dorns down there, so they do feel a lot of confidence in going for this.
He does have
Just
TP.
1v1ing the Mundo, but
Merlin has
he's
TP by
going
the way.
incredibly
Oh, there it
low.
is. Gage comes in. Lucian is taken down. That is the AD carry. Doran's gone. With that, they might have a lot of trouble taking down Upad now.
Lars living on a sliver of HP.
Oh man, what is going on? Merlin is here with the TP, but a bit late though, because
Ruben's
now
chasing
Matrix
the
comes in
Jarvan.
as well.
Miliol going down, making sure Jarvan lives for a little bit longer.
As well going down. This is massive. What a madness is going on. Just chasing around. Doran's just looking so good, and they just threw it away without precision. Oh
But it's
man,
such
oh
a
man.
difficult thing to play. I honestly don't know how Upad won that, because in the same way that Dorns tried to start Baron off of what Pardon picking.
Oh, God,
I don't think they can do
please.
Baron. I don't think they can do Baron. Get out of there,
What are
guys.
they doing?
And now all of a sudden Merlin and Shiruba,
But
sorry.
just like previous game we saw it as well, we have Merlin with a TP, just TPing way too late. Meanwhile, we knew that Azir, he didn't have any TP at all. They could make the change the fight to a 5v4, but no, the TP came so late. What was going on?
This, I think, looked really good for Dorns, but then the Nocturne just immediately zips over the wall, giving the support to Lars that he needed, and
There's
living
the
on a
TP,
sliver
so
of
late,
HP.
man. In the middle of the team as well.
Yeah.
Not a good position. Is there to flash out? Only Shockwave connecting to the Shen, and with that, it just gets cleans up.
I wonder if that Miliol was just on cooldown, because I find it a little bit suspicious that it comes down so late. Unfortunate that Upad
Yeah.
couldn't get more for this, because I do think the favor at the end of the day is still a lot more to the side of Doran's. And here it is, the final dragon coming up for the side of Doran's soul. Upad are really interested in...
Oh, there it is.
Oh.
Knockout is in, and they will connect. But he will down because there's a whole team up there. Why did they try to pick the fight? Because you have the Lucian, so much pills going on. Maybe a flash away will help him to save on Nuzzle. Does get to his own team, but they will meet a part of Picky as well. And that is a tanky boy. You don't have enough to take him down. And with that, Doras can follow up to his team. And they start to random fights again. What is
Lars
going on?
on his
They're
final
throwing.
stand.
They're throwing the game.
They're trying to get a single kill back, but unfortunately the team was a bit split. The Nocturne thought he saw an angle that he didn't have. It was 4 people in the pit and 3 of Upad's members in the bot side here. It looked so good, but
Oh, no.
the ult was actually in response to the culling to try and cause a little bit of confusion, but that's not what happened, and it was just a very good pick
And
from the
look at
side of
Kamran,
Doran.
man. Oh, yeah.
Incredible that Shen here lives for so long, but unfortunately it just goes straight into Mundo, where the rest of his team is also incredibly low HP.
Does it mean there's now soul for Doran's and the Baron?
If this is the Baron as well, they don't seem to...
Yeah,
be
the
able-
Baron
Oh, wait,
has
the
been
Baron is
secured by
down.
Doran's.
Oh wow,
Oh,
and
yeah.
all of a sudden the curtain falls on Upad's amazing first game, the comeback that they had. Yeah, you can see they're sweating, trying to trying to find a way back into the game, which is going to be a lot more difficult with Soul. And unlike in the first game, they don't really have force that much that scales. Nocturne, it was very great that they were able to find the kills onto him, but this is the concern with picking a champion like that. I don't know
They
how
do
this
have an
Yuntal
Azir,
build.
though.
I don't know how this Yuntal build scales, but
But
to me,
Azir's not even having a third item.
yeah, it's very unfortunate, especially with this Corki. He's done an excellent job baiting out Jarvan ultimates and being a good backbone for his team, but unfortunately, Heist just isn't really or at least I'd imagine, the best support to go with it in the bot lane. And all of a sudden, 3k gold deficit, 4 dragons to the way of Dorans, and a Baron buff marching down the mid lane here to the mid tier 2.
Oh, I'm looking for solutions for Team Upad, but it is looking tough. With the Baron, they just get sieged down. And they need to answer to this Lucian. Yeah, you have the Nocturne that can lock on him down. But with Amelia, with the Jarvan,
And all
it
of
is
them are
so
just grouped
tough.
up.
And the rest is just, Muna is just gonna sit in the rest of the back line. I mean the front line of Upad.
Mundo will never be a target for this Nocturne ultimate.
But
and
he's
they're
gonna be a
playing-
problem.
Yeah, they're playing these lanes quite well. 4 in the middle, 1 on the side, and now the rest of Dorans, I believe, will try to regroup with this Mundo to take down bot tier 2. Is bot tier 2 still standing? I believe so. Not
No.
anymore.
what tier is
What
What
bot
tower?
tier 2? I didn't see any. As now the last remnants of Baron buff, I don't know if they are still going to be looking for anything else, as the next mid wave pushes in, escorted by Merlin. They don't really have anything else on the map, so at the very least Doran isn't willing to try to finish the game off right here, playing it very slow and methodically.
I mean, they can.
Of course. It is a little bit strange though. I don't know what
You
other
have the
objectives
Baron,
there are.
yeah,
to-
you have the pushing power. They only
Yeah.
got 1 tower out of this.
If you want to make a push for it, I'd say do it now. But I suppose Dorans want to also make sure that top is completely pushed in, as the top tier 2, the only remnant of UPAD's hope here and their early winning early game.
I see one big hope though for Team UPAT.
What would that be?
That's an Elder Flip.
Holy! A massive Elder Flip to close out the game as the culling goes down a
Yes.
little bit onto Kavi. Not quite going to be
But-
the damage.
Well, that was...
Demolish proc
Demolish
and
proc,
a
yeah.
big Mundo.
Wow.
He's not going to stop
Oh.
pushing anytime soon, as Dorans are going to be looking for a reset. UPAD not so eager to give it to them, but just slightly out
maybe
of
now
vision.
with Lucian having fast recon, they can maybe look for something. No, they decide not to.
And
They could have
there-
done something now.
And there the Baron buff just barely
have monster.
doesn't work out, as here I believe this is Doran's just
Look how
finding
locked
their way
in
back
they
on
are,
the
man.
map.
Looking
Yeah.
for solutions. Everything is going on.
completely focused and sorry, the earlier joke of Nocturnal being applied IRL,
Yeah.
I just keep seeing them in complete darkness.
Oh man. Oh,
As-
it is looking crazy. 5k gold lead on Team Doran's side. The items are stacking up. Lucian full build currently.
And that is also, I think, a little bit comedically a frozen heart onto the Jarvan. I do think it is a very good buy here, but a little bit interesting to see a full tank item as the third item on this Jarvan.
Oh yeah. I mean, all he needs to do is to be the front line for his team.
Exactly, just
Yeah, and lock them down.
single target. Mundo's off split pushing. Mundo goes where he pleases, and
Yeah, exactly.
in the meantime, Milio will keep me alive. Lucian and Oriana will just melt their team, but UPAD do have one final opportunity, like you mentioned. Doran's not wanting to finish the game right then and there on the spot. Now it's just a question of when will this Elder spawn, and is there any hope for them back into this game? The gold deficit isn't as crazy as you would imagine for a team that is losing, especially for 5 minutes into this game, but it's just a question of how will Dorans be able to close it out here.
Yeah, well, they have one thing in advantage as well, and that is having a double teleport.
It is.
So they can maybe utilize around that, a split around, and just maybe with that look around the dragon, have Mundo split on the top, and they maybe can't have an answer to that, and they can turn the fight around in a 5v4. So that's very difficult for a team UPAT to play around with that. But they should see that and move the Olaf to the dragon.
As we
But
do
they're not
see-
doing so.
We do see the gray timer on the dragon, so that does mean both teams do want to start fighting for the vision
Yeah.
control out of that pit. As we see a bunch of
This
pings
is
go
not
down,
yeah, now we see Olaf running to the dragon.
just getting rid of the blast cone there, flag and drag over and back into the pit.
They need to get the vision control as well.
A little bit difficult on the blue side, though, unfortunately. It is... okay, yeah, Dorans was the one who picked red side here, I was about to say, and red side, I do believe, is very notorious for just being a lot more of a comfortable position to stack dragons from. The Elder going down now, and Mundo is still split pushing all the while. He has not a single cure in the world. He still has TP up in order for this fight, but that does mean UPAD still have a very small window to potentially look for something
Yeah,
here.
Mundo's splitting. They can just stall this out. Well, Mundo's just splitting, and we saw how much damage Mundo does with towers.
And here I believe that
There it is, there's the
here's
damage. He can continue this, no? Oh
It's a
no, he goes for a
aw.
TP.
As
And the
Deer
one that I
catches
see
the
needs
wave
to
and
instantly
Mundo
follow
is
up with the TP, but he doesn't yet. Ult comes in from Nocturne, but Lars is the one that is getting chased down. What is happening around the Elder though? Because there is the rest of the team, they want to turn it around, turn the fight into Panapeki on Mundo. That is not your target though, because Merlin is there to back off with a massive shockwave. Oh no, Team UPAT!
and Nocturne being run down. Unfortunately,
Don't see any damage done to Team Dorans here.
this is just complete textbook of what they wanted to do, and now they get an Elder in their back pocket. Kavi
What
started
is
running
the
for his
progress?
life. He just trying to stay
No,
alive for a
Elder
bit
and
longer.
well secured.
But-
And with that, I don't
And
think...
Jarvan's just going for it.
Oh,
They could
man.
They can end no problem. They don't need to be killing this Koki here. But Mundo and Milio have got it covered. There's no more in pushing power that they need. TP coming in. And now the Nexus turrets fall. And in a glorious comeback from the first game, Dorans take down the first tower. take down the second tower, and even up the score in this game to 1-1. Dorans take game number 2.
Oi, 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 and there's the shouting, look at him. Taking, a point for himself. Isn't it crazy how this game turned out from a totally stomp from Team Hubert side.
And just a complete surprise in the draft.
I'm still mind blown what's happening, man.
We saw the Olaf counterpick and we're like, the Nocturne's going crazy, the Olaf is going crazy.
Everybody's
But
going crazy.
it doesn't matter. Eventually, the fundamentals that Dorans put on display, just being able to stack those dragons off of the fact that Nocturne was only funneling kills into himself and not really focusing as much on the objectives.
The throne, though.
Yep.
Giving all that gold to the Lucian.
Yeah.
He was loving it.
But it's so difficult to judge because you have so many kills and you have so many winning fights that you had even down numbers advantage and you're feeling absolutely amazing as UPAD, but all of a sudden you really want to start funneling a bit more into the bot side, and eventually it's just Mundo push, Mundo scale. He got his items. This is what he wanted. He's in his comfort zone. He goes where he pleases.
He goes where he pleases indeed. And it seems like the boys are also ready to analyze this game. And I think Odie is not that happy because Team UPAD didn't take a point this time. So let's see. Are the guys ready? I think they are. Yeah, they are ready. Well, let's go to the list and we will be back at game number 3.
In a bit.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And guys, we've got a series on our hands. Another game, another banger. What happened?
Well, at some point, the early game looked a bit rough. Really rough. But then, all of a sudden, the game just kind of blew open. Lucian got super fat. Mundo could scale back into the game. And I can just see Aloy sitting behind the screen, having the music blasting. Push, push, push. It took the Mundo a bit. The early game was rough, but he got through it. Into the counter matchup. Massive game.
Odie, are you disappointed?
I think UPAD was in a charitable mood today. You know, like game 1, it was a bit close, but at the end they won. Game 2, they were so ahead. I think they just felt bad. They felt like, we need to give something back, make it an interesting series. And so after this Nocturne was Omega Fed, they just decided to run it down. Because that's the only explanation my mind can accept, I'll be honest. I think it should be impossible to throw this, in theory. Yeah, maybe there was, a bit too much gold on this Nocturne instead of the carries like the Azir. But when you're this far ahead, when your top lane is this, strong, when you have this many towers, it should have been in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this Nocturne build level 8 minutes something. He had a Yunta Wild Arrows. Absolutely unlocked. Mundo 03 solo boloed all over the place. Some very creative drafting as well coming out from the side of UPAD.
Yeah, the Shen flex was a very smart move to give their top laner a counterpick, and the counterpick worked wonderfully in lane. He got super far ahead. They kept on killing his Mundo together, and it felt a bit miserable. But then it all kind of fell apart when they made the bot. They dove top together with the Nocturne ult. Then as a counterplay, Doran did dive the bot lane, getting 2 kills, getting the tower, and then the Olaf and the Nocturne heralded in. And then Nocturne gave his 1k shutdown, Olaf lost his sums, and from there on out it felt hard. Lucian was so online.
And it's kind of what we've been talking about from the very start, right? We see from the side of UPAD, we have a very strong top laner, and ik hou van lol Lars, he's playing really well. Clearly gapping his opponents a bit, depends on the picks, of course, as well. But from the side of Dorans, we've seen the whole team is working really, really good together, right? It's the bringing together of the team. And I want to give a shout out to Karmamani, not an ADC player, originally a jungler. And look at this performance this game.
Yeah, I mean, this Lucian was such a problem late game. I mean, we already talked about it in draft, where we thought like, hey, early game, especially top side, UPAD has a winning draft. But if this Lucian Meadow gets ahead, gets in a good state, they can definitely deal with it, outkite, the Olaf, and just kill them all, which eventually they did. And it was super easy for him to just dash in, dash around them, do so much damage with this Meadow as well. I think he played really well. However, I think the biggest problem this game was UPAD themselves. It's like, we said it before, but when you're this strong, losing, the enemy might play well, but when you're like 8k down, there's not much you can do, even as a Lucian Melio. So I feel like for maybe next games, they obviously they were feeding themselves, they were strong, maybe felt themselves a bit too much, maybe went in a bit too deep, had a bit of a hero complex almost, like, yeah, I can carry, I can go farther than you actually could, went too far, died top, gave out like 2k in shutdowns, and then it's like, oh wait, now the Lucian is strong, and our Zeri isn't, our Corki's not in the game, maybe we will lose.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw like a good team fighting from the side of Dorans as well. UPAT felt a bit all over the place, but this Olaf, he just couldn't get on the Lucian, couldn't finish those kills. We saw one nice fight around the Nash, and then we felt maybe the game would flip back into the side of Utrecht. Just didn't happen, and they just ran away with it a bit.
Yeah, I think the only way they really could have come back is if Azir found a really good road, which he didn't really do. I felt like, again, we talked about this last game as well, the fight setup from UPAT wasn't that great. I think in theory it was all right. Like, you have just your big Olaf running in, you have the Nocturne going in, doing a lot of damage, creating a lot of chaos, and then your backline hitting. But I felt like Azir was looking for flanks, which he didn't really get well. He was shadowed very well by the side of Dorans, who were really, really strong in his team fights, and so he never got any good flip, never did the damage that I think he should, especially later on, when the Mundo was really strong, he went very pleased, and he just stood in Azir's face, and the bird could do nothing. He tried to fly, but he fell to the ground every time.
Yeah, and now it's 1-1 in this best of 5. We've got a series on our hands. Before we get into the next draft for game 2, we have to wait and see what side select comes out from Little UPAT. What are you expecting them to pick?
Well, I'm expecting them to go red side again to give their top laner a guaranteed counter pick.
Yeah.
But we have seen, even when Paardenpikkie is down, a lot of gold, and he might have struggled the early game. He is very mentally resilient, and he does manage to come back in these games and be a nuisance for the enemy team to deal with. So
Yeah.
I want to give a shout out to him.
Yeah, and we'll find out as we go to this break. When we come back, game 3 in this best of 5 series. We'll see you then. Welcome back to the DCS Grand Finals. We have a series on our hand, 1-1 between UPAD and Dorans. And, I mean, the players seem pumped to go into the third one, and so are we.
Am I? After last game, I haven't recovered. I'll be dead honest with you. Like that game was a bit too much for my little heart. I like how my own hometown representatives throw it that hard. It's hard, it's hard for me to completely comprehend it. But I do agree. We have a series on our hands. I said it would be 3-0. Might not be 3-0. 3-1's also fine. You know how it is. But this will be an interesting one. 5 games. It's possible now. It's on the table. Do you think we'll go there, Michiel?
I think we are on our way there. So we can obviously see these teams are quite closely matched in terms of skill level. And yeah, I think both teams were in a comfortable lead both games. And then kind of like froze. I mean, the first game, the lead was a bit less. But both games were kind of arguably froze from both sides. So we need to see, like, can either team get the consistency rolling and close out these games?
Yeah, I mean, we saw UPAD kind of throw game 2, right? And the players themselves didn't seem too bothered. They didn't seem too tilted. They knew what went wrong. They were ready to fix it for the next one. What are you guys looking for before the next draft?
I think what you could recognize partially happened here is that, yes, UPAD was very strong early. Yeah, they got in a very good position. And yes, they threw it. However, I think if you look at what was different from the first to the second game, was their scaling factor in the second game was just a lot less, right? Yes, they did have an Azir who does skill really well, but they really had nothing to play with this Azir. They are no really strong front line. Their engage is kind of mediocre. So I think coming out of this, you come to the conclusion, hey, we play better if you have some scaling for later fights with a bit of mix of early play. You don't need to go full scaling, but mix it up.
All right. If you guys give us a prediction on the draft, I'm going to see if I can maybe grab a player for an interview, maybe. So just talk about what are you expecting for the draft, see if there's a player available. Is that something you want to do? No? Okay, never mind. We're not doing an interview. Maybe after the game. We've got 1 minute before draft, so just getting them ready. Yeah, what are we thinking then? What are you looking for?
Yeah, I would like to see a bit more of a coherent team comp from the side of UPAD. I think game 1, they had a nice draft, lacked a little bit of engage. But game 2, I think it was like a bit all over the place for me. While as Dorans had a very nice front-to-back draft, which could help support this Lucian.
So we know UPAD picked red side this game.
Probably looking for counter-pick top again.
As we know.
Yeah.
Ik hou van Lol, big fan of his counter matchups, to play the game through top lane. We've seen him win lane both times. However, game 2, he did not manage to carry the game.
Yeah. I think we really need to look for these. This Gwen was an amazing angle because they have nothing to shut it down. But this Olaf just did not provide the same value. So we'll have to see if Ik hou van Lol has something left in the tank to really have this game-winning R5.
And Odie, from the side of Paardenpikkie, what would you want him to blind? Because we know this game has kind of gone around top, right? Win top, however, on the side of Dorans, we know that if top doesn't fall apart too hard, the team is stronger.
I think he can allow whatever he wants. That's what I think. Like after last game, he had a horror early, but I think with some help from his jungler, we saw him come back. Like I think he can do it again. You can go like an Ornn, you go any tank you want. You don't even have to play a tank, right? He could pick something like a Garen. There's a Borg in his champion pool, right? Who knows? So maybe they have something spicy going. But I think what I've realized for this game, especially after watching last game, yes, top counter pick matters, but bot lane might be the winning ticket for Dorans here. So just make sure they have a really good matchup, and top's okay with maybe some jungle help, and you'll be golden.
We are getting into the draft now. We see bans seem the same so far. Like we said, Dorans on the blue side, 1-1 in this series. So game 3, maybe the team that wins this runs away with the momentum.
Who knows?
Remember, it is Fearless draft as well. So the champs we've seen in the last few games are out. B1 from Dorans. Is it going to be another jungler? That seems to be the trend this series.
I mean, it's definitely possible. I think there's still a lot of good junglers open, a lot of early junglers. So you still have the Vive, stuff like that is still there. However, what I really want, can we have some interactive mid matchup? Like we had some. I like control mages more than the next guy. I'm a control mage player myself, but can we get some spice thrown in? I see Faker playing Zed. Why don't we play Zed currently? I think I really want something along those lines.
Akali was fun though.
It
didn't work out that well, but it was spicy.
Well, we need a bit more enjoyment early game for our casters, right? Otherwise, they need to yap throughout the whole game. But there's not much going on. So if we have something mid lane, a bit more spice, the bans come through. The Vi is banned this time off the side of UPAD. Of course, Oos is one of his more comfortable champions, Fiora, as per usual. So, Dorans, they need to decide what their B1 is, and then we'll see how UPAD answers it.
It's like either one of these AD junglers. I'm not sure what's still left. Lots of them
Jarvan
are
out, Xin Zhao
Maybe
out,
Wukong?
Nunu ban.
Ooh, Sejuani. That's
Sejuani
a good
blind.
one. Maybe
So-
looking for Yone.
Another more defensive champion on the side of yours.
I would slam down Pantheon, Talia, and just be done with it. That's what I would do. I think it's so free
Yeah,
here.
but-
Those champions are really good still.
We need to think about what's actually in the champ pools on the side of UPAD Johnny's, right? We don't see this Pantheon on the side of... Oh, I'm not going to try and pronounce that name.
I think if you can play it, so
Ruthless.
can they, right? I think it's not that hard of a champion. Like, Neferi
Neferi.
also works. Now, with Neferi, you don't really want Talia as much. I think the combo is a bit worse. But I'd really like something... Either you pick AD, support, you can even blind top here if you're like, whatever, anyway, right?
No, not for
They can do a
Ikao
swap.
Van We
They
won't
could-
see
I
that
mean, they
one
did it last
coming.
time, right? Some swap, you know.
Here we
effect
go.
pick. Okay, this is a bit better. So now we have some push mid. We can move a jungle into the jungler of Sejuani, mess around with him, see how that goes.
Yeah, so what's the matchup we want to see into this Ahri? So it's going to be hard to match the strength of the Neferi and the Ahri early game together with Sejuani. Maybe you pick something a bit more scaling, or do you think they'll try and fight it?
Well, obviously this Sejuani, very good with these melee mid champions. Silas, also maybe pretty good into the Ahri. I think that lane is good. Yone, like I mentioned, I think that's a classic combo, which will scale very nicely into these mid-game team fights. And yeah, I think Doran's completely happy with this.
I mean, Sejuani Yone is kind of a classic matchup. It might even go into the top lane, right, for Powder Picky if he's really, really feeling himself. Unlikely. Merlin's second most played in solo queue is the Yone. How does this matchup? How is that supposed to work out?
Well, I mean, generally speaking, like Ahri is just such a good neutralizer, right? This Yone needs a bit time to scale, needs maybe an item and his boots to really get online. Ahri, I think, is gonna push the lane a lot, move with his jungler, play like that. And in side lane, it is winning for Yone. But getting a kill on this Ahri is so hard, right? She has his 3 dashes, has the charm. So it is slowly winning for Yone over the game, but I won't imagine there will be a lot of kills early.
I mean, game 1, we saw the Cassante banned out in the second phase, right? Like, it's Powder Picky's most played, 62% win rate in solo queue. Is this ever a
Is this
Vayne
the
top?
Vayne top? I mean, they talked
Is
about
it?
it range top lane on the,
Well-
when we had them in the interview. And I think this would be very interesting.
From the side of UPAD, his most played is Vayne, though. Is it possibly a flex, or is it just an ADC lock?
Who knows? Who knows?
It's only one way to find out, right?
Well, this is one of Cassante's hardest matchups. This lane, this champion is a bit hard to break in lane, Cassante, but Vayne, definitely one of the good answers. It's impossible as Cassante to ever really find something. Vayne has so much mobility, stealth, % max HP damage. It never really gets better. I think if they can find the Vayne in a team fight, she can get easily one-shot by the Sejuani Yone, though.
So 2 weeks ago, Ikao Van Lol did play the Vayne top. He went 1 in 9, but did win the game. So is that a 100% win rate? I mean,
It's just the global taunt strat, maybe. Maybe he just pulls everyone to his lane.
yeah, maybe Ikao Van Lol was like, hey, I need to take it more on my shoulders. You know, this is my game to carry. Vayne into Xante would be nice, but let's not talk about it too much because we never know. It might change up. What kind of bot lane did you want to see from Dorans with this lineup?
I mean, I think Dorans have like a lot of opportunities to pick multiple things. I would imagine they pick something more aggressive, but they have space for something like, you know, an enchanter. They can even go mage support. They can do a lot. What's good in the matchup. Well, I think on the other side, UPAD need a melee support. It's like they have no front line. They have no engage except maybe charm, which is very inconsistent, right? So they really need a melee support, which obviously Dorans has recognized as they have banned out 2 of them, which is relatively good. I imagine they are now looking for something like a Leona, maybe a Rel.
Wow.
This R5.
So this would confirm the Vayne top, right? If this is
Yeah.
the Kai'Sa that gets locked in here. Kai'Sa does enjoy the melee sports as well, so hopefully your
Definitely.
wish gets granted there. From the side of Karmamani, we're obviously not too sure what he plays, right? He can bring anything out. This Lucian looked very, very competent in game 2.
Yes, I'm not sure how much priority they pick on like the lane counter, right? Because obviously he isn't an ADC main all in and of himself. So I think they maybe have more priority on what's good for our team comp, what skills better, how do we just make sure that we're in a good spot late instead of being like super ahead. If that's the case, I would imagine something maybe scaling.
APC. Interesting.
That also, I mean, if you want a safe laner, there's not much more safe than an APC.
Yeah. I mean, the APC, and that would insinuate they're trying to attack this Vayne a bit more, right? Play around your mid, play around your top side. Of course, Neferi Ahri into Sejuani Yone is quite a contested mid 2v2. Hopefully that's where we see some more action.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure, this Nafiri can be a super strong skirmisher in the early game, mid game, can absolutely blow up people. But I don't really see like how many good targets does this Nafiri really have within this draft. Obviously, the Nami, the Wei, but a lot of frontline present to peel for these two champions. I'm not sure how easy of a Nafiri game this will be.
The Leona is nice, of course. The Solar Flare into 2 immobiles in the bot lane, followed up by Kai'Sa, maybe an Ari's Charm is what they'll be looking for from the side of UPAT. So if this does get locked in, the lane might be a little bit difficult if you do get poked out. But whose draft are we favoring here?
I think I'm just not a big Vayne top enjoyer. I think it's wins lane, but it loses game. So I'm gonna have to go with Doran's Nijmegen here.
Sadly, I might have to agree with Michiel here. I feel like, yeah, I think they have 2 winning lanes on side of Doran's bot. I'm not sure of. I imagine, this APC needs a bit of time, but way early is not that weak. However, I think later on in side lanes, if you just play around this Yone Sejuani, I imagine there's no one who can actually answer that, right? Like Ari can maybe push the wave, but even with her ult, she might just die to the 2 of them. Vayne will definitely die. So I imagine it's just a bit easier for them to execute, especially because they can get mid push so easy later on with this Wei Nami, right? They can just like rumble ult the wave, practically every wave, semi-consistently. So I do probably like their draft a bit more.
I trust in Nick Hou van Loo. This Vayne top is going to completely pop off. Casters, please let us know your opinion and good luck with this absolute banger series.
What a draft is going on right now. It gets crazier by the game, man.
A complete repeat of game 2. I mean, it's like, what's going on here? Dorns is drafting all this tankiness and just trying to work with the situation that they currently have going on. But we have Sejuani, Cassante. We've seen these champs in a long history of games, but ik hou van Lol, slam the Vayne. We're going to go a repeat of game 2 and we're going to make it work this time.
Man, there is one thing I've noticed for sure. UPAT just throwing everything into destroying these tanks, but they need something in order to get there, and that is the tempo, the kills. They need those items.
Exactly. And they were able to, in my opinion, salvage the draft a little bit with the Leona. They need a front line here, but it is also worth noting that a bunch of their team is very mobile. So if Leona gets engaged, fantastic. If not, just dash around or find like another crazy angle.
I think it's really gonna also look at the Sejuani, how she's gonna play on the map, because it's very easy for her to set up ganks, just go straight into it, and just lock for example, the Vayne down, or with the Kai'Sa. They are very easy to kill early on, and if they can keep just up that tempo, they're gonna have a tough time to secure into that mid game.
And it is also worth mentioning that the Sejuani, the Cassante, Yone, Hui, Nami, all of those will scale a lot better as a comp together.
Yes.
In the same vein as last game. As long as UPAT are able to deny the soul in the way that they weren't able to do in the previous game, and they're able to really stomp the early game the way that they want it to, then they have an avenue back in. But as we know, Dorans is very strong on their fundamentals, and if it weren't for the slight hiccups in the first game with the weird engages in the mid game, they can pull they can pull a repeat of last game. And I am also a lot more fond of a lot of the champs that have been picked here on the side of UPAT. Vayne just very cleanly going into the Cassante, Sejuani, and the Nefiri. I don't think her damage will fall off as strongly as the Nocturne, as Nami just gets to walk out of there. UPAT a little bit too late on their invade here.
Yeah, I was looking scared for a bit, but it seems like they're starting into the enemy jungle, taking the red away. I hope they're gonna notice very soon, so yeah, we gonna see us just mirroring it and taking the red from UPAT's side.
They don't have vision on Tribush, so I wonder if they actually suspect if there is a invade going on.
Yeah, they pinged, so they probably know.
They missed a little
just
bit of XP
little
for it.
pixel enough vision for it. The thing also, of course, yeah, you have the Nafiri. Nafiri very strong currently, especially in jungle. If he gets ahead, just like we saw previously with the Nocturne, Brutus can be scary.
I think it's going to be a lot more tangible. That that Nefiri W ability is 200 years of riots. So I think it's going to be a lot more concrete. I am very happy with these junglers. Both of them taking blue eggs, Church of Blue Egg. I really like the confidence in saying the second.
Wow, Gavi dealing a lot of damage. Gets bubbled down though. But the thing is, I see Sejuani now moving to the bot lane. There is no jungle there, so she will lose a lot of tempo here. And
the Fury also just staying
they
in
want
the
to
area,
move her again. There's the
flashing
flashing
in.
forward. Another flash coming down. Oh man, 2 flashes on the bot lane gone already on Team Doran's side. Only traded for 1 flash of the Leona. That is a very, very favorable for the bot lane of Team UPAT.
I do believe Nefiri is wasting a bit of time here, though, as now Sejuani is obviously just going to be looking for ganks instead. But no, just probably.
Yeah, they're maybe going to trade it on though. Matic is getting locked down.
Gets the
but
stun.
There it is, a tower shot doing a lot of damage, and there it is.
And
the
Nefiri
kill
getting the
secure
first
for
blood.
Brutus. Oh man. That was a very well set up. Matic just knowing he had his jungler on his side, and they want to continue that even further on. Flash! Doesn't connect to Charm though, because Merlin was aware and instantly flashed as well. But look at that, such a setup, baiting Sejuani into it.
A little bit
Merlin?
of poke on Yone. Just saying, okay, my Ahri's low HP, let's at least make Yone the similar low HP. And I'm guessing Noozle's staying a little bit longer to make sure to just completely throw this wave in as this Ahri zoom now.
Yeah, Merlin taking the behavior of Kavi for a moment, just taking a very dangerous position. But yeah, now Sejuani does have a jungle on the bottom, and that is taking her a bit behind. Maybe she can just return it with taking the blue side jungle now. But if that's going to be stopped, she's going to have a tough time with getting the money for it.
And she does correctly invade the top side here, as no camps aside from Raptors have been touched on the top side jungle. I don't know if Yone can quite go in there. That is a kill! All of the W Firefox is landing on the Yone. If a single one of them would have gone onto a minion instead, it would have been completely fine.
That was crazy. Man.
And now that is a 101 Ahri in the mid lane. Matis has been very much understated in the games previously, a little bit in game 2, but here he's already off to a completely incredible start. Noozle cancelling the Nami's recall.
Yeah, I told you before, he had the behavior of Kavi, but he didn't have the luck of Kavi of surviving that.
Yep.
Man, oh man. But yeah, again, if you also have the top laners, we have of course Lush. We've seen him in the 2 previous games. Ooh, trying to freeze the lane, but gets punished for it. But there should not be happening much, because yeah, Kavi was going for a recall. Cancelled it though, but I don't know why you should do that. You had a perfect setup going on, and now it goes for the reset, so that he will be later into the lane. But yeah, Lush is maybe gonna be in trouble again. Those 2 top laners love to clash with each other.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of action here in the top lane in terms of where the camera's been, but that story is kind of written in stone. That is a 20 CS lead.
Yeah, that's what I wanted
on
to
the
go
Vayne.
to. Yeah, there not much happened, but definitely in the CS, because Lush is bullying Picky. It's gonna go crazy, man. Because with this pushing in,
As
you
Oath.
will get punished by Sejuani. They don't decide to go for it though, because the Ghost has been popped in, knowing that she will be harder to catch up, and Brutus is there as well on the map in order to make sure Lush is secure.
A little bit cut out here. They're going for what they
no.
think is a 2v2, but
A
the
lot of
Nam
damage
is
on
there.
Brutus though.
The stun doesn't go out. Just
Teleport coming in. That is a massive flank, because oh man, that's gonna turn out to a 4v2. And with that, probably Brutus will go down here. A lot of HP already gone from him. 1/5 of HP left. A few more ticks, and this man is done for. But he managed to pass out. Will it connect? Raptors! Don't target him though! Oh, but Will secured. Make him money. And with that, a kill goes to Team Doran's side. What is going on? A lot of fighting on the top side.
And that is an APC. Not only is that Hui's okay, yeah, Kaisa does get, I'm assuming, a few plates for this, but that is also a Hui TP invested, and that's a lot of range on that Hui, which is the only reason why he was able to get rid of that play. Those Raptors, they must have been paid off by UPAT or something, not finishing off Brutus there, but that is 1 kill finally back in Doran's pocket, and funneling a lot more into the bot lane, which is what I want to see.
Still 1k behind though. Oh, actually,
Vayne,
wow,
it's getting
Vayne
very
is
low.
getting punished very tough here. Well, the ultimate goes into the tower, but does manage to survive it.
That is the gambit when you play Vayne. If the enemy jungler comes through and makes sure that your prio doesn't mean anything, you can just get ganked on repeat, then this Vayne.
Even
is losing a
Shiruva
bit of
going
fundamentals.
to the top, putting every effort into shutting down his Lush, not making the same mistakes they had previously. That Lush was just getting so much ahead and be a threat everywhere. But yeah, it's gonna be tough now for Lush if this keeps on happening. If you're gonna keep dying on your top, keep booting out, you won't get the money for his items, and Vayne without items, it's gonna be a tough one.
Yeah. She is very good into the Cassante Sejuani, but she also needs the time in order to kill both of those champions. And the Sejuani just a very solid way of saying, well, I'm in your face, and if I get enough auto attacks on you, boom, frozen in ice.
Yeah. Oh man, oh man. Burning also taking a lot of damage by Matrix here.
And it's aside from honestly, it's been going pretty well for UPUD here in the early game, but that is to be expected of their comp with CS leads across the board. Sejuani has also done a fairly decent job in being able to stabilize the fact that she was invaded by level 1. As it is also worth mentioning, no objectives have been taken, as Nefiri is now starting on the Grubs and Sejuani is starting on the Dragon. And both junglers seem happy in their own lane. I don't think either team has noticed the other pit, or I don't think they have vision on the pit, and they're just more than happy to trade these objectives.
Yeah, and the Dragon also now already on half HP. It looks like that will go to Doran's side, and they trade off for the Grubbies. And yeah, both teams getting an objective here.
A little bit suspicious, because if I were UPUD here, I'd very much be in favor of denying the soul, which almost made a repeat of last time, because if they get more souls in their pocket, yeah, Dorans are investing into their late game, and that starts with stacking dragons.
Oh man, but for now I think this game will slow down a bit, because he still wants to sustain for that Vayne and Kai'Sa.
I believe that was a Mr. Sejuani ultimate there. And yeah, Brutus just walks it off, says no problem, and Lars goes back to bullying Pardon Picky, and the Rift is, all things considered, in a very neutral state. UPUD are gonna try and expand their lead, as this Cassante, staying relatively healthy, already bought a chain vest and a cloth armor to deal with this menace. And if the Cassante gets enough armor, then and maybe it'll be a bit more playable in lane and easier to punish.
Yeah, why he's staying on the bot lane though? Having no mana, so it will be much harder for him to actually secure these waves for himself. Well, he will lose again minions, but he's still pretty decent on farm-wise. Otherwise, farm-wise, look at the top.
Yup, that is almost double this Cassante CS, and he is not going to be bothered to walk up here. He already has a kill in his pocket, and he can say, well, that's as good as this lane is going to get. I'm just going to hold on to whatever I have and try to CS as much as I can under turret.
Oh man, and Xante is also definitely a champion that really needs to get into this wave. Not like previous game we saw with Mundo, that you can just throw out a few cleavers, or I mean, suitcases, because yes,
the Corporate Mundo.
Corporate Mundo, yeah. But yeah, with that he gets punished so hard, and you can have that kill on the Xante. But if you have no farm, oh, actually an engage is gonna happen on the net lane. Ultimate of Murgat didn't really connect the Matrix, but it is still Yone. He still has a lot of pressure. But man, Matrix, Ari, exhaust coming in as well, and look at that, there is the tidal wave. Not even helping out, because wow man, it is just crazy that Leona was already there securing the safety, and with that she even picks a double kill for himself. So much feel for this Matrix, man.
And the
Nuzzle is doing a crazy job, just keeps Doran's locked down, and Brutus indeed just now shows up as well. They go for the dive here, another lockdown on the Sejuani. Leona is not messing around.
And that is a completely beautiful dive. It cannot be understated how insane Matis played that. There was nothing of Yone that landed there. The dash forward just immediately ulted outside of the way. And Matis played that completely beautifully. The fact that Nuzzle and Brutus were there in the aftermath to try and clean up the Nami and Sejuani is just the icing on the top, and being able to get this many kills in return.
That is crazy, man. And if we were looking at the team comp as well, like they had no front line, then finally they picked in the Leona. We're like, is that enough front line? Well, we just saw it happening. It was executed so well with the Leona. So much CC is going on, so much peel. and they're just doing an amazing job with that.
Nefiri, that W is all she needs in order to get in and out of danger. She goes on her turret, and she no longer has any more turret aggro the second she presses it.
Oh yeah,
And she has
it's
a
disgusting.
bunch of damage. The fact that Sejuani is 40% HP under her own turret, and it's not enough as Nuzul finding a little bit onto Karmamani, but Mata's not an area to try and support, as the ADC is just going to be solo farming bot lane, and Matas is going to be 2v1ing the Hui Nami. I suppose this is just mages reuniting again with the AD on both teams reuniting bot, but I wonder if this
But
is
a lot of fighting now around the mid and bot lane. And there's a threat they are not securing right now, and that's that Vayne. They leave Vayne alone for quite some time now. She just gets some free farming. You don't punish the Vayne here.
Well, I suppose Sejuani can really only afford
Oh
the
mate,
single
it's
gank.
passing the ultimate and tries to look for a kill there, but he's taking a lot of damage here. And with that, yeah, it's quite scary.
Yeah,
Quite
can't really dash
scary,
back
and
in.
Nuzul just making sure again he gets out alive.
Yeah, a lot of the Leona ults have been a little bit dodgy. Everything else has been executed pretty well. As oh my goodness,
What? The snipe!
the Xerath finding the
Damage though!
Ari under. I suppose that's all Blackfire, the first item having being built, but that is a huge shutdown going to the way of Dorans, because this this Ari was the biggest thing that came out of UPAD's early game.
That's crazy, and yeah, the thing as well, Brutus was of course, Brutus,
doing
finger
good
Brutus, he's getting caught out, so Sejuani was locking him in, and you knew Kavi is always out of position, and here we see it again. Is he coming out this time?
And all of them get out?
No, this is not possible. You
Kavi's
can't have
down a
this.
turn.
Oh, try to dodge it, but will go down again. And with that, there's another kill going to Team Dorans. Team UPAD again throwing with out of positioning.
It is a little bit disingenuous to say that Covey is always out of position, because I think that was mostly onto Brutus there. And unfortunately, there was just one too many members for Dorans until the Sejuani now completely out of her depth.
But he's tanky though, and now it's Yoni with a massive Yoni will try getting into the back lane, taking nice damage off, but it's not enough.
Chasing after the
Oh,
Nami with
no.
one more dash.
And Ari having ultimate trying to chase it down. Ooh, nicely getting the Knight though by Kamamani.
Insane that Ari didn't have enough dashes to finish off the Nami there, but that does mean that Nefiri trying
You can't
to
do that
start
dragon
a
with Way on the map.
But this way has just been so oppressive. 3 kills and a little bit of damage.
Heals a lot though.
Yeah, it's just QQ here, unfortunately. The
Oh, there's the
does
ultimate
go
coming
down.
in. You need to separate from the team. Can't continue this fight anymore. Leona also no flash, so it can be a
They don't have a
kill.
Sejuani here. There is a universe in which they can slide it away.
He's only doing a lot of damage, and Naz will definitely go down here.
Yeah. And that was a shutdown on the Leona, shockingly, because she was 2-0-2
Yes, he got the
before
double
this.
kill, true. And deserved as well, because man, Nelson has been doing such a great job being the front line of Team UPAD, being the utility, all this CC, all this saving the lives of his own team. But man, if you have a copy on your team and Brutus, you can't always save them with their positioning. They are just mad, mad lads.
As here's just a repeat of what happened. That Ari went onto the Nami with 2 dashes remaining. I guess Karmamani's slow there.
The flash mode is
And the
still
time
alive.
just barely not missing there is a complete heartbreaker.
Whew.
I also want to point out that I did talk to a few people here as Kante
Lars.
going in on the Lars.
Finally getting punished. Has his ultimate though, a lot of kiting. Also
Sejuani
dodges the
ultimate
ultimate.
thing. This
And
is
now
what Lars
Brutus is here
wants.
as well. That's going to be a 3 versus 3. The Massive is going down. Lars still alive though. What is going on? But it will be taken down. And with that, the rest of the team can be cleaned up. And they're just happy with it. Teleport comes in as well. Maybe try to get something better out of it. But they probably won't do that.
Support for top laner, not quite what you want as a UPAD here. I was saying
No.
that
What are you planning?
just seeing if I can cancel a couple of bases as potentially Kavi. No, they're just gonna start up Rift Herald here. I guess Brutus is
I mean,
in
they got
there
2
as well.
kills. They could be happy with, should be happy with the 2 kills and then just go straight into the objective. But man, Lars, how long he was staying alive here, dodging everything.
Missing Sejuani ultimate is completely
You
crazy
can't
here.
do a blind one into the bush. You can't do that.
This is what Vayne wants. She goes invisible with her ulti as Kavi taking down
What?
Karmamani and
Okay.
one
That
for
what
one.
just happened there? We're probably gonna have a
Brutus
replay
just
soon, but
taking away
before
everything.
that, yeah, Brutus did get the Herald though, but will be chased down by Oz. Sejuani is
Flips over the
almost connecting. Do we have a dash on Sejuani? No, we don't. He's getting alive, getting out alive.
And Yupa just getting away with daylight robbery. The fact that Kavi was able to be traded kills onto Karmamani is a little bit insane to me, but I suppose that's just what happens when the Hui is this far ahead.
A
That
lot
even
of
from
things
half
happening in the
HP,
jungle.
Nuzel
Oz very
catching
deep
up
in the
to
jungle, will be
Sejuani.
caught by Nuzel. But do they have enough damage for Oz here? Sejuani is very tanky, he's sitting on that heartsteel already. She's very hard to kill now.
And they also know that there isn't enough members of Yupa to try and make anything happen here, so Lars was a little bit hesitant, especially knowing that he is down 2 deaths, and any more time given to this Cassante to scale out. He has the Iceborne Gauntlet now. Bork is
Yeah.
nice, but you need a bit more to take them down. As just a quick review of everything across the map, there's Yunta on the Yone, a little bit interesting, Imperial Mandate on the Nami, and 2 items. I repeat, 2 items on the Hui. That is Blackfire plus Shadow Flame. This Hui is going to continue to hit like a truck throughout this entire game.
Oh man, so much going on.
And we do
It
also
is
see
crazy.
Malignance, Lichbane Ari. I've heard Malignance, but is Lichbane also the thing that you want on Ari? I have no idea.
I heard it is indeed with this new patch going on that people build the Lich Bane on Ari, especially because Leander is just nerfed down. It's not really viable anymore. So yeah, they switched up into the Lich Bane.
And it is also worth noting, this game is very eerily similar to the beginning, with only to the last game. Sorry, with only very few things different. That is a 3k gold lead for UPUD, but that is 2 dragons to the way of Doran's. I reckon that this is still a very even game. You know the score, you know the gold, you know the kills. You don't know the story. This thing can very easily go back to the way of Doran's in the power of this way and this Cassante.
And that gold difference is still also all coming down to the Vayne. Look at that 60 CS difference. That is big.
I really wonder if Karmamani at any point is going to get a Dark Seal. I wonder if that's a bit too greedy, but there's the gold differences. That is a 1k, over a 1k gold lead onto this way. This Vayne's, even though she is down kills, is also surprisingly a bunch of gold herself. I say surprisingly, that is also 50 CS lead. As solo kill? No, the Sejuani was their top as well, but unfortunately that is another time where...
I was about to say, no way that Xante had a solo kill on the Vayne.
That would be very reckless from Lars.
But the dragon is spawning in very soon, and that is the 3rd dragon maybe for Team Dorans. Having that soul point can be very, very scary. Oh, there's the replay. Lars being in a tough situation again, and that's the thing. The answer to Vayne is just keep locking her down. So much to see with the Xante and the Sejuani together. There's not much he can do.
And we also had a couple of things going down. The fact that Atakan is up right now, it's a little bit scary. UPA do have the space in order to start up this dragon, but Dorans has the numbers, and Lars is only now coming out of base. Again, without TP, mind you, so all he can do is really have Ghost for the team fight. As Brutus is starting it up, Kavi and Nuzel just showing themselves mid lane saying, nothing's going on here, officer. We're not doing dragon behind your backs either, and I don't think they care for it, because all of Dorans is just going up to Atakan, no?
Yeah,
that
seems like they give up to the dragon and just make sure they get the Atakan for themselves.
That is dragon on full vision. UPUD know
they have a vision on it.
But now UPUD also know that they're trying to start up Atakan and they're just starting it up. Ari is TPing in here, so is...
A lot of TPs coming in, everyone wants to be at this Atakan, but the Atakan is already on 7k HP, it gets another down pretty fast, and now the fight is definitely gonna happen. Atakan really low though, Ari gonna contest with it, Ari tries to go for the backline here, is it gonna be stolen? No, it is secured by Team Dorans, but now the big fight is gonna have a tidal wave comes in on the backline, and Lars is having now his ultimate pop toss as well. Do they have the front line? Yes they do with the Leona, so much gonna lock down, and there is the damage what we expect from Team UPED. There's not much you can do as tanks if you have a Kai'Sa and a Vayne. They just shred through them. And with Ari having so much damage as well. Look at that going. Wei has a lot of damage though, but is enough to take down Team Ubit. Still 4 members alive. And there are the flashes coming in forth. Just shredding through those tanks with Nuzel. Just keep locking up. And, and Kai'Sa going down in the end as well. Kavi just being Kavi, man. Yeah. Always going down.
Okay, come on, that's a little bit harsh on Kavi, especially with this Wei who's had a completely monstrous early game. The fact that he is able to find so much, and even though they weren't able to get the Atakan this fight, definitely favoring the side of Dorans. The fact that they were able to get the kills after this is making that transition into the late game a little bit harder. You can see here,
going for the
Dorans-
Sejuani and Xante, that was very questionable, but it worked out eventually.
Noozle finding that miracle E onto the Sejuani here, being able to kill 3 of Dorans, and then they're saying, "Oh, we used everything
Noozle,
on."
man.
Yeah, we used everything onto those 3 members of Dorans, and then Cassante just full force going back in, saying, "Look at those low HP bars. I'm Cassante, 200 years time," but he gets charmed. And off of that little bait of just showing themselves with low HPs, being able to bring that back. And there's the Kaisa, unfortunately perishing to that final bit of burn. The fact that they're able to get away with 3 of them there, with 3 members there, a lot good can be said about what UPA just did. Mostly to increase the gold lead and to also deny the slow march towards Seoul. Yeah, they have Atakan, but now at the very least this game is going to be lasting a lot longer with the 1 dragon that they stole away.
It is going crazy, man. And definitely in favor of Team Upit. Yes, they do have the Atakan for them. But every kill on Team Upit side, especially on the carries, it is a problem for Team Dorans.
And I'm also very happy that Matas is finally getting some time in the spotlight to actually really show himself. 5-1 and 5, that is also scary, Ari. She is unfortunately going to have to dwell under turret while the entire rest of her team is trying to make something happen. But are they looking onto the Cassante? They
Oh,
find
there is an ultimate of Leona locking down on the Shuriva. And with that, Baron and Vicky is alone under the tower. Try to ult someone way to his safetyness, and there it is. Gwei that has a lot of damage, so they can't easily just engage on that. They need to be careful.
no other champion lives there other than Cassante. That is crazy. Just zipped straight over the wall, straight to the
Typical
waiting arms of
Cassante play.
Karmamani.
But yeah, now they can have a lot of pressure on this tower. They want to damage it down. They even go for the dive again. Then Noozle has no chill. I don't know, but this guy is never missing his ease.
On
He is
Leona?
crazy on this Leona. Definitely the MVP on UPAT sides. If they didn't have Noozle on this Leona, I don't know what they could have done in this game.
The question is, where's the engage for UPAD? We found
What?
the engage for UPAD. As Matis?
That was a 1-1 on the Ari, then it was on the 5-1 and just taken down by O's. That is not okay for Team UPAT. They should be getting fine here. They actually try to go for a re-engage on
we get
Yone,
out.
but they should be
Gavi
careful.
dancing a little bit here. But I wonder what happened with Matis, because I believe it was just Yon and Sejuani top. Yeah, they met a little bit in top
Maybe tried
jungle,
to
but
both on the tower and then got locked down by Sejuani, taking a lot of tower damage.
but Matis has done everything he needs to. If we look at everywhere else on the map, this Vayne's alive, this Neferi's alive, and this, I believe Kaisa is definitely finally in her element, diving under multiple turrets now through the Nami, through the Cassante. Nami got blown up before we could barely even say a word about it.
Oh man, oh man.
Baron is now going up for both teams. Definitely very much in the favor of UPAD here as...
Yeah, minute 25 has indeed passed. So the Baron is in play, but also the Dragon coming up soon.
It is, but if both of them are up at the same time, they're probably just going to be have to be happy with a trade, or at least for either team. Definitely Dorans with on their gold deficit. And what's the play? A lot of Dorans appears to be bot side, and a lot of UPAD appears to be top side. But if you're taking Baron here, you're basically saying we want to end the game very
But you have a
fast.
Vayne and a Kaisa. That Baron will be gone in seconds. Look at the damage, man. Look at the damage.
Yeah, Dorans isn't trying to contest it whatsoever.
You can't have this knowing that they have a Kaisa and a Vayne. And
And
with that,
Sejuani
they wanted to
way
look
too
at it
late.
now, but it's too late indeed. And they just lock it down. Look at Lars. Oh man, with that ghost, he can just follow it up and take 2 kills as well. Baron, 2 kills. What is Team Dorans gonna answer to this?
And the the fourth dragon of this game is up. Brutus in a little bit of a pickle, just waiting for W to be up, or just the dash to make sure. Yeah, there's the W. Deny the turret shot riot.
Yeah, it's a good choice now to go for these towers because 2 players down, having the Baron as well, you can have a lot of pressure on those towers, make the map more open for your team,
Let
getting
Neferi
that gold
solo
as
the
well.
dragon.
In the meantime, we see on the top lane a bit of bounty taken on the tower, but I'm not sure if you want that if your inhibitor is under threat.
It's a 3v2 from the side of UPAD here in the mid lane, and Cassante very much wants to be here. Matis unable to cancel the
TP's
recall,
down now.
but
Very low by the way because it got chased down by Maddox.
finally UPAD have the answer that they were looking for. It is the 10k gold lead. They have completely stopped the track of this soul, and now it's just a question of what do Dorans do? it's not an Elder Flip. They just have to wait through multiple Barons now, multiple Dragons, and it's just patiently waiting and stalling, praying for something. Gold leads across the board. There's aside from in the ADC role where we did also highlight how strong the Sway was. The Sway wasn't able to be strong enough in order to balance out the gold differences of the rest of this team.
The goal difference is massive right now. Massive, I tell you.
Mhm.
The only way to get back
Huge,
at this is...
monumental.
Yeah, the only way to get back at this is if they... Ooh, an engage comes in here. Why
it's a
are you
4v1.
there, Barnabicky? I know you're Xante, I know you want to fight, but man, this is not the choice. And with him down, I think they can maybe clear this game now. They have still the Baron buff on their name.
Leona ult going a bit wide, but what does it matter? Because Matas is there to push in mid. All they can do is... Oh, wait.
Yeah, wave on the mid, wave on the top. Nice, Sonya is coming in, denying the ultimate of Wei here. But that ultimate is down, a lot of damage from Dorans is getting cancelled out. And oh man, there is the engage, there is the dive, the full going in. Leona again connecting his stuns. And with that, they just swipe over. You're trying to put a stop on it, but he's just gone in seconds because there's so much damage. And now it seems like game number 3 is going to UBET.
Doran's completely wiped out, UPAD taking down the Nexus, and finally correcting what was mistaken in the second game and making the series 2-1. I reckon that UPAD are a lot happier with that, and also just showing that I feel like everyone's been a bit Lars crazy with how much he's been doing for the last 2 games. The rest of his team can absolutely pick up the slack, and with Matas being as ahead as he was in the early game, off of Noozle's crazy engages on this Leona,
Yeah,
we're
man.
wondering, where's the engage? Where's the engage? We have engage!
The Leona by far the MVP of this game, by far.
Fully
I
agree.
haven't seen a single miss on that EO Leona. Everything locked in perfectly. And after that, lock in one, get the kill, go to the next one, go to the next one. It was crazy. And with that, they secured this game by far.
Yeah, I wonder what would the adjustments be. Karma Money, I'm very happy with the fact that the Hui pick was able to breathe a
Yes.
little bit.
Yeah.
And it looked like it was going so right for so long.
It looked like it was working.
They
Yeah.
had 2 dragons in their pocket. They were able to punish the fact that this Vayne pick was able to exist.
They punished Vayne in the early. They punished Lars in the early. But
little-
then they forgot
yeah.
about them.
For a long
Yeah.
period of time, and unfortunately, the CS difference did eventually grow to where the fact it was a lot more felt. And in the mid lane, I guess it was just a couple of unfortunate skirmishes which was able to completely catapult this Ahri ahead. And by the time that Doran's mid laner was able to get back into the game, not much more to be said. The rest of UPAD finally caught up to Matas in terms of impact on the map.
Well,
and
yeah, I mean, that's what we said, but I think some analysts are definitely want to talk a lot about it because I've seen so much hype going into the hallway. I've seen the players just shouting out, everyone is hyped here. But do the analysts maybe have a different opinion of what's going on?
in that case, back to our beautiful analyst
Yeah.
desk.
Thank you, gentlemen. That's very kind. And little UPAD Johnnies take game 3 in this best of 5 series. And it wasn't really close.
No, they just kind of like won their lanes. And then like the way did some effort. He fought back a bit. There was a bit of back and forth. But then after the Atacam fight, the game just blew wide open. And it just felt like after that point 5 minutes later, the game was just lost.
I mean, Odie, before when we looked at the draft, you mentioned you wanted to see more mid-jungle skirmishing. Well, what happened level 3? Everyone was in the mid lane, and this Ahri kind of snowballed with the game, right?
Let's be honest here. Let's drop all the semantics and the questions. We're back to normal scheduling. Just an easy win for UPAD here. And like they found their footing again, right? I mean, game 1, yeah, it was a bit long, a bit rough. Game 2, we had a bit of an oopsie. Everybody has an oopsie, but we all make mistakes. We're only human. Now we're back at it. Obviously, I think to be fair, like you said, mid lane was so important this game. This Arya is such a good spot, got a solo kill as well, got a lot of help early, that later on, yes, maybe this Wei was strong, but the Wei's not going to solo carry you the game. Whilst this Arya got so many good flanks, even on the strong Wei. I mean, we saw it in the last fight, hopping over the wall, good charm, insta-killing. I think maybe this is just the way how they play the game. We give top an all-right matchup. He'll win in isolation. Yeah, he got ganked like 3 times. Did it matter? No, it didn't matter, because now you have a strong Cassante. Whoop-de-doo, right? I mean, we have 2 ADCs. So just get a fine top lane matchup that's slowly winning and just play around your mid bot that are in such a good spot together.
Yeah, we should have some replays to look at as well in this game. This was very early. I believe this is when the Wei TP top. I might be mistaken, but you can see this Neferi has so much time to actually play because of the Ari's strength. Trading the grubs for the Drake is quite normal. It's something we see quite regularly in League, but they were not done here. And the fight kicks off, and Sejuani ult, I believe, gets W'd. Yeah, it's of course a nice dodge. That's what the Neferi brings to a team comp, but the fight doesn't end here, right? They just run her down.
Yeah, I mean, but you have to kind of question, like, hey, is this really what, Dorans want to do? First of all, I think trading grubs for Drake might not be the best in their scenario. They have losing side lanes on, especially, I mean, this Vayne with grubs would be such a problem. And I felt like they were as united in their goal this game. I felt like at one time Sejuani was making plays stop, the bot lane was hard winning, and they were just making plays on both sides of the map, while mid lane is just slowly losing and needs a lot of time to scale. Where then I have a question like, hey, who's actually going to carry this game for you? Because apparently we're playing around the Cassante just so he doesn't lose. Is that the only goal? Or are we arguing, hey, this Cassante is going to carry the game for us later, so we're getting him ahead? I feel like they really need to figure this out to make sure next game is more competitive.
Yeah, I mean, the Vayne did go down into the Xante, did die a few times, and like you said, a lot of attention got put into that top side. Was that the correct play, Michiel? Is that what you like to see? Is that what needs to happen into a Vayne top, or?
I mean, obviously the lane is very rough, and we did see the Cassante go very much so down in CS. And yes, if you have like a little bit of time to spare, you can just do a quick gank top. But I think like the amount of time they put in there is just not worth it. You need the gold to be on your Yone, your way, and just let the Cassante suffer a bit. He will be useful. He's a tank. And we can see here, I think this is, I believe, where the Yone got solo killed.
Yeah, I mean, we've got more replays coming.
Oh,
Yone
no, it's
saw
not
an
a big
angle,
fight.
but it's... Leona shows up first, right? Then what do you do then? And we notice Ari just felt so much stronger throughout the game. And maybe this Yone counter pick just doesn't really work out?
I mean, I feel like the biggest problem here is you pick Yon and Sejuani. With your strong combo together, right? Sejuani can lock someone down and Yon can follow up super easy, do a lot of damage. And I feel like he never played around it. Yeah, the lane is rough. We said this before the game. I think Ari has an easier time to push, and obviously with her ult, it's hard, like we see here as well a bit earlier, for Yon to shut her down. But it's like after this point, I felt like I've never seen Sejuani and Yon on the same screen really, except in big team fights. And I think this Ari, on the other hand, was playing well with Neferi, got pushed, can make plays together. I think that's what really, got them ahead in the game and made it feel a lot. Even in big fights where Dorans had some good fights, it felt a lot more one-sided this game as a whole, I would argue. And I think this mid, even with the counter, that's the biggest reason it was that way.
I mean, it was also just a beautiful performance by Matix on the Ari, right? Something they also tried to, pick away from Merlin, most played champion in solo queue. And he showed off how prominent he is on this champion. The solo kills in mid lane, and the Yone just really wasn't existing as much. So before we throw to a break, next game, what should they do different from the side of Dorans?
Yeah, I think we need to, if we pick like one of these very prominent combos, especially like the mid jungle, we need to actually like make sure they're in a good spot to play together and are set up for success instead of like putting gold onto a tank, which like I think the second game they did very well. Like the top lane was hard losing, Mundo versus Olaf. They just kind of let him die, let him suffer a bit. He will come back, and instead they play for their win condition, Lucianami, and I felt like that was lacking this game. So I would like to see them play a bit more for that.
So yeah, one more thing I'd like to discuss before we go to this break is this bot lane. The Hui, the Nami, did work out, did get its strength, but it just didn't really work out in the game. Is it, like you said, there's just nowhere to play around on the map?
I feel like Wei is a champion, like in these majors bot, but especially Wei is a champion you picked, so you have a very safe bot, so you have good push mid, and obviously quite a lot of damage, but it's just never going to be your hard carry. Yeah, it will do a lot in fights, yes, it will do quite a bit of damage on tanks and on squishes as well, but if you pick something like that and you have this Yone mid, I feel like you really need to have, like, in your head really well who's going to be your carry and how do they have to play in fights, and I felt like they didn't really do that well, and I think that's where they lost this game.
Yeah, and it's now 2-1 up to Little UPAD Johnnies. They're on match point for the Dutch CES Grand Finals. Will we see them take it in this Game 3 or not? Let's find out right after this break. Welcome back to what could be a match win, a series win, match point for little UPAD Johnnies. And we'll be minutes away from draft for this fourth game, and we're excited to get back into it. You know, we never know what's going to happen. Doran's unsurprisingly picked the red side, which has had a 100% win rate this series.
Yeah, and before we start, I want to correct you. It's not might be match point. It is match point. They're going to win this game, and then just a 3-1, like I said before. However, as you said, red side 100% win rate. This is kind of abnormal for League, right? In most major regions and minor regions as well, blue side historically has had more priority and has been a bit better than red side, mostly because of these like B1 power picks that they have. Maybe flex picks are really OPs that they're picking. However, as we have spoken in this series, counter pick on R5 has been a very important thing for both of these teams.
Mm-hmm. And it's not like we're running out of champions, right, for either of these top laners. Like Lars, the Ik hou van lol, the Trindamir, the Vladimir, maybe even the Kale or something, you know, is something that can still come out. And Doran's obviously trying to prevent something like that by picking red side themselves. And even though the game hasn't been completely surrounded around top side, champion select has been really important.
And I'm just wondering, what tank does Paardenpikkie have lined up next? Shen is out, Sion is out, Xante is out, Mundo is out. Maybe he'll look towards something like an Ornn, a Malphite maybe. Or maybe he'll play something like a carry. Will the Warwick top come out as a counter pick? I don't know. We have got so many options on our hands still. So I would like to see what they come up with. And if they can really make this R5 counter pick as worth as the second game.
Yeah, like slowly but surely these champions are running out, right? So for people like Karmani, the failed ADC today, because if you are just joining in, Karmani, the usual jungler for the side of Doran's, had to go and play ADC because the original ADC sadly fell ill. So they got a sub-jungler, Ois, who's been playing phenomenally, must I say. The Sejuani game maybe not the strongest out of the three, but how many picks does Karmani have left? You know, it's always difficult.
Before we go, talking about playing phenomenally, Karmani has honestly been probably my MVP for these last couple games. I mean, I think every game he's been really, you know, the one like leading the charge, being the most fed in the team. However, like you said, this game, we did see the way Nami bot lane. Is this a sign that champion pool's running out? It might be. Or, on the other hand, maybe it's like, hey, because he doesn't play ADC normally, he just has kind of a champion ocean because it doesn't really matter anyway. He's not that good on these champions regardless. So we aren't sure. However, I do think that you know, maybe Doran's kind of under pressure now. Like, we don't have our Nami anymore, so we don't have Emilio. Maybe Mages will be a bit worse now. And seeing as last game, I feel like we could be all agreed that mid lane was very one-sided. UPAD was kind of winning it quite hard. I think maybe mid lane needs a lot more attention. But now if these kind of safer bot picks are out, do we also need to have a lot of attention bot to make sure that's in a good spot? I mean, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, in the first two games, we saw that the top lane on the side of UPAD was really, really strong, right? That's their main focus point. And the rest of the team was maybe not competing as such with Doran's. But in game 3, the rest of the team really stepped it up, right? The jungle, mid and bot lane on the side of UPAD really carried Ik hou van lol to that victory. And it's good to see them wake up as well.
Yeah, it was a great performance. I especially want to shout out the support from UPAD. Really had a phenomenal game on that Leona, coming mid a major amount of times, making such a big impact. Seeing these carries for the Ahri to land the charms, the Nefiri to get these nice ult one-shots. Yeah, it was a very nice team performance. I don't even think the Vayne top from Ik hou van lol was really like the deciding factor in that one. He was winning and he did a lot of damage, but yeah, my eyes were on the other players in the match.
And Paardenpikkie was, of course, on this Xante, his most played, his probably most comfortable champ as well. He did lose this game. So do you think that's a hit to his confidence?
Yeah, well, I do think it hurts a bit to lose, especially on a champion that you're so familiar with, and you have so many mastery, you have so many champ masteries on it. Yeah, it's just rough.
Yeah, and as we get into this draft, Doran's, like we said, on the red side, expect the bans to stay the same. But on the side of little UPAD Johnnies, what kind of B1s are there left?
I mean, to be honest, I think the most normal B1s are still left. The B1s you've seen in this series, we've had like Lulus and stuff, which is not normal. Now, obviously, last game Sejuani was picked, obviously in conjunction with this Yone that was picked later on. I think they can still pick kind of a lot. And obviously, which we haven't spoken about, it's not even impossible for UPAT to play something like a tank top. They definitely can. Imagine if they pick this Ornn away right now on B1. It would be big psycho, but then what kind of answer do they have on the side of Dorans? I'm not sure.
We've got a lot of the meta B1s, right? Your Varuses, your Talias, your Vise, Pantheon still open, but that's not what these teams have been going towards. And they know each other so well, have faced each other so many times, that the victor is the B1 for the side of Matix. Are you happy with that?
I think it's an interesting pick. Now,
It's
Victor
his most played by far.
is a really good scaling champion. Obviously, is good in lane, relatively solid, relatively safe, especially because some of these AD junglers are out, right? We don't have a Xin Zhao anymore. Jarvan's gone, even Sejuani is gone. I was about to say I'm a bit scared of something like the Pantheon though, because having played a lot of Victor myself, being Pantheon ulted is not fun. I do think though this is a lot of scaling, and I'm interested to see what the response will be from mid. I imagine though with the Pantheon, a Talia is super obvious. It's not the best matchup for Talia, but that combo is so strong, gives him such the ability to shut down this Victor early. It might be the most obvious pick.
It's a lot of comfort on the side of Matix as well, right? 133 games in solo queue, 54% win rate. The Vex answer together with the Pantheon. That is not something I expected.
I imagine you probably hate this, but what can you tell me about it?
Yeah, I think they lost their mind a bit. I mean, that's normal, you know, you're down games, but this is a horror matchup for Vex. Like, she loses in every stage of the game. The only reason it would even be acceptable is either one, it's a top flex if they're maybe thinking about the enemy picking them Abessa, not impossible. Or two, this Pantheon has to sit in mid, like, for the whole game. I'm not sure what their plan is. Vex just gets outpoked early, gets outskilled super hard, and the only thing you can do is really all in on this Victor maybe and hope you win. I do think if they're confident in it and if she gets really ahead, it could be a strong pick. But I don't know, man. I mean, I feel like maybe they're, you know, in this fearless scenario. They're, you know, in like game 4 now. It seems like maybe their pool's running out a bit because this looks like a desperation pick.
Skarner and Kog'Maw locked in on the side of UPAT. The Kog'Maw loves playing with Emilio, Lulu, which are both out. Braum is still left open, but there's still a ban phase to
I
come.
imagine that will be banned. Senna lock in.
Well, Senna is a champion we've seen come into the meta a bit more. Recently, the buffs towards the more farming Senna, the AD Senna. It's a champion that's known to not be that strong in lane, but as you get later, it becomes a lot more useful. Of course, Kog'Maw is another immobile carry, right? So it's something the Pantheon, the Vex like jumping on. The Skarner, something that's always going to be prevalent in our meta, right? It's just, I'm curious what UPAT's planning to match this Kog'Maw with in the bot lane.
Yeah, it is like, I think like if you ban Braum now, what's still left for the Kog'Maw? I mean, Kog'Maw really wants like an Enchanter or like a Braum. Maybe like something, I'm not sure if Tahm Kench or Terracar do work with that well with the Kog'Maw. It's like the obvious choices are all gone. So maybe you play AP Kog'Maw, but with Victor.
Well, Odie, it does seem like UPAT's going towards the scaling aspect, right? Victor, Kog'Maw, all really good in that late game. Skarner enjoys scaling a bit as well. And then on the other side, Pantheon and Vex, maybe not so much. So where will they be attacking this game?
I think they can attack anywhere, to be honest. Like currently, obviously, if you're UPAT, like this Skarner can go through walls relatively easily. Now, maybe it's a bit hard to attack the Vex if she has her passive up, right? You can just be further away. But I imagine that looking at Doran's team comp, it's a bit conflicted, right? At one side, you have your jungler and your mid laner who are flying in. Pantheon has to ult into a fight. Your mid laner is going to ult into a fight on a squishy target. And then you have Senna, who wants to play it more slow, more collected, especially if this is going to be the Senna ADC, which we don't know yet. So I think there's a bit of a dissonance here in how they want to play the game, which I think UPAT can easily exploit with its Skarner on a flank, with the Victor poking, maybe even with some poke coming in from the Kog'Maw.
But UPAT banning the Braum themselves as well, which opens up Dorans to blind pick this Rel here, something a bit more engaged, something to at least get the game going, you know? Maybe
but I feel like this distance is even stronger now, because who's going to stay on the Senna and help her out from maybe an enemy top laner that can come in or the Skarner? I feel like, you know, most of our team is going to jump in and just fist fight it, and then you just have a Senna who's a bit lost just behind enemy lines or something.
Leaving the R5 Paardenpikkie also puts a lot of confidence in his counter pick, right? The Poppy most likely going support. So what is Paardenpikkie? How is he going to answer into Lars, into Ik Hou Van Lol, who has been very, very strong these games?
I think he needs a bit of a miracle pick here. Like, It's it looks a bit, and I was thinking about the Urgot. They really need a strong AD bruiser that can peel for their carries. I think Urgot does the exact thing that they want. Renekton would have also worked, but I love the Urgot. Super strong blind pick, especially into these high dive comps. And maybe something like the Olaf is already out, which is an obvious answer into the Urgot. Otherwise, you can match him with a range champ.
Ever a Wukong top?
It's not great. Ooh, Yorick.
The Yorick gets locked in for paardenpikkie. I mean, Michiel, you seem to be a big fan of the UPAD draft. Odie, play devil's advocate. How does Dorans win this game?
By praying very loudly. No, I think how they have to win this game is you have your insanely strong mid jungle, right? Yes, the mid loses 1v1 into Victor, but they can definitely shut him down. They need this Vex Pantheon to get ahead early and transfer that lead into their bot and top. I think if this Yorick can get in a strong split push scenario, and if Senna can get really strong as well, they can definitely win late fights, but it won't be an easy path to get there. I think it all starts with them getting really ahead early, which they haven't been that great at in these couple games. Yes, they have had some good fights around big objectives, but I'm not sure if they're lane micro and their small macro games early around maybe small invades or scuttle crabs are that great. That we haven't seen them be that strong currently in the last couple games, but maybe this will be different.
So I want to see a lot of fighting from the side of Dorans in the early game to bring that snowball to a close and bring it to a game 5. Casters, let's hope that's what happens. Enjoy.
Well, thank you, boys, from the desk. Again, what a comp is going on. It's so much to talk about now.
Yeah. Okay. Well, first off, it is worth noting that in the last 3 games, it's been 100% win rate on red. So win rate on red. So Dorans, it is looking good if we look at that statistic specifically.
Yes.
But also, it is also a bit of a reverse in the way that these comps would be played, because we have the Victor now, we have the Kog'Maw now, 2 very good scaling forces, and we have Skarner. This is just a frontline tank engage CC bot, and now we have Dorans. All of a sudden, they're picking out these more like a split pushy in the Yorick, in the. Okay,
Wait, there's a Vex and a Pantheon.
Yeah, the Vex and the Pantheon as well. What is your take on the draft?
Well, the thing from the Doran side, if you see the Vex and the Pantheon, you can't just side lane. You can't just be freebie on there, because you're gonna be a free pick if the Pantheon and Vex jump on you. And the thing is, with the last pick, they answer to this Urgot, the Yorick.
I do know Yorick is very good at this patch as UPAD looking for a 5-man bot side invade here. Karmamani does catch it out.
Oh, the flash forward, blocking down Kamani into the wall, and with that he tried to follow up. He flashes out there. There is Ignite on his head, but he will get out safely.
I think UPAD are very happy with this. They do want vision topside though. Neither Yorick nor Pantheon are moving up to it. A little bit of a waste off the fact that UPAD put so much into this invade. And it's going to getting a bit of damage off. But yeah,
that's a good trade, having the flash down on the Senna. And yeah, Poppy has that Hex Flash, so still be a very viable asset into the bot lane. Of course, Poppy into Rel. Wow.
That is as annoying as it gets for the side of Dorans.
You can't speak Rel without having that Poppy banned. So I'm really curious why they went for the Janna ban instead. But hey man, it happened now when there is Senna really close to the wall. Hex that flash, trying to get the knockdown back into the wall. There is a stun, would have followed up. Kog'Maw has a lot of damage. The HP goes down more and more, and there it is. First blood going team UPAD. UPAD again in favor in the early game.
UPAD, or the Poppy being able to slam the Senna by just hairs and hairs and hairs. Look very closely at this Poppy. The fact that Senna gets slammed into the wall here, the fact that that stun duration goes off makes all the world of a difference. She just barely gets slammed into the wall. Kog'Maw completely confident in his play, flashes forward as well, and Rel is just sitting there. She still has her shield up the entire time. Not a single bit of damage.
Just instantly know he can go for it. And yes, he sometimes takes it quite up too aggressive, but this aggression is what they needed this time, and they secure the kill with that.
As we see here in the mid lane, I do think Victor does have a bit more of an annoying early game. The same thing with his Skarner, waiting for a couple of items to come online. The fact that UPAD are able to get such huge kills in this early game will mean a lot for them in the late game, including this Kog'Maw. Both Kog'Maw and Senna will be able to scale, but the fact that Senna's missing out on creeps, or the fact that Senna was missing creeps in the bot lane and gets killed in that situation, not very fun. Surprisingly, Urgot is winning these early trades as well, but I suppose that's just wave management in the top. That's 1 CS, 2 CS, and I'm sure Pardon will have no problem CSing on a turret there. That's just the way top goes.
Yeah, and don't forget, this is game number 4. UPET 2-1. They only need to secure this game and they already claim this finals for themselves. So Dorans need to do everything in order to win this game.
It's all on the line, and the 1 kill going over to UPAD, not quite what they were hoping for, at least I'd hope not. A little bit of a kerfuffle by the supports in the mid lane, or not the mid lane, the river in the middle of the bot lane.
Yeah, again, we see
Another
Naza being very aggressive. We've seen in previous game as well as Leona. He knows how to play. He knows how to go for picks. And as a Poppy, that can be very, very scary. And we see Brutus as well fighting for the Scuttle. Didn't manage to secure it. Aris got it, but it had to cost him a flash.
Very good on the side of the Skarner, just saying that, yeah, my bot lane is currently ahead, 1 kill up. I'm not really afraid, as Lars, walking a little bit far up, does manage to cancel Pardon's recall. There was a ward in that push, so I believe Lars did it with some level of confidence, knowing his damage and his capabilities on the champ.
Yeah, curious what's gonna happen soon on top as well, because we see the Skarner taking the Scuttle, but decides to go for a recon, not going for Paardenpikkie on the top. Even though he's quite viable to go for a gang there.
There is also a Dark Seal on that Vex. Oh boy.
Dark Seal Gaming.
If there's one thing I want to watch out for, this is exactly the confidence they need. As
Oh,
Rel
Rel
going
doesn't
in.
engage it, but there's a Poppy. Still on the level 2 though, so probably doesn't have the anti-dash one yet. So yeah.
Whenever Puppy doesn't have her steadfast presence up, it's the one time Rel can actually crash down, and she there was a little bit of an attempt there, but
Oh man, Nozzle again trying to look for a kill. Does a lot of damage on the center, and there it is. That is why you can't play Rel into Poppy.
every single bit of that arduous animation will be cancelled by steadfast presence there. And even though
Oh
Stun
man,
goes
this
through.
aggression and doesn't get punished for it at all. They can't punish it actually.
yeah, I am really surprised that Karma Mani does appear to have a CS lead in these small interactions though, out of mana, and I suppose that's all that Karma Mani can do here.
But with that wave pushed in, it is that they can gang it up, and Darius is trying to go for it, but he's pretty late already in the wave, and they managed to kill already 1. Will it take a second kill? No, because Darius is trying to make sure his AD carry stays alive. Even
Surely.
taking the kill, giving it to his
Talk
AD carry.
about passive kills! How healthy
What?
was that Rel? I was really curious. but
Can
the
we have a
fact-
replay of that? Because what? How?
Look at how healthy this Rel was. I wasn't gonna say anything because I thought she was fine, but
Yeah, look at it.
she even has I believe the crashdown shield, or from what was it? Or no, that was Karma Mani
Oh,
barrier.
man.
What am I saying?
Oh, even got a heal, and that heal wasn't enough.
Okay.
But yeah, Sana is one of the champions that is very low on HP early on.
Maybe if it was the Rel's HP there, she would have been a bit more fine, but no. Rel got taken out first, and obviously that made it a lot easier for the Senate to play this, as Doran's going to be taking the first dragon
Yeah,
here.
but the bot lane of Hubert is already there. But they seem not like contesting for the dragon.
That was a very interesting Skarner wall interaction there. Throwing a boulder over the wall just to see if anything will happen, but in all the calamity that Doran's had in the early game, we can at the very least see that there is hope. There is the dragon soul at the end of this tunnel. If they can just continue to fight it through, Senna farming her ghouls, I think. I mean, there is a ghoul up here. It's Paardenpikkie, and the maiden has now come online for him.
Yeah, Paardenpikkie is definitely gonna have the time of his life on the York on the top lane. And,
3v3 here in the
yeah.
bot lane.
But again, the bot lane of Hubert is very scary. They need to be careful. On Brutus, a bit of out of position. Does have flash, needs to flash out here, but will be picked up by the Rower, and now they can kill Brutus here, making sure they have another kill in their name, and that means it is 3-2 currently for UPAT.
3-2 and a single stack in the Dark Seal economy.
Oh, the dirty stun.
Very unfortunate that Vex had the prio in order to move for that. Yeah.
Oh man, if that's make him go into the Dragon Pit, could also be very dangerous. And here again we see Rel trying to engage on the AD carry on Kavi, but gets nicely denied by the Poppy. And this is the power of punching as well. If he hits level 6, there's just so much pressure on the map.
They were playing the early game with such confidence, but now's the point where it will be punished a lot more, especially if they're pushed up like that versus the Pantheon being able to ult wherever he wants. He has now 3 assists, and Os has been playing, honestly, this entire series with a level of confidence that I don't know if anyone was expecting it. We were all I think a lot of people were very upset that Mimas, their ADC, wasn't able to make it to this game today. But the fact that he's able to pick up the slack, and including the fact that Karmamani can swap to ADC like this, is truly incredible.
Well, and there's a Hexblade actually going to the middle, trying to look big for Medics. And there's the Vexel connecting through it. We will follow it up. But Poppy is here. Nuzza tries to make sure Medic stays alive, but it's very tough with Us also joining the fight, doing that extra little damage. Is it enough to take the kill? Yes, the stun locks in. No, is it enough? Yes, there it is. And with the tower shot coming in, Ignite on his head with enough ticks to take him down.
And just one too many turret shots going on to the Pantheon. Quite unfortunate. I think he was even trying to give it to either... I believe he was trying to give it to Merlin there. I believe the same thing happened bot as well, but Os just a little bit too overconfident there. But that is the beauty of this Pantheon. Early game, it will do you absolute wonders.
Trapping him down, housing him, making that extra little damage stuff.
Oh, wow. Karmamani trying to ult there to shield the Kog'Maw passive.
Can take him down like that.
Yeah, I wonder if it would have just been worth to send top, you know, see if you can snatch a little bit of Lars or Brutus on the way out.
It is funny how Kavi just plays the game. Every match we have seen so far, like just in the Tristana, just jump in, he will die, but he will also always take a kill with him as well.
Kog'Maw, the perfect champion for him, and
yes. Oh, but that's the thing as well. We were talking like early, like it looks really tough for the Senna because it got picked down by the Poppy, and there is the play, by the way. Very nicely played, but that passive is still such a disturbance. Ult not enough to take.
I wonder if it would have just been more worth it for Karmamani to try and run away there. I don't know how much faster Kog'Maw was. Does he have any boots? Oh yeah, he does have Berserkers. I guess that was the difference maker
still,
there.
the passive move speed is also a bit more, of course. But yeah, taking the trades here, but it's looking still very good for Senna. Having a farm lead and 4 kills on the name.
As I guess I just wasn't paying too much attention, but Dorans was able to grab a single grub away. As now we're looking over to Dorans, seeing how they're doing. All of them locked in as usual. Yeah, 2 grubs did go to the way of Upad, but I guess the last one was stolen away in the chaos of some team fight. I'm assuming it was the Senna and the Kog'Maw scuffle that we saw. As both support and ADC are just chilling in the bot lane.
Oh, again got cancelled by
the Pantheon there to follow
there's
up.
Pantheon again. Maybe get ulted, but no, the ult goes on Senna there because that is the damage dealer. But Pantheon still has enough to take down Kog'Maw here again. Kavi again dead. Maybe they can try and return something, but if you ult away the Senna, of course you will walk back and dash back into the fight, healing up this O's so he can stay alive, and maybe they have enough to even return the favor. And yeah, there is Ralph connecting everything up. But there's a shield, of course, on this Poppy. Ignite will pop it down, and with that, he will go down.
And another impale that just barely goes wide because of the flash. That is a lot out of Dorans, but Dorans gets the kill. Upad gets absolutely nothing. This is exactly the spot that you want to be in as Dorans. And that's a 4-3-2 Senna. And this Pantheon is looking equally pretty with the Sundered Sky now built. And that is 2 first items already built for Dorans. Absolutely nothing on the side of Upad just yet. I mean, I suppose the Kog'Maw put a little bit more gold into the Berserker's Greaves first, but...
I'm not quite sure why the Poppy ult went on the Senna there. Of course you want to deny from getting the kill, but I think if the Pantheon was ulted by, he might have could have gone to safety for under the tower. But it is what it is right now. Another death on Kavi. Oh, Dragon is being contested though. It gets secured by Team Dorans, and a lot is going on because there is Senna as well with a lot of damage already. Kavi tries to, maybe he has some DPS on it, will go down, but this time with his passive will not take another kill with him.
It was looking so good for Upad, but in the face of a Pantheon, this Pantheon pick is completely broken. He has a single empowered Q plus smite, and all of a sudden his smite range goes from measly 600 or 900 now, I believe, to way further, like an upgraded smite. And then ultimately that was what they lost the dragon to.
Yeah.
And just I think it is a little bit brutal to try and go for dragons, especially with how powerful this mid now is. Vex completely chilling, not a single kill to her name, 4 assists, 4 Dark Seal stacks, and all of a sudden, slowly creeping into the game, She is a 100G shutdown. Not that it matters too much, but it is worth noting that Riot decided to bless upon this Vex. Shall she die? Without any kills to her name, she will grant the UPAD's gold.
Kog'Maw, I'm really curious how they can solve this solution, because yeah, Kog'Maw can have a lot of DPS if he has Peel, but with this Rel and Pantheon, you have of course Poppy to secure, but you can only secure it from one of the two.
Well, Kog'Maw is now chunking down Karma Mani
Yeah,
a bit,
but look at Shiriva.
yeah.
Hex flash over the wall, no vision there, and will try to secure it. Didn't go for the Kog'Maw though.
Steadfast presence down, so Rel does have a bit more freedom, but Noozle will just use the movement speed to get away.
Curious why he didn't
Where's
go
Pantheon
for the
ulting?
Q
Is Pantheon ulting on Matis? What's happening mid
Oh,
lane? The
Maddox,
stun
wait a
connect.
position. Vex ult missing though, that is big, because now they not have to follow-up damage. Is Oz enough to kill Maddox here? No, it's not, because there is Brutus coming from the jungle himself. Man, this guy ultimate bombs in, ultimate from the Victor as well, securing the skill on Oz. Very nice, done by Team UPAD, and it continues the fight because the Poppy is here. And is this fight continuing? It seems like they want to hold it on.
Excellent kill from UPAD back onto Dorans, and I was about to say, Dorans for the last couple of games have been sacrificing these dragons for a lot of their team dying or in a gold deficit of some kind of way. But the CS is good, the dragons is good, and as long as no more slip-ups like with this Pantheon here, it was so good until the W got interrupted by the Impale, and finally the Skarner value is showing. And
the flash away from the Vaxel, man. Oh, very nice done by Maddox. And this is what the combination is you were talking about. The Skarner with the Victor, just ulting him into his Storm, his Magna Storm, just dealing so much damage, and he can't escape it with his Skarner.
And I certainly can't wait for if at any point later in the game we're gonna get as Lars being 2v2ing with Ost and Noozle.
Lars, very low now, has the flash out.
Noozle will just catch this top wave. Pardon, he can do what he wants, but unfortunately Noozle will be catching that wave. And Lars' recall was interrupted by Karma Armani in the bot lane. There was a Senna ult that went through there. It doesn't quite kill.
Yeah, but with that delay recall, he does have teleport, so he can still go teleport. But the teleport actually comes in from Mada. Oh no, never mind. I was mislooking.
Yeah.
I said nothing. But yeah, Herald has me started by Team Dorans, and it seems like Team UPAD wants to deny that. Wow, there it is. Connor actually grabbing user into the wall, and the kill goes to Medic. This fight is going to continue with Shiriva being in a very dangerous spot, and will be ulted by Urgot. Lars taking the kill for himself and securing Herald.
It was in theory a 4v4, but Karma Mani didn't have the HP, and neither did Os, and all of UPAD was just faster to the
finally,
as.
Merlin against Maddox. Maddox with the Megastorm, but the Megastorm was on the edge, so Merlin didn't really micro that well. Otherwise, Merlin might have gone down by it, but it seems the kill goes to Merlin. Very nice 1v1 there in the mid.
And very unfortunate for Matis, because this is kind of what the Vex was hoping for, that eventually that the fruits of her labor will eventually label.
And another stack.
Yeah.
Two stacks actually. Two stacks. Yeah.
That is the problem. This Vex, even though I wasn't too fond from it from a draft perspective,
And
if he just becomes this overwhelming AP force, then
maybe that extra tick of the Megastorm could have killed that Vax over there, but aye.
Dorans has been slipping a little bit here.
Yeah.
Lars doing a good job not to be caged
It
here.
seems
and
very tight still, but 2 dragons on Doran's time, that is very tough.
It is still not completely over. Pardon is incredibly powerful with the little bit of CS lead that he does have. As look at those beautiful gaming fingers. This is gaming at its finest. You might not like it, but this is what it looks like. As Kavi blown up by Merlin. What happened? Oh my goodness. I was too busy admiring gaming posture to realize that the third dragon is probably going the way of Dorans.
That is soul point if they acquire this dragon, but it seems like
It is a 3v3.
Team UPAD wants to take stock of it.
York is TPing down for this fight, but will they be able to get the dragon in time?
That is not a flank TP though.
It isn't, but maybe all they need... It is a 5v4, so UPAD have to be very careful there.
Yeah, but look at the position of Kamini, like Senna doesn't really have a good position in order to join this fight, has to walk all the way around. Meanwhile, the Dragon is continued by both teams. It's getting lower and lower, and there's the flank of Shiriva. Will this change it up though? We still have, of course, the poly, but that's not close to his own team. And with that, he can manage just wipe everything in. And there is a grab on Skarner into the Megastar. What I meant with Victor doing so much damage. With that, they just clean it up. That combination is what makes Team UPET very scary. And Kog'Maw also having so much free space to DPS it all the way through. What a well play by Team UPET.
Dorans, what are you doing? I mean, it was fine to lose, to have the dragon get stolen, but I find it a bit weird. Through the Pantheon smite that I praised earlier, I suppose. Oh, it is also worth noting that Skarner does have the blue smite, whereas Ois just has the 900 smite. But the fact that the team fight still went to the way of UPAT afterwards, Dorans really needed that dragon in order to finally get back into the game because they have been slipping. And as we can see here, oh my goodness, time accelerated for a second.
But it looked so well with that Rel with the flank.
It was, and they were.
And probably wasn't close to that.
UPAT were down numbers. I don't know if eventually. If eventually.
Oh yeah, that's the kill we missed. All three members using Poppycan, they had zero vision on it. And there it is, Kavi being caught in the tri-bush. Very well played by Team Dorans, but then messed up at the dragon fight. It's equally in gold, man. This game can go either ways.
But this is exactly what we were saying in draft. If the scaling team, UPAT in my opinion in this case, is able to be even in the mid game, it is very much UPAT favored in my opinion.
Yeah, of course you still have the Senna. Senna is stacking up to the item 6 kills on name. That's a lot of gold as well. Yorick 0-0-0 haven't been really participating in the game yet.
I mean, he was part of that massive team fight, but I guess he just wasn't able to get any damage off onto any of the UPAT members. That is a 23 kill game and unaffected by any of it.
Look at Maddox. Pantheon coming in as well. Ois, they're joining the fight. X-Flash from Shiva and try to connect the Maddox. Will flash auto, but there's not enough Vex ult also connected. With that they can secure the kill.
And there it is. A 10 stack Dark Seal on the Vex as Pardon might finally have the fight being taken to him. Not quite, as they do just want to start off Atakan.
Atakan with Victor down though. Not quite sure. I think all the members are on top. Like, yeah, you can actually really go for the Atakan because everyone went all Maddox. So they don't have a team to compete with us.
Are we really sure? Can Pardon or Karmamani really not distract them in any capacity? I guess not.
You're also doing a great job by
no smite.
Zoning.
Never mind.
And with that, we see Padapiki trying to do some harassment. He's stalling a lot of time for his team to come in here though. And there's Ois getting the Naibanusa though. Yorick already down. The rest goes cleaned up by Senna. Look at the range, look at the DPS he has. That's the thing. If you have a lot of items on your name, you do a lot of damage. You might have some dash, but all she needs is the peel and damage, as he has so much free space with the team right now, being all the front line.
Merlin trying to find a couple of picks on the way out, but he does get a few flashes instead in return. And very good recognition from UPAT in order to get the Atakan here, but I think if maybe there was a bit swifter of an exit, because Dorans now, it's a little bit iffy. I'm not quite sure how to read this because now Dorans do have the money in order to make the next couple of team fights better, but if it's one kill that UPAT is able to get and the debuff from the Atakan really affects a lot of their team, then I think that Atakan take is going to be a lot more felt.
This game goes back and forth for both teams. It's crazy.
But if there have been a couple of unstoppable forces on either side, this Urgot is being very scary, slowly ramping up, as well as this Vex and this Senna, who, again, is probably in every position to buy Medjais here, but will just be sitting on 10 stacks in the meantime.
I just hope this Yorick is not getting out of control with split pushing. Because Yorick can still be a Yorick.
He is one-v-1ing Matat in the bot lane, I think. No? Okay, just hovering a little bit on the minimap, making sure. Pantheon, where's he ulting? He's going up to Matis.
Yeah, that's a
What's happening, bot? What's happening,
Man,
bot?
everything is happening out of the bot lane. And there is Nissa trying to save Matic, trying to keep the people away from him, but he will take his life. No, never mind, he flashes away at the red zone. And with that, no kill is fallen. No champion is fallen.
Yeah, of course. But Upad at least doing very well to make sure that Matas is a little bit safer here. The fact that
Awesome,
Q is
man.
very pivotal.
His man is always the guardian angel of Team UPAD. Every match we see, he's trying to offer his own life to make sure his carries stay alive, and even getting out alive as well. It's crazy.
But he has had a bit of enough of that. We do see the Seeker's arm guard coming through, so if he ever does get caught out like that again, he can at least buy a bit more time for his team, as
Yeah.
the 4th dragon of the game is up, and Upad and Doran's both very much interested in what's going on here. Pantheon with
Lars trying to flank there, but he's being caught. They had a vision on him, so
1v1.
instantly goes into him. Yeah, you are Urgot, you are having a few items, but that's not enough if you have 5 people on your head. And with Vex getting their reset on the ultimate as well, they can continue this fight. Will there another ult Vex incoming? Yes, it is connected to Brutus. Will she continue it up? She doesn't have the stun available yet, but there it is. Any moment the fear is coming in, and with that Brutus will go down. He just gets swiped over. Team Dorans is doing an amazing job taking the members of UPAD one by one, and Team UPAD doesn't know how to answer to this.
And that's all she wrote. I guess it was Lars being caught out right at the very beginning that just snowballed into this completely terrible fight for UPAD. I honestly think their teamfight power was very good, and I did mention they have the teamfight power of Atakan, but it's only teamfight power if they eventually end up getting a kill to slow down the rest of the team, which unfortunately all 5 members of Dorans are still alive. And finally, on Dragon Point, and very eagerly mowing down the objectives on either side as we wait for the Baron to come up and really decide things. Although at this point, 5k gold lead, these teams have been known to really push their advantage whenever they can. Here it is a replay of what unfortunately happened.
Yeah, Lars being caught there. It was a very nice water in the bush. Instantly decided to go for him. And after this fight, it just got so chaotic for UPAD. They were so split up, and they could just take
That's
the
one
members
Vex
one
ultimate.
by one with the Vex ultimate.
2 Vex ultimates, and even though it takes a while for the ultimate to pop, Brutus does end up getting killed, and another one gets sent straight to Kavi, which I do believe connects. It does. Yeah.
At least
it
third
does.
dragon goes to Team Dorans, by the way. That's whole point already.
And that is 3 connected Vex ultimates, which also pretty much decide the fight. It is worth noting that Lars didn't immediately blow up, so it would have been better if Upad was a little bit closer.
And also
But-
with the Skarner ultimate, if
Yeah.
you saw the Victor getting zoned out, if that Magnestar was coming in there, it could have hurt Dorans for sure.
Brutus just being
No,
completely
Brutus
caught out here.
again getting caught here. He does have flash though. Is he trying to stay alive? No, he is dead already. And with that, Team Doros can just continue the fight. But Vex is getting smashed out of it. Is there a reset coming so she can come back into the fight? Yes, there is. And now we see Senna actually doing a lot of damage. But oh man, what a damage is coming back from Manix though. What is going on? That Magnus Storm is crazy. It is over though, so the damage won't continue on the team.
Harden
But
is here.
they are surviving very well in this situation.
And I don't quite know what happened off of the engagement.
Whoa, what a snipe of Lars!
I was gonna say it looked pretty good for Doran still, but because that looked like a bit of a shoddy engage from Brutus. But the fact that Upad was able to get so much back, not killing crucially, I think the Vex was a little bit of a bummer. But it doesn't matter. Like, look at this team fight. You'd think in any universe that there's nothing to look for here, but one little snipe. Unfortunately, Pardon couldn't tank the.
That was
Urgot
definitely
ult.
on max range.
It was.
But yeah, we saw the Victor damage, man. Crazy damage.
If he's left unchecked, he is still a force to be reckoned with
only
on the
2
same
items,
scale.
yeah.
It is. And Vex is still equally as threatening as the teamfight did still go Doran's way. But the Dark Seal still sitting on 10 stacks, not quite ready to be upgraded to Magi's, and there is still the question of Dragon Soul to be entertained, and also what's happening with the Baron here, as most of Doran's is more around the bot side than Upad, which is in the top side. Rel getting caught out here.
Getting caught indeed, and instantly gets taken down. That's the thing with Team UPAD. They have a lot of damage. They can really make some nice picks with this Poppy. They need to be careful. Instantly going into the Baron. Is the Doran's gonna answer to this, or are they gonna give the Baron?
Well, they know Victor is bot lane, but unfortunately Pardon can't do much
They have
more.
TP mode.
They can, but I don't know
No
if
way
he's
they
quite
should.
interested. Yeah, they're not interested. They're probably just handing this over. Ois maybe coming for one final Q, but no. And they're potentially looking onto the victor. I just
Matic
think...
is looking very dangerous though under that tower. 3 people are looking for his head. And if Team Upad is here not on time, he will go down, and there it is. Vex nicely cleared it up together with Badabiki. Very well done. Now
Money cut out.
we have Senator. If that Vex goes into the bot lane, you are alone in that jungle, and you can't do that with a Skarner into the opposite team. So yeah, you will go down here.
Impaled
Hello?
goes through, but there's no damage.
Whoa. There's the flash forward though, with the knockup from the Poppy, securing the kill. Us is down as well, he's now all alone. With Rel now securing up, who is still alive? Are they gonna die for this? It seems like they want to, but they can't. They can't really connect to the team. Oh man, it's
do
going-
have-
what is happening, man? It's going back and forth with both of these teams.
I think more importantly, though, they have Baron buff. They can just mow down the objectives like it's no one's problem. Like, look, they're just letting the minions completely chunk the tower to half HP, as there is Dragon coming up in 10 seconds, and now Dorans, who so desperately wanted to fight for this, Pardon is strong, Merlin is strong, but the rest of the team just keeps dying around these awkward timers, which makes it really difficult to go for these
Sana on
objectives.
cooldown. No way they can contest for this dragon. They need to give it up. But it's fine. It's only their second dragon.
As it is very much a way for Upad to stall the game, and with Baron still up, there is still very much to be desired before Dorans can successfully close out this game. There was a 5k gold lead for Dorans at some point in this game. What
5k?
happened? What 5k?
Oh,
It's,
man. Yeah, man, I'm sweating here. It's crazy. The players must be sweating as well, because this game can go anywhere.
yeah, I mean, Merlin's been doing a great job holding down the fort, but the entire team needs to be on the exact same page here. It doesn't matter how deathless or how much you participate in the game, as they're just now waiting for the Baron buff to inevitably run out as well. Not quite caught out.
Yeah,
She
no
just-
objectives yet on the map, so they really need to utilize this Baron, but the Baron is probably soon over. Oh man.
Looking
It
for-
keeps scaring me how this Poppy's just looking for kills now. Nuzzle's doing a very scary front line. They don't really have the team in the back, but yeah.
I mean, if we're just looking completely at KDAs, I honestly think Dorn's just being 868 is a lot, I don't know, crazier, I suppose, than the Kog'Maw's 982, but just the fact that it doesn't matter what happened early game.
But Losh just taking a kill on Senna there. That is massive. Yes, he goes down alongside of it, but Senna down here. I don't know if this is looking good for Team Dorans.
They need to find
Brutus
something.
being very front, taking some tower damage. Maybe tries to connect onto Merlin. Merlin is definitely the next target Team Upad needs. That Team Upad is looking for.
Yeah, but they just clear out the waves, and I do believe that their Baron buff has run out now.
Yes, but man, they took 2 towers with it.
And finally, for the first time in this game, Upad are finally peeking over the gold difference. A little bit. I did see it for a couple of split seconds, as here's what happened in the mid lane.
Wow,
Lars going for a
flash
crazy
forward.
flash engage. It does end up being punished, but Lars...
Also the flash down now. So the kill and the flash. I don't know if this is good for Team Dorans.
Not quite, and they do definitely want a few more HP bars to protect the Victor and Kog'Maw, but I think how they followed up on that play was completely fine, as here we have Upad deliberating.
Focus, man, the focus. And don't forget, it is 2-1 for Team Upad. So if they win this, they secure these finals. It's very, very exciting what's gonna happen. They are really fighting for their lives. You can't throw away anything here anymore.
It's absolutely everything to play for. Upad 100% want to make sure that they don't go to that final game and just close it out here as part.
Becky is all the way in the offside, getting picked off here.
3v1.
Oh man, with Becky down, it's gonna be a 5v4 if they're gonna look for fights. They can just keep up the tempo now.
And there's not too much more to be found in the top side of the map. They need to protect their bot inhibitor here.
Oh man. I'm not sure what they're gonna do here. Of course, yeah, they have Sana. They can wave clear here a bit together with the Vex, but that bot tower is already down. First inhibitor taken on the bot lane.
It's a 4v5.
Brutus a bit too much forward.
Slightly caught out here, but
Yeah, not sure why he's doing that because every loss of HP. You can't do that. You can't do that.
as now they just need to try to find a way to wiggle back into the game. Their bot inhib is down, so they definitely want to put a lot of focus into making sure that bot gets pushed out to be ready for a potential dragon or whatever else
I
comes
think
next.
Baron is the first objective they're gonna look for because that is 30 seconds on the Baron.
But the objective that maybe something like the Victor wants in just split pushing and TPing to the fight when it's convenient to him. We haven't seen a lot of that in this game, even though Pardon Picky has played this game up until this point relatively fine.
He tried, and they got an answer for that. Every time he was pushing it forward, they picked him off instantly.
But Karmamani and Sharuba dying on these weird timers.
Brutus again very forward. He needs to be careful. Pantheon are ulting on the wrong side though. So yeah, it's looking not good for Team Doors now because Team Upet is taking up the lead around the Baron control.
As they will be starting up Dragon. That's a funny looking dragon.
How many times have we called Baron the Dragon? Today?
It is the game for fatigue, but we need to be hyped up as Doran's is going to be looking to
they're
contest
looking.
this.
Oh, ultimate already from Sander going down. There's the Poppy ultimate connecting the two. That is big. That is really big because now they can take up the lead in the fight. Secure the Baron. Securing already kill on the Rel. With now it is 5 versus 4. 5 versus 3, continuing up. Now they have the Baron, they can keep up the pressure. There's a Rico coming in on the Kog'Maw. He needs to go to the base and instantly back it up so they can secure this dragon. TP already coming in. Oh man, Team Dorans, don't do it. Don't go for this dragon. Don't do it.
You have to look
If you die here, it is game over. Oh, they tried to look for them. There's the Poppy denying the Pantheon. And with that, they can follow it up. It is a 3-3. Kog'Maw is coming in as well, but they don't even need it because we have Mantix with the Magnastorm doing so much damage. I think this is it, ladies and gentlemen. Pardon Picky trying to stay alive, but this whole team is mashed down. And now they cannot even go for the dragon. No. They go for the base because that base is needed to make this final win for Team Upet. What do you think? Do they have an answer to this?
Absolutely not. There's just Baron buff everywhere. This stun comes through as well. Rel is going to do her best to try and stall, but as it's been, this Rel has been stalling for a fight that is just never going to happen. One turret goes down.
Merlin, are you able to save this? Oh,
and Lauren finishes it off
way.
as both turrets go down, and that is Upad winning this best of 5 over Dorans. Well played to both of these teams.
Wow!
Oh my goodness.
What a final game!
It was so unfortunate. It all started with this Baron fight that wasn't quite converted because the Rel went in. The engage was beautiful, but it didn't matter. Poppy Keepers verdicted 2 of them out of there, and all of a sudden they have numbers advantage. They have Baron, they have Dragon, they have Baron push now to go straight through the mid lane and straight to their Nexus.
That Poppy old man taking the 2 important people out of the fight, instantly making sure they can go for the fight as well. And they wanted to stop it, but you can't do that with the most 2 important people out of the fight.
They were so close. They were so close. Dorans had everything that they needed in order to push through on this red side. They had the gold, they had the dragons, and it was just a couple of weird picks that just... A completely crazy game and a well-deserved win.
A well-deserved win. And this was not only a no-win, this was the last win they needed because they got the finals in their hands, making sure they win these whole series. And
Exactly, and I do believe this is going to be the last of us. This is the
I
last
think it
game.
is. It was a crazy cast of you, man. Oh, so many good games. Every game, it was crazy. But... we are not done yet. Yeah, we are done. But
we're done.
The analyst desk, they want to talk so much. They are smiling. So
Okay,
let's go.
No, hold on.
I
do. Hold on. I think we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves.
True,
it was
true.
a very exciting series, but it is also worth noting, like, I don't know. It was complete red side domination. This entire series, just Dorans back to Upad, and the fact that Dorans was able to win from blue side, I guess it mostly came down to I can't even pin the tail on the donkey because you look at all of the people who were playing this game and it was
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, I have an important question to you though. from all these games we have seen so far,
Yes.
who do you give the MVP to?
This is. I'm not sure because it really depends game for game. Okay, I'm a bit indecisive. You go first. Who do you think was MVP?
Man, if we look at the Poppy plays, at the Leonis play, it definitely goes to the support of Team UPad. Like, it went
Noozle.
crazy. Without that, I don't think they could have pulled these games off.
Is there anyone that you would give MVP on like Doran's team?
Dorans, I think it's... that's a good question, man. That's a good question. I think the mid laner, Merlin, did a very great job. Didn't really get utilization every time, but managed to pull quite some plays off, definitely.
I think for me, okay, I've thought on it a bit, and I do think it is. It just has to be, in my opinion, Brutus, in fact, for the side of UPad, mostly because he was just a really consistent force. Yeah, there was the Nocturne game, which was a bit weird, which wasn't able to convert it. But if you look at every other game, and even the Nocturne game itself, what was carrying them in the early game and was able to really bring them the support that they wanted, I personally think it was Brutus. And on the other team, I think Karma Mani. The fact that you just go from jungle to ADC, you pull out champions that we were trying to look up on this guy. What could he possibly pick ADC? He plays Smolder for 4 games in the solo queue before this, and just says, "Ooh, we're gonna pick the Smolder. We're gonna be the scaling force." It doesn't matter. He can pick out whatever he wants, and he's just a rock for the team who is doing good game after game after game. And
Speaking of AD carries, Kavi.
Kavi, yeah.
I'm still sweating off this guy, man. This guy is a dangerous man.
Yeah.
Like, not only being a threat to the team, no, being a threat to himself. Like, he is not playing the game safe. But it turned out well. It definitely turned in his favor.
All right. I believe now, finally, I do believe that is finally enough of us. I have been Mildly Panda, a.k.a. Hennis. This has been...
Blaster cast, man. And wow, what a Saturday. Thanks for being here, the cast. And... we're going to I have no words anymore for this.
Okay, just
this
analyst us, take it away.
Take it away.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Woo! And Little UPad Johnnies are your Dutch CES champions for League of Legends, taking a 3-1 series against Dorans Nijmegen. And what a banger series it was.
I mean, a very deserved win of this game and of the entire series, to be honest. I mean, they played so well. I feel like they really got their stride after the second game. They really got, their moment. They really felt it. I think they played super well. And yeah, I mean, it was a very fun series to watch.
Yeah, we've got some guests coming on the couch as well, so feel free to join us here. Welcome.
Thank you.
Woo! Congratulations. Welcome, Noozle.
Thank you.
Congratulations on winning DCES. That's a big performance from yourself and the entire team. How are we feeling? How are we feeling after this performance?
That's a good question, actually. I'd say we were really happy because when we started out, I think 2 years ago now nearly, we already said that to ourselves, we want to set a goal, right? And one of the goals was to actually win DCES. So after some hard work and lots of scrims and trying to actually get scrims, we're finally here. So yeah, it feels good. The hard work has paid off.
Nice, and I think we can all agree as well as the cast and that you were the MVP. So not just did you win DCES, you were the best player in DCES,
thank you.
Your performances were out of this world. How does that feel?
It feels good, because actually I'm a bit of a fill-in to support. So actually getting appreciation for actually filling and then doing well on the role feels really good to me. It always feels like I don't really deserve it because my team also played incredibly well. But I take any appreciation I can get. So. And
support doesn't get enough appreciation anyway, right?
True.
You want to welcome some of your teammates on the couch as well, whoever. Opponent, sorry, anyone can join. Come on, join us on the couch. You have to shove in. Commiserations, sorry for your loss. Welcome. And well played as well. We made it a banger series, right? So do you want to introduce yourself and just how are you feeling after today?
Yeah, well, I'm Merlin. I'm the mid laner. I mean, it sucks to lose, of course, but especially we had a sub today, of course. Shout out to Eus for showing up last minute. Yeah,
and putting in a stellar performance, right? Eus did not play bad.
Yeah, our ADC was ill today, so that's why it happened. But Karma Mani pulled out some great moves in the AD carry role, and Eus did a solid job in jungle. So I don't think we have anything to be ashamed of here.
No, I fully agree as well. And I mean, is there any questions from our analysts? You were worrying about the Vex pick possibly. Is that something you can answer any questions about? Odie, is that something you want to?
Now, I'm a bit of a mid connoisseur. I'm a bit of a gatekeeper in low diamond. I'm not letting anybody in there. But in my eyes, something like a Victor, right? Some scaling pick that, has a lot of poke, has some wave clear. Generally speaking, does pretty well into a Vex. What was your thought process behind the pick?
Boom.
We really like the idea of an easy engage combo on a champion like a Victor, right? You're right. The matchup itself isn't anything to write home about, let's say. But yeah, it's very doable as a matchup. And then matching it with a Pantheon, with a Rel, stuff like that, it should allow you to get easy engages off. And it did work out in some mid-game fights very well. Later in the game, of course, Poppy's in the front line. It gets pretty hard. Kog'Maw was a full health menace in the last fight. I did get my ult.
Not just any Poppy, right? Noozle Poppy, no one can get through that front line. I mean, even your engages, right? The flash E R into mid lane to finish it all off was very impressive. And what do you think was the main problem in these games from the side of Doran's?
Well, Ik hou van lol is always a problem when we're playing against him. We're forced to ban, half of his champions, and the other ones luckily get killed off now thanks to Fearless Draft, of course. Yeah, he's always something we have to really think about. But other than that, yeah, they're just a solid team. And we were missing our sweet
of
carry.
course. That's a shame, right? Of course, on the big day, missing a core opponent from your team, a core part of your team. Is there anything on your team you want to shout out? Anyone? Was it Ik hou van lol who carries your guys' games, the draft? So who's the one copying, for example?
Well, I gotta be honest. I have to give credits where credits are due. I think Ik hou van lol is not just a good player in itself. He also keeps us in check. So when we sometimes make a bit of a hasty decision, then he'll be the one to tell us guys, no, chill, just play for tempo, reset, stay ahead, stay in control. Sometimes we like to refer to ourselves as a bit of an ADHD team, where if we get something, we just want to take it all, especially with our ADC, Joris. But Ik hou van lol, Lars is just the key for us in that sense that he just keeps us back and kind of keeps us a little bit chilled out so that it doesn't spiral a little bit out of control.
Great. And I believe this is also the last time this team will be competing in DCLS?
So. Yeah, I'm afraid so. Lars graduated, I think, last year. So he's not eligible to play anymore, unfortunately, next split. But
so ended on a high.
Yeah, for sure. And DSL to come as well. So maybe we'll get lucky there as well.
So we'll see you next year again?
I'm pretty sure you will see me and maybe Metil Venidad, but I think the rest is unfortunately not eligible to play.
Oh well, that's life. Any more questions from you guys?
I've got a question. So obviously playing 4 games in a series is quite tiring, and especially after that second game, which was a bit rough after throwing such a big gold lead. How do you bounce back from that as a team?
Actually, that is a good question. We just, again, it was just Ik hou van lol, saying, guys, we didn't play well. It was also the counter picks on bot lane that really set us behind. We tried to peel for the Olaf and what was it again? What was our ADC? Kai'Sa?
It was Lucian. You had your own Corki. Yeah, you guys had Corki.
Actually. It was a bit hard to create space. And I was, I believe, 2 levels behind on the medium. So if we engage, it's a bit hard for me to even shield because my shield at that point is only 250 gold HP. So it's a bit rough. But to get back to your question, I think the 5 minutes we get and actually stepping outside and just talking to each other, not necessarily about the game only, but also just chilling outside, just really resets our mental for a bit, Just getting some fruit in, just chilling a bit, taking your mind off the game, really helps us. Just chilling out for a bit.
Nice. Anything from you, Odie?
Sure. I was interested in seeing. I think you guys have obviously red side was very favored in these matchups, right? Which is not necessarily very normal. For Murray specifically, I'm interested. What's your guys' idea of what makes a good B1 pick? Because obviously they were as valuable. Normal, maybe not as valuable, but still has a lot of value. But they were quite a lot of different from what we normally see from some teams in some of the major regions?
Generally speaking, when we went on blue side, we decided to pick something that we thought they might be interested in picking, and that we shared our champ pools in, basically. And you did the same. Like game 1, I think you banned Nocturne. Game 2, you pick Nocturne because you want to get the nice combo, right?
And then you took our Orianna after. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, if you're on blue side, you want to be picking good stuff away from the opponent, especially shared picks. Especially in these fearless games, right?
For sure, for sure.
I also thought the Shen pick was a
The flex.
very smart flex.
Yeah, that caught you off guard, right?
Yeah. I must say.
Yeah, that was a good cook. Shout out.
It didn't work in the end, but
No, but it did take away our some of our draft
that
pressure
was
as well.
our most biggest idea behind it. Yeah, to be fair.
Great. Well, thank you both for joining us on the cast. Congratulations,
Thank you for having us.
UPAD, for winning and for winning MVP as well. And I'm sure we'll see you guys next year, right, Dorans? Back for revenge, hopefully.
Of
Different
course.
roster, different people, but same chances as always. So thank you very much for joining us. Gonna ask you to leave us, and we'll bring on the couch the GOAT himself, the one behind all this entertainment. Yuri,
very
introduce
much.
yourself.
I am tired.
Yeah, I
Nice
can
to meet you.
imagine. It's a long day.
Yeah, I mean, how did you have it? Had a fun cast?
It was great. I mean, the games were so close. All the players have been amazing. Everyone just showing up. That's what it's all about, you know. If you're doing university esports, this is what you want. Everyone to come together, have a blast. And I mean, people like you behind the scenes is what makes this all happen, right?
I mean, it was a fun day for me. It's just doing what I like doing, so it's.
Really shout out
tired,
to
but it's
people
fun.
behind the scenes
also
as well.
behind the scenes, you know, I was doing production. We've got 2 observers for League of Legends today. We have admins, had a lot of people coming up, so a massive shout out to them. It was just really exciting, and we had some awesome games that we could enjoy. So I think it was.
And our friend behind the camera, going up and down the stairs all the
this
time.
man was walking up and down. It was really a big success, and I mean, you also came from far, didn't you?
Well, I study in London, but I've got family here. So I love being here. This is the kind of stuff I live for, you know. So having these players here, playing against each other, shouting top diff after solo killing, like that's what it's all about.
That is what it's all about. I mean, you know, it's been a really fun one. But I do actually want to say to some of the other staff as well please come over here.
Yeah,
Get over here,
come
you
give
guys.
us a wave. Yeah, everyone, just come here.
Come on here for a second.
Give a wave.
Yeah, I know. You guys
There's
helped
space for everyone.
Make it a little bit of a squeeze, and then before we can close it off, I mean, Mr. Cameraman himself over here. It was.
Everyone should come.
Yeah, we're gonna everyone a shout out, but we got a little bit of time to close it off, just as a shout out. Give some credits where it's due, and
Thank you to all the sponsors and partners and everyone who made it happen. Right,
everything was absolutely awesome. It was a great success, and I hope to see everyone here back next year. Hopefully, we aren't sure yet what the plans are for next year. We're gonna try to get finals going again, but it's always a bit of we take some stuff from here, take some stuff from there, because someone has a lot of camera gear. So I hope you can still afford it after that. But
no,
anyway,
I can't.
You can't. Okay, well, I would say I can support you financially, but
not in esports. Well, and thank you to everyone for playing throughout the year, right? As well, not just in finals.
We had, I think, the first split we had 100 teams. Second split we had a little under 90. So a massive success, and we hope to see you back next split. I'm gonna just walk away right now. And
someone has to end the stream. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you can do the last bit of yapping. What you're so good at. That's what you got here for.
We can do some waves. Do you want to introduce yourself, your roles, maybe quick?
Yeah, I'm Twan. I mainly run like the admin side and like for Valorant especially.
The behind-the-scenes goat.
Yeah, today I was behind the players, just making sure that the stream swapped.
No cheating, no script.
No cheating.
Perfect.
Making sure people started on time.
So fair win from Dorans.
Yeah.
What about yourself?
I was mainly doing the audio and video work, so all the camera and all the audio that you saw today was done and brought by me. So I'd also thank for everyone for giving me this opportunity to help out with the
Couldn't have
event.
happened without you, right?
Yeah.
All right, last one. Last two. Sorry, someone's rolled in. Yeah, both of you, please.
I am mainly doing the communications in DCS, and today I was the observer and also for the entire weekend actually.
Nice.
So just mostly helping with the production.
Sick.
I mean, I'm the most fraudulent board member of DCS, but I'm just here to like provide PCs and I guess for adminning purposes and observing, I guess. I mean, I don't know, like just a fun event and yeah.
Oh, and thank you everyone for playing. Do you want one more thing to say?
No, sorry.
Are you sure?
I was signaling to him to have the mic.
Doesn't matter. Well, thank you everyone for playing, not just this weekend, but throughout DCS the whole year. Keep an eye out on the Discord. If you haven't joined already, please do for upcoming events. Thank you to everyone behind the scenes who helped out, our casters, everyone that showed up to watch, teams for playing, and there will be something next, so we'll see you there. Bye! Yeah, I won.
Okay, so
That's crazy.
So I want to get yes, I want to get a picture of the crew first.
Yep.
Because then you can drive to the airport. And then we also need the picture as well.
Yep.
We also need to get players to the beginning of the PC.
It was kind of a nerve, man.
True.
Maar het is wel leuk dat 4 uur is waar.
And then all, and then I will be the winner. Because I
You'll be yapping some random shit. David's zo niet zo reflective zijn als deze guy. Classic dat hij geen sportman is.
Of de fucking trade by Sony midlaner, of ja, wel de cast, maar I can all my lads. Ja.
Bro, I love all your gear, man. It's so cool. Walking around this thing is heavy. I know, but this shit's expensive as well. Like, it's quite heavy. You're going up and down the stairs all the time. But it's all for the secret and stuff. Like, that's like proper gear. Well, you can actually like add to buy there's some of this my return either rented. Oh really? Yeah. I made it work somehow. Nice, super sick. I mean, you can actually do like proper freelance, not with this gear. That's super cool. Probably the wrong time.
Misha, no. I think move to Berlin, you might have a good opportunity at the
Yeah, worth it, try it. No, not right. Not right. Nah, fuck it, dude.
I had some. I think it's actually mine. I had some. It was interesting.
There's like
They were weird.
chips, but there's all weird flavors. There's not a single normal flavor. I think the only normal one was like salt and pepper yesterday.
What? It's interesting.
What do you mean? Caramel. Yeah. They're weird.
What?
Sure, if I post my camera rig on Reddit on they're gonna be like, why? Like, why is this camera? This camera is not really fair enough, but it works. This is like a small, portable. No.
Yeah, I think production was smooth. I mean, hockey, but because don't get no hockey casters, so it's casting and no caster. But and replays were a bit weird. I never did. I never did surfing before, so all good. All right.
Rocket League always kind of stuff that they don't come here.
So yeah, same place.
Yeah, like those surrounding cameras is good.
Maybe we can outsource it like next time if like. Yeah, because like it's not really useful for us to do it if it's not on location. Then we have to basically set up an online.
Yeah, but yeah, how people.
Yeah, you can tell them like it's cheap now. Like it's brand new certificated.
Oh, I. No, yeah, yeah. Magic? Magic? Is that not? No, Magic. Yeah. Oh, really? I bought it in Rotterdam, but they were. Interesting. For the Bible mountain, that's the other. Like that was more reasons about those magic methods. Oh, that was bij alle kamers. Alle kamers? Ik kan het dan weer van de bij mij. Ja, maar jij moet ook weer this like works it does
Maar de afstand hiervan is ja, ga ik daarmee helpen.
Ja. Ja, hallo. Kijk, optikken, dat kan ik toch niet. Kan ik echt lopen? Kan niet lopen nu.
I need everyone to move in a bit closer.
Dat zeker. Ja.
Oh, we put someone. Fine.
Oh. Yeah, that's fine. You join the picture.
It has.
Maar ik tas ook. Ja, je is toch gewoon koppelen in tas. Ja. Dat is echt van die punt die dan
Set up a button and then. Okay. Go somewhere in front of me.
Yeah. Lay all the
Yeah. I'm all laying on the side.
Oh!
Great one.
I'm crazy. I'm crazy. That one. L.
CS.
You know, now I understand why the photographers charge so much money for people like the income, you know, like for an event like this. Okay, you also pay like for like this, yeah, and like for photography, you have to pay like yeah. Yeah. Time has long running. I was hoping we can this for my question if I was going to
Production because like I know what I'm doing. It's almost always low budget. So I was like,
I also did this in my high school, but I did like photography for the school magazine or something. Yeah. Journal. I'll try and upload it today or tomorrow. But
they could have to be, but it's like it's
yeah, you didn't forget anything, right? You have everything you need, right?
yeah. I know that. Huh? Yeah. I wanted sort of mine. Nee, ik heb het niet aan slaap voor, dat is ook van mij. Moet dan gewoon in de auto.
Ik denk dat like this is like a bracket barrel. Go.
Ja, dat klopt, maar dat is niet auto.
Nee.
Kan ik dat even gaan?
Dit is zo goed.
Oh, je wil dat zetten.
If you guys could sit on the couch.
Sure. Wat fijn, ik ben het gewoon gegeven.
When we set up there, it's got a little bolt. Yeah, they'll leave it there and then you can walk out. Like you just have you sit close towards the middle. You sit on like the top of the couch. Could also some reason in the middle, like tights.
Ik ga de deur
Good one.
Thank you very much, guys. They have the other team slot in.
We simple this guy. What's next? That's two.
Yeah. Yeah, preferably sit close to each other as possible. Like on the. You can also gather behind the card for everyone. Sure, go ahead. As long as none of the Zephyr community members see you, you still have the same. Yeah. No, yeah, I think like yeah. Yeah, it really felt like a double headache there. So.
Small. No.
Your guys' match was probably the closest out of CS and Valorant. Valorant got 13-0 and then 13-6. And then CS was like 13-6 or 13-7 and then 13-5 for it. Because other it's just skill diff for yeah.
Vegas.
Sorry. It's fine. Yeah. Happens. There's missing one person. So, should we probably end the stream? Like it's still on. I mean, it's on the end page, but.
Oh, then stop streaming. Yeah. You shut down the ball, really?
Hello?
You shut it down.